Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our special meeting of council. It is Tuesday, December 9th, 2025. It is 9:15 a.m. Apologies for the late start. And I'd like to acknowledge that the town of Midland recognizes it's located on land, which is traditional and treaty territory of the Anishinaabe people, now known as Chippewa Tri-Council, comprised of Bow Slave First Nation, Rama First Nation, and Georgina Island First Nation. And this treaty territory is within Pre-Confederation Treaty 5 and Treaty 16, and included within the Williams Treaties of 1923. Town of Midland recognizes is located on land which is traditional territory of the Huron-Wendat and the historic homeland of the Métis, and their town is home to a large and diverse community of Indigenous people. And I'd like to deliver the following safety message. Should the fire alarm activate, please exit the room in an orderly fashion and proceed to the evacuation assembly area located in the upper parking lot. You may exit through the main entrance, the double glass doors, make an immediate left, and proceed out the front doors or through the secondary exit right back here, up the stairs, check the door for heat before opening, and if it's safe, exit onto the second floor, turning right and proceed out the doors in front of you, or just follow us. Washrooms are located on the second floor, an elevator just outside the main entrance. As Midland has a respectful workplace policy, anyone exhibiting violent or harassing behavior will be asked to leave. Members of the audience are to maintain order and quiet, not to address council except with permission of the chair. All cell phones, pagers, and other electronic devices which emit a sound are to be turned off and set to non-audible. No person shall display signs or placards, applaud participants in debate, or engage in conversation, electronic or otherwise, or behave in a way that may disrupt the proceeding of council. Checking my phone too right now. There. For anyone requiring a hearing assist device, please advise the clerk, and she'll arrange for our IT staff to provide you with said device. And council meetings are recorded via Zoom and posted on the town's YouTube site. The meetings are also broadcast on Rogers TV Midland Channel 53. One meeting per month, and live stream via Rogers TV Midland, which can be accessed through the Town of Midland website. Individual recording, broadcasting, or streaming of the meetings by the public or any member is not permitted without express consent of the clerk and all those present. I ask you to join me in a moment of silent reflection before we dive into Budget 2026. Thank you. So council, any declarations of conflict of interest relating to any of the items we're going to discuss today on the budget? All right, seeing none, if one should arise as we move through the day, just throw your hand up, interrupt, let us know right away. Council, just as an aside, on desk you've been provided a budget deliberation schedule. It's a summary of the order we're going to do things in today, and there are page references this year beside each of them to help you find it in your binder or your electronic version. And to folks following along at home, if you're interested in seeing what version we're talking about or what page, if you simply go to the Town of Midland's website, do a quick search for 2026 budget, you'll find that document with clickable hyperlinks to each of the sections. There's four major sections: executive summary, tax supported, operating budget, user rate budget, capital budget, and then three appendixes: 10-year capital plan, reserve summary, and draft fees and charges. So you can follow along online on the web. So without further ado, I would like to turn things over to Madam CEO for kind of an introduction and a walkthrough. Or no, I'm doing the motions first. No, I'm staring at, I've got the approval of the agenda. Yep. Oh, yes. Okay. Right. Yes, of course. Housekeeping, approval of the agenda. Because we do have an agenda today. So I have a motion here moved by Councillor Ball, seconded by Councillor Meredith, that the contents of the special meeting of council agenda regarding the 2026 budget held December 9th, potentially 10th and 11th, 2025, be approved, and the amendment to the staff report CSR 2025-128 2026 budget approval amended December 8th, freshly 2025, in order to comply with the strong mayor powers legislation. Council, or this is approval of this amended. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Yes, and there's going to be some oddities, potentially some missteps today, because this is the first strong mayor's budget process we're running. Hopefully no one saw my eyes rolling in that one, but we're going to do this as much as status quo from previous years as possible to the extent of the legislation. So that being said, we have, I'll put this on the floor here. Our first 5.1, the NT Power Substation Land Sale, moved by Councillor Major, second by Councillor Patel, if I could. That staff report CSR 2025-127 NT Power Substation Land Sale dated December 9th, 2025 be received. And that council provide direction to the mayor and clerk to execute the agreement of purchase and sale for 67 4th Street, 328 Scott Street, 809 Montreal Street, and 850 Brandon Street as per the conditions in this report. So, Mitch, I'm assuming this is your baby. Take it away.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. So essentially, to summarize the report, there are 5 properties in this report that we reference: 67 4th Street, 187 Queen Street, 809 Montreal Street, 328 Scott Street, and 850 Brandon Street. These are all properties that the town owns, but there are NT Power hydro substations on the properties. So when the town sold the PUC back in 2018, we retained ownership of these properties and we entered into a 49-year lease for NT Power for these properties. And that lease would be updated every 5 years on market rate, and it would run through to the end of that. NT Power has approached us in the last year with interest to purchase the properties for a number of reasons. Biggest one being it's not common for hydro utilities to not own the property that they have a substation on. Sure, they may have an easement or something for a transmission line or something like that, but when they have their physical capital equipment like a substation, they typically own the property. So NT Power came to us, expressed their interest to buy the properties off us, and the sale that they're also going through kind of complicates things a little bit. We don't know what the philosophy of the purchasers are going to have. The hydro utilities, similar to municipalities, have the opportunity to expropriate land and whatnot. So there's a chance that a new owner could come in and have a different opinion that they should own it, and they are maybe not as willing to work with us. So we've been working back and forth for the last, I'd say, 8 months or so with NT Power, negotiating a deal that's fair, started at market value, which is hard to pin down for a property like this that's used as a substation and nothing else. It can't be sold for residential or commercial, anything like that. So obviously the market value of the land is low, but we have a 49-year lease. Now there's 42 years remaining on it. So we started at the lease value, and we met in the middle ultimately to a number that works for everybody. The numbers you see in the report is $1 million for all 5 properties, essentially $200,000 a property. And the only difference is we are not looking to sell all of 67 4th Street and all of 850 Brandon Street. So 67 4th Street is the old Parks Depot. We're looking to just sever off the north portion of that, which has the bell tower and the substation on it. And the town will retain the south portion, which has the old Parks Depot on it. And 850 Brandon Street is somewhat similar. We will sever off the north portion to maintain control of a future access to the soccer fields, so that we can expand parking there in the future. So that's the real high level rundown of it. Happy to answer any questions and how we got to where we are with this number, or if there's any questions. We're really close. The timelines were tight. I was hoping to have an agreement signed by NT Power to present with this report. Just back and forth on final semantics. We had a draft go back yesterday. To be honest, we're right there. It's just a timing thing, right? We need a week or two to finally execute it. So that's why the motion is crafted for mayor and clerk to delegate authority to do so.
Thank you. And just procedurally, normally we wouldn't be talking about these, acquisition or disposition of land in an open session. Those qualify for closed session, and those kind of negotiations and the numbers and everything are not normally things that you find municipalities talking about openly. This one, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's gotten to the stage where, since this isn't going on the MLS, there's nobody else that can buy this land. It's a very unique sort of sole sourcing or sole selling of this land that it qualifies for us discussing in open session like this, for us to basically authorize the sale and the income that would come from it.
That's correct. Yeah, there's nobody else that could own it other than us or NT Power, essentially. I mean, we wouldn't sell it to another party, that's for sure.
Thanks. So just with the caveat, because that kind of uncorks the bottle, as it were, for council to talk about this. So council, are any questions about this acquisition or disposition. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. Mitch, did I hear you say verbally there's 5 properties at 100,000? Because the report shows 4 properties at 800,000.
Through Mayor Gordon, Councilor McDonald. Good catch. Yes, there is 5 properties. We have one hiccup with one property and the land title that needs more time to figure out. We've agreed on the price. That's why it's reflected in here as the overall $1 million. But this agreement and purchase sale is actually for only $800,000 for 4 properties. Once we get the title concern figured out with the 5th property, we'll be back with a similar simple agreement purchase and sale for the 5th property. And that is on 187 Queen Street. So not a showstopper. It's just a formality with the land title that we need to work through.
Thank you. What was the address again?
187 Queen Street.
Thank you.
Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Worship. Question to Mr. Sobel is, what's the annual revenue for those properties?
The annual revenue was right about $50,000 across the 5 properties. It was just under 10,000 a piece per year. And the way the lease is written is that's to be renegotiated mutually every 5 years to market rate, which hasn't been done since the sale was made. And that's open for interpretation on market rate if it's up or down, to be honest with you, because it's not a usable property to anything else.
Thank you.
Councillor Meredith.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. Just one question about the 4th Street property with the bell tower sitting on it. Is that going to have any complications with, because NT Power will eventually own that land. So is there a separate lease agreement with Bell on that tower being on that property?
Through Mayor Gordon, Councillor Meredith, there is a separate lease agreement between the town and Bell Canada. Since the tower is proposed to go with the NT Power property, we're proposing to transfer that lease to NT Power. We've already had initial conversations with Bell. They're okay with it to go to them. It's not uncommon for them to do that.
And that's a good question. You're going to see that in the intro slide deck where it shows the revenue loss for that lease included and calculated in our budget deliberation today. So there's an updated graphic that will come as part of the CAO's presentation. Assuming council agrees to part ways with this land and enjoy the 800,000 and actually million, but we're only factoring in the 800,000 right now because those are the deals we've got inked. All right, no further questions. So council will call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. All right, the big one, 5.2. Moved by Councillor East, seconded by Deputy Mayor Prost, if I could, that staff report CSR 2025-128, 2026 budget approval dated December 9th, 2025 be received. And Madam CEO, take it away.
Good morning, Council and members of the public and staff. Welcome to the 2026 budget deliberations. So I'm just going to stall a bit here as we get the presentation up on the screen. Thank you, Jamie. So if we can go to the next slide. So just to recap where we've been since this process started. So from November 14th to November 30th, we had a question and answer period. We didn't actually receive any questions during that time. There was one question that was asked at council with regards to Ascanonia, and that was presented in an email to council. We did meet with members of council who had submitted the any council requests and had time with them, and we also did have some one-on-ones with council. So with regards to the public, we actually did not have anyone we did not receive any questions and answers from the public. On November 26th, we had a public meeting. This also included the agencies, boards, and commissions coming before council to talk about their ask and to explain. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So things are a little different this year. This is the first time we're doing the mayor's budget, and this is a provincial legislation. So staff are trying to do everything possible to keep the meeting flowing and similar to how it has been done in the past. And this is following the mayor's direction. So there's a process that has to be done. It is a very complicated process on the screen, so I'll try to just walk you through some of the changes. So where we are, November 14th, that is the where we talk about the strong mayor budget. The mayor has to declare the budget by February 1st. We have done it on November 14th. So the next part, which is where we are today, is the 30-day period. So after the mayor puts forward the budget, there are 30 days in order for council to provide feedback on that budget. So we're here today for that feedback. And then there is one other part, which is the next part, which is the, well, there's two parts, which today there will be a motion, or today, I'm just assuming we're going to be done this today, maybe by noon. I'll have a nice lunch. So when the budget process is done, council has the ability to shorten that 30-day period. So currently the current 30-day period goes till December 14th. Council can shorten the period, which means that then it moves into that next point, which is the mayor has 10 days to a 10-day veto period. The mayor at the end of the meeting can also sign off that he will waive that 10-day period. And then at that point, the budget is adopted. So it's a bit of a different and complicated process. I did want to acknowledge that and acknowledge that we have changed it at the last minute for council. So I totally appreciate that that we've made some last minute changes to how this is happening. But the goal is still the same, to take the questions from council, and staff are here to answer any questions that council does have, and then to move this forward. So that part is staying the same, but it is a very complicated process that I just wanted to walk through with council. Next page, please. So the document that council received and the public sees on the website, there are several sections to that. The first is the tax impact section that has all the operating budgets, any of the staff service level changes that we have asked for, any of council's service level changes, and then the agency boards and commissions. So that section on the agency boards and commissions, they came again on November 26th and spoke to council. And then there's the user rate section in there, which is primarily water and wastewater, the capital budget. Within that capital budget, there are a couple of things to note. So, and I'll talk a little further down when I get to the 10-year capital plan, but we have come forward with capital changes for council to review or debate. There is that section of the capital budget that is also council's request. So council has a few requests. So if you did not see them in the operating section, likely they are capital requests. And then the 10-year capital plan. So this is the planning tool to look at the 5-year out plan, and then the additional 5 years are a forecast. It's important to really look at that long-term plan. And the thing I did want to bring to council's attention is last year when we came forward, we suggested that we would have 30 million in asks for 2026 capital. We are at 8.8 million, which is kudos to staff that we really looked and prioritized projects that had to be done and brought them forward this year, knowing that the landscape that we're in from a budget perspective. And lastly, fees and charges. So this year, another kudos to staff. This year, fees and charges are part of this process so that we can look at holistically everything that affects the budget and the revenue for the town. Next slide, please. So this slide, you have seen a version of it in the staff report that was presented. So I wanted to just talk about a few things. So the 4 areas that are highlighted in blue are the changes since the budget binder was created. So the draw from Community Safety Reserve, we had anticipated it would be 375,000 due to the program ending, the provincial ending of the program in mid-November. The revenue will be 250,000. So we wanted to highlight that. There is the sale of land to NT Power that we just spoke about. It is in the amount of 800,000. And so we've added that in here. And then to Mr. Sobel's also comment on the lease lost is just shy of 50,000. So that is a change as well. So that would be added back on to the tax. And then lastly, the agency boards and commissions came forward after the budget was provided to council and to the public. And there are additional costs of 49,600 that were added from the agency boards and commission. I will just note as well that from the OPP costs, we got confirmation that cost is actually 564,000, I believe 169. So there is additional that we will actually correct when we show you that screen in the final tally. So we did confirm that we were at the top 11% from an OPP charge. So the other thing I want to draw to your attention to, so this is the good news story, I think from a staff perspective. So staff worked really hard to get the base budget where council had asked. So council's direction was come in at or below the rate of inflation. The rate of inflation is 2.1. We had come in at 2.13%. So I think that's a huge win for the organization. There was a lot of work done by staff. So a huge thank you to staff for really, sharpening pencils, as you say, and making that happen. The other part I will note, so the base budget changes as well, is an actual reduction of 0.5%. So if I tally those two together, we are at 1.63% is what staff is coming forward with, and that does include all service level changes, which I know are going to be under discussion today, from both staff and council. And it does include the sale of NT Power. So I think kudos again. So 1.63, that is actually lower. So all the services that we provide, that is actually lower than what the OPP has come in at an increase on. So just wanted to bring that to the forefront. And I guess, and then just to close off before I hand it back to the mayor to go through some of the motions, amending motions, I wanted to just take a moment again to thank staff for the hard work in getting us where we are today, really coming up with some innovative ideas to do reductions and finding ways to do things better. I know that in the new year, I'll do a bit of a plug for water, wastewater, but in the new year, council will get to hear about some of the innovative things that allowed our increase that was projected at 5% to come down to 4%. So I think a lot of really good things have happened from staff. So thank you to everyone involved in the process. And at this time, I will hand it back to the mayor for the motions,
Thank you.
unless there are any questions for me.
Yeah, well, I'm sure there'll be some questions for you before we get started based on the overview. Anybody? Or you want to just dive into it? All right. Oh, Councilor Meredith.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon, and thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to talk a little bit about that, the proposed the capital budget. I think it was 30 million that you stated, and you got it down to 8 million, which is $22 million decrease, right? So I just want to stress out the point that when I came in here in year one in the budget, and I saw those numbers, and then all the asks and all the jobs and the capital projects, and then looking back at the capital projects that are still on the go, and this is where and I'm glad we're striving to the point where where we are right now, from getting that 30 million down to 8. The point I'm saying, it's just that the asks are just ridiculously, you just cannot do that type of work in a year. So you're asking for a lot, putting it on the side, and then the workload just keeps on, and the amounts just keep on getting greater and greater. So I'm glad that we're able to, and going forward, I hope this continues, where we don't just ask these jobs just to get approvals, especially in the next term with a brand new council that are green and asking for the world, but you can't deliver in that time frame. So it's important to see that figure, and I'm glad you pointed it out, from 30 to 8 million, and I hope we continue on that path. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon, and thank you for the cloudy clarification in my mind. My request is simple. Would it be possible to have a printed copy of the changes to the breakdown that was on the screen here? Is that asking too much?
Through your worship, actually, the one most important thing I forgot, and I can't believe I did because we're very excited. Sorry, could I ask you to go back to that screen? Just so you know, I should have explained that better, but and I'm super excited about it. So Jacqueline will be, anytime there is a change to any of the tax impacted numbers, Jacqueline will put up on the screen the changes and how it affects the final number. So you'll notice that the first column are the numbers. The second is tax rate impact. That number will stay solid. It won't change. So at the end of the day, you can see where you've made the changes, where you started today, and where you ended. So any changes, I will throw something out there. So if there's a change to new investments and service level recommendation line, that will go up on the screen. We'll make the dollar change, and you'll see how it affects the final blended rate. So thank you for that question. That was a really important part I missed. Does that help? So then you could have, so you're asking for just to have that in front of you. We could actually make copies, absolutely, get it in front of you. But just to note, we'll always put up the changes, but we will get you a copy.
Thank you. That would help. My memory's in my pencil, so I can go back to that. Thank you.
Maybe before we make that copy, we can get to some of the changes that will be proposed almost immediately, because her copy will be completely stale in a matter of a couple minutes. Because my goal is to start the conversation today with a blended tax increase for Midland residents of 3.15%, not 3.61. So I've got some quick, easy ways to get there. And then if council wants to bring it down even more, right on. And of course, if council wants to make it go higher, then, you know, that's what our debates are going to be about today. So maybe, Councillor, if you'd like this one right now as it is, but I'm hoping in a matter of moments it'll be down to 3.15 or hang on, is it even lower than that? Yeah, 3.15, and then you can use that as a reference. But regardless, we're going to have a live updated version every time we make a change that'll show up on the screen for us. So your call. If you want this one, and then will you want a printed copy every time we make a change, or are you going to be good with the on-screen version?
Just the one on screen for myself. I don't know how the other councillors, maybe I'm the only one that thinks it would be beneficial to see how we progress, but this is great.
We have the technology. Any other questions, council, before we kick off? All right. So as we see on that screen, as we were seeing on the screen, there's a few changes that need to be made in order to make that screen true. So the first motion is that a one-time draw from the Community Safety Reserve be reduced from 375,000 to 250, and that this amount be used to offset community safety related costs in the 2026 operating budget. So council, I need a mover or seconder to get that on the floor. Moved by Councillor Patel, seconded by Councillor East. And what this is we were being a little optimistic about the speed camera revenues that, were projected to come in based on the prolific speeding that was happening on William. However, with the program ending early and, with people's rights to challenge their ticket or potentially to ignore it altogether and have it go to plate denial, which means we will get the money eventually, or the people that have come in and paid, the number had to be sort of reconciled into reality land rather than, aspirational. So that's why it's down to 250. And the proposal is that we add that to the base budget as a one-time, unfortunately, because this program's ended, as we know, a one-time injection to help the ratepayer and get the base budget down by that 250,000, which is about 0.83%. So, Julie, this is really your bag. I mean, I just tried to give a quick summary of it. Is there a deeper dive that you could share with us on the rationale for why the number dropped and why it's being proposed to be used this way?
Through your worship to members of council, sorry. It was reduced because when we originally did the budget projections, we assumed that the program would be up and running right through to the end of the year. It was repealed as of November 14, so we had to pull back on the revenue. This is a optimistic view, or no, a realistic view. I think the revenues are going to be somewhere between 225 and 270. We won't know the full value until everything rolls through with respect to possible appeals and the plate denial. So we're going to have income coming in over the next year here and there. We are well into the positive as of right now, however, so I can tell you that. But the change from 375 to 250 is primarily because of the date change from December 31st to November 14th.
Thank you. And the community safety side of it, because the pledge has always been, even though the government never formally required it, the pledge has always been we would use whatever revenues come from the speeders for traffic calming and community safety initiatives. And community safety initiatives it's a kind of wide open thing. In my mind, this year it's going to go against that massive increase in OPP costs, which is arguably community safety, and which is why it makes sense we're not dumping this into general revenues, because that was the tax grab complaint that people had when municipalities did that. It's going to try and offset this rather staggering increase in OPP costs again this year, which for the public consumption, it went up another $1 million in 1 year. But thanks to the lobbying or whining, as it was characterized by the premier last year, they've given 11% cap to municipalities. So, that they're showing us what they believe is the true cost. It's gone up another $1 million, but we're not paying the $1 million. Thank God. We're paying 11% of that $1 million increase, which is still a staggering increase for us. So the revenues from the camera program certainly help offset these ballooning increases for policing. And there is another 100K coming our way, which was supposed to be a gift from the premier for forcing us to pull the cameras down. There's some steps we have to meet and some reports we have to file or have filed. So we expect to bring that money in, but you won't see that in the budget because it's not done yet. And then there's access to this new slush fund that's taxpayer supported that we can apply to in the spring for traffic calming and community safety things too. But we haven't seen how to do that or when to do it. So again, we're not counting our chickens before they hatch. We're just dealing with what we know right now on the budget. So, Councillor Ball.
Me to speak to now? Do you want me to speak to the Marina Park crosswalk in this section then, if we're talking about putting this on the tax rate towards OPP? It has directly to do with this, though.
Well, it's just funding from the budget. This is an injection into the budget. You're going to be bringing a proposal to draw things out of the budget. How it gets paid for at the end it's really just one pool of money. So when we get to that capital ask question, that can be part of your pitch, basically, because you're suggesting a funding source. So
yes, which would directly impact what you're bringing up right now.
Well, you have two options on this. You can vote against putting this camera money into our budget, in which case, I don't know what happens to it.
No, that's not what
Or,
I'm voting.
or you can vote for it. Like, that's all we're dealing with right now. We can get to the individual capital asks for council much later in the process. But I understand that because we talked ahead of time, your goal is to use this community safety initiative funding to help fund one of your asks, which is completely appropriate to do. But when we get to that section, this-
Okay, that's fine. I just want, we are discussing it going to offset OPP, so you're making that distinction that that's where it's going right now based off of this. So I wanted to have a discussion about that, but if you want to do that later, more than happy to do it later.
yeah, it just from my perspective for the public consumption, I'm making the comparison here that we're not just dumping the camera revenues into general revenue to offset taxes, because we promise not to do that. It has to be used for community safety initiatives or traffic calming. So I'm just making the nexus that right now, my expectation is the reason why it's in that top line is that it's going to be used for community safety funding. And the only one that we have that we don't have any choice about in our budget right now is OPP. So I'm not predisposing the outcome later. I'm just telling you that that's the connection for what we know.
Okay, thank you. I'll wait to discuss this with you later.
Perfect. So any other comments, concerns about putting this on? Okay, Councillor Emeritus.
Yeah, just a comment. Thank you, Mayor Gordon. It's disappointing that this program has ended. You could clearly see in a matter of 2 months, being a lower tier municipality and the challenges we have with funding, that this could not even, could have done a lot of good to our community. So I'm disappointed that the program has ended. And just judging by that line right there, 250,000 decreases by 0.83%, almost 1% off of that. So in 2 months, so it's very disappointing, and it could have eased a lot of pressure off our decisions, and our community could have had could have thrived off of this program. But I imagine for some bad actors down in the city, it brought light to the greed and that they had, those cities had, and it dwindled down to us paying the price, so of not being able to, I think we would have prospered in very many ways in tourism, operation, it would have eased a lot of pain, but just my comment. Thank you.
Oh, you're bang on. And you can see we only ran it for a month and a half, but it was working. It was declining. So, I mean, realistically, our revenues were on the decline because speeding was on a decline. So although the objective isn't to make money, it's to slow people down. The reality is there's always going to be speeders. Therefore, there would always be some form of revenue, especially as we move the camera from one hotspot location to another, which was always the plan. So yeah, it's sad, but I mean, empirical evidence, a month and a half is hard to say that's a trend that we can count on. But when you look at other municipalities, it was echoed by our short-lived implementation that people were changing their driving habits, 36% reduction in speeds over that month and a half. And our revenues were declining as a result, which is exactly what our intent was, to slow people down, to have this thing just pay for itself, not be a huge cash cow. Although I think realistically, as we move this to different locations, people's driving habits would have to be modified in those new locations. I think Midland Point Road was another one. And of course, we have other schools that can go in front of, but it's all academic now. And we'll put the province's $99,000 gift to good use. And whatever slush fund we can apply to in the spring for more traffic calming, we'll use that to offset having to go to people's property taxes to pay for it. Well, unfortunately, it means the tax source becomes your income tax and your sales tax and your gas tax and all the things the province revenue streams are built around. So it doesn't make any sense, but we don't have any choice. Dad said we're doing this, so we can stamp our feet all we want, but we got to do what Dad says. So well said, Councillor Emeritus. It is sad. But the good news is to our ratepayers, we're able to shave off almost 1 point off our top line budget for operations for the town this year. And with the food insecurity and the cost of a family of four's groceries projected to climb by $1,000 next year, this is meaningful. Getting our tax increase as low as reasonably possible is the goal here. That just an eyebrow, or you want to talk? You got our Councillor Patel. Then we'll get into the motion. We'll call the question on this one.
Thank you, Worship. So just echoing comments from the mayor and Councillor Emeritus. if we had the speed camera revenue coming in, that blended rate could be looking at probably 1% or below. Maybe even giving out the checks like the premier did during election. We could have had rebates for our residents, but anyways. It's too bad, so sad, but we have to continue and do the great work that staff has done. And the presentation Madame CEO gave, the one-page budget, I'm really impressed, and we can end this very shortly. Thank you.
All right, so we're calling the question on injecting that 250K into our top line operational. All those in favor? Any opposed? It's carried. Sure, I put these in the right place here. All right, our next offsetting, you'll see under the base budget line, sale of land to NT Power. So this motion reads that the proceeds from the sale of land to NT Power in the amount of $800,000, we're not talking about the 200,000 that's not here yet, be used to offset the 2026 operating budget. Mover? Deputy Mayor Prost, seconded by Councillor East. The proceeds from, sorry, I already read it. So we've heard the rationale for it. Council, is there any further discussion on this, or are we content to put the 800K in? Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. The next one is that the lease revenue in the amount of 49,980 be removed from the 26 operating budget. Again, we've discussed this one, moved by Councillor Major, seconded by Councillor Meredith. Is that good with that one? Yeah. Spreading the wealth around here. So this is the lost revenue that comes from, selling the land to NT Power that happens to have a tower on it that has a lease, a revenue source. So that'll be moving to NT. So this one is definitely a lost revenue to the town, but it comes up with new revenue from the land sale. So we've discussed this one. Any further comments or question on it? All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. All righty. So that basically makes this chart true, what we're seeing on the screen right now. So our current blended rate, counting on the county's 3.5, that ironically passed that more than $1 billion budget in one afternoon. 3.61% is where we're at. So Madam Clerk, am I going by order of what I've got here on the binder? Okay, so the next one up is that the $8,000 for the BIA bollard covers be included in the 2026 operating budget. So I need a mover for that. Councillor East and Councillor Meredith, seconded. So just for the public following along, these are pre-submitted motions from council to make changes to the budget. Whether they go up or they go down, that's entirely up to the motion. And whatever changes are adopted, we will make the adjustments on the screen and we'll see the numbers change accordingly. So what's different this year is you're not seeing the slide deck and the department head is not standing there walking us through line by line of each thing. It's in the budget, has been for the past 3 weeks, and council has had the opportunity to meet with staff, ask questions, and of course, if anything new pops into council's heads right now, nothing precludes us from doing on the fly motions and changes, but these are the ones that are submitted ahead of time, so that's why I'm going to start reading them out. In case people are wondering, where am I getting these from? So is there any questions on that $8,000 the BA bollard covers? Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Looking forward to those. Again, I have a couple of dings on my truck door from those bollards. God love them. I know they're in every other community, but Midland. All right, the next one I have here is that the $20,000 requested by the Midland Cultural Center be included in the 2026 operating budget. I need a mover for that. Councillor Ball, seconded by Councillor McDonald. Okay. Now, Councillor Ball, this is your motion, so got anything to, no? Okay, so there's a complication on this one. And Madam CEO, perhaps we get you to talk about the status of the Midland Cultural Center's, I guess, current owings to the town?
So through your worship, I will start and then I can hand it over to, I think, Miss Lou, but just, so the motions that you have in front of you for the 8,000 for the MCC and then for Ascanonia, those three came as a result of November 26th, the meeting, so we wanted to make sure the changes here were reflected in that. But you are correct, there is amounts owing from the MCC and we have not actually paid the 10,000 that was approved at the beginning of this year. So there is some ins and outs, and I will pass it along if there's any further information to be added.
Thanks. So you do have a member of the board of the MCC in that, Councillor Ball. So you could give us some context, and then we can maybe bring up I think we have some kind of Excel sheet or something, just so council understands these in and out transactions and where we are financially with the MCC. So Councillor Ball.
Sure, I can discuss it. This is not my ask. This came from MCC. We funded them $10,000 for a program last year. They requested to run it all year, so they were requested to have 20 this year. So this is not a council ask. This is their ask, based off of the programming they ran with the $10,000 last year, which we have not paid them yet. So that's what Rhonda's speaking of. We did not give them the $10,000 yet. They currently owe the 2023 and 2025 taxes. So 2025 has not ended yet. They, as you know, have no longer have an executive director. So it's an interim director. So they have worked with the town. The town forwarded them the invoices last week, and they did have a meeting and they do plan to pay that. They didn't have a copy of the invoices prior, was buried in an email somewhere, wasn't dealt with the old executive director. That's a mute point now because that executive director is no longer there. So they plan to fully pay those bills, as well as accept the 10,000 and hopefully the 20,000 that we hopefully approve for them to run the programming. But those are two separate things. The programming money that they're asking for has nothing to do with the insurance, which they fully plan to pay. It's in their budget. It's highlighted on their budget. They just weren't aware that that hadn't actually gone out of their budget because their executive director was handling that and is no longer with them. So that has been rectified. They have the new invoices as of last week, and they are planning to pay it. I know they did have a meeting, and they have a meeting tonight as well to go over the financials. So they're fully planning to pay that as of this, like before year end.
All right, thank you. And because like first you said taxes, but I know you meant insurance. So yeah, this was for previous insurance.
Insurance.
Right. Okay, so do we have that sort of summary that just shows money in, money out, that just for context? Because effectively by giving them the 30,000, they're still in the hole. So it's kind of symbolic if we give them money because they owe us more than that. So if we can have that up on the deck, that would be helpful. Councilor Meredith, do you have a question? Oh, okay.
I mean, this is a different budget. Like we're not the 2023 year that they haven't paid us for. That was in the 2023 budget. So we haven't collected that, but that has nothing to do with the 2025 budget or 2026 budget. They're different budget years. So yes, we haven't paid them and yes, we haven't got the money, but that has nothing to do with the 2026 ask.
So maybe finance could just walk us, or maybe Madam CEO, just walk us through what this is showing. It's basically a statement of accounts, right? With the proposed 20,000 increase for this year.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, so what you're seeing on screen here, the first two items are the outstanding invoices that Councillor Ball has spoken to. Those are for the 2023 insurance premiums and the 2025 insurance premiums. Next, you will see that Council approved $10,000 to be paid to the MCC through the 2025 budget process last year for programming. And then the two items down below are the things we will address through this budget cycle for 2026. They have their $20,000 request, which is new. And in January of 2026, the amount of insurance that we will be billing them is $9,980.
Okay, so in a nutshell, if we approve this 20,000, it's basically just going off of their debt. So they're not actually going to get a check from the town of Midland for $20,000. We're just going to say that what you owe us is now down to $11,673.68. And so we're effectively forgiving some debt with this money, even though technically it's being asked for programming, because there's outstanding amounts. It really just like, you can charge things on your credit card and you keep paying. You're not paying for what you just paid for. You're paying for what was owing on your credit card statement. So this was just important to understand where they are financially right now. And I'm glad to hear there's a path to, being caught up and current. But the reality is what we're being asked to do, whether it's for their, this programming, in reality, it's just going against their outstanding receivable here. So Councillor Bell?
I think that yes, in reality, that is what will happen. But when you're looking at it from a budgetary standpoint per each year in like a profit and loss statement, we do still have to say we're giving $20,000 in 2026. Whether that money comes back to us for their late invoices or not, like we can look at it this way, but from our budget from 2023, 2024, 2025, 2026, each line is allocated differently. So we are still approving $20,000 towards them, whether they pay that back and pay more to us. If that makes sense, like, yes, we can look at it that way, but we still have to allocate $20,000 as a budget line.
Councillor Meredith?
Thank you. Yeah, to keep the accounting straight, you are correct, Councillor Ball. I would just put all this contingent on them getting current with our with the books, and once they're current, you could release the 30. So it's an in and out. It's we could hold it back, but for line items and accounting practices, but I would just put in the motion contingent that they become current, then we can release the 30,000. If well, 10,000 from last year hasn't been released from what I'm looking at here, right? Amount owing. So
can we offset that $10,000 to the 2025 insurance premium then? So it's in the same year, because cutting them a check for 30,000, like that's in a different year. We are owed them that of last year. Of course, we have to give them the 10,000 from this year then, not a check for 30,000 in 2026. That's 2 different years.
if I may add that it's just accounting practices, I guess just a line item, keep it current because it was approved in the 2024, 2025 budget. So how it's done, it doesn't really matter. It's the only thing I want to see is it's contingent on releasing all those funds, that they become current. That is if we are supporting the $10,000 increase over for the program over 2025. So if anybody has discussion on that, then we can carry forward. But I just think that contingency should be in place. Thank you.
I hear the printer going, so it sounds like there's an amendment being printed out. Councillor East?
To your worship. So I'm just a bit confused because when we had that deputation, I was under the impression that she was able to successfully run all those programs with the $10,000 already. Okay, so let me back up again as well. I don't understand how you can't pay your insurance for years without the building closing. My insurance would have closed my store a long time ago had I not paid these things. So where's the money?
So we paid the insurance for them. And the way that it was presented in the 2024 budget was that instead of putting 2023 first and 2024 second, they presented 2024 first. So we approved to pay the insurance for 2024, but that left a balance from 2023.
Thank you. And just to follow up, so you might be able to explain that 10,000 to me then from the deputation, because in that deputation, she explained that she was able to run those programs with the 10,000 and she was looking for an additional 10,000 to compound on top of the other 10.
So they did run that programming, but they would be running it under debt right now because they haven't received that 10,000. So they did run the programming with the allocated funds in their budget, but they have not received those funds. So it's the same as when you're renting out a place and then you invoice them and they don't pay you. Like you're still running with that budget and it's allocated towards certain things, but they just haven't received the funds from us. Similar to if they rented it out and they didn't get paid right away. They're still basing that income as income earned.
Basically, the money they would have normally transferred to us to pay for their insurance, they used to pay for their programming. Just so again, it's accounting, but I think to Councilor Meredith's point, if they get current and pay all their back, then it gives us the ability to give them new money. Much like, think of any business relationship, you're not going to ship a client who owes you a bunch of money, more product until they are current on their outstanding receivables. So, and sounds like there's a path to get there and they've been working hard. I'll give them that. But it's important for transparency that we show people the status of that account. Councillor Patel and then Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. So it's basically their line of credit is maxed and there's a negative 11,000. So until that negative 11 is paid off, we can't be giving them any money. So it's a simple accounting procedure here, and we might be complicating it, but they gave us 11,673, and next year they come back with 20 with zero balance. We give them 20. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. That's where my question of clarification is with the amendment to the motion. Does current include 2023 and 2025? Or are you adding 2026 for current as well? For the contingency of getting current. Current is 2023 and 2025? Not, okay. That's my understanding of current.
All right, so we have an amendment and are we going to deal with this like as a kind of a do-over with the same mover and seconder, or are we going to go through the amending process? Okay, all right. All right, so if my mover, Councillor Ball and Councillor Meredith, if you're content with the new language that says that $20,000 requested by the Midland Cultural Center be included in the 2026 operating budget contingent upon the Midland Cultural Center paying their outstanding 2023 and 2025 debt. We good with that, Council? All right, so Donald. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. All right, next coming to us from our ABCs was that $19,600 requested by the Ascanonia Senior Center be included in the 2026 operating budget. And Council, this was I think the only budget question, and it was our initiative, asking staff for clarity, just to understand how we're changing the sort of lease arrangement for Ascanonia to more align with like Boys and Girls Club. So everything is neat and tidy for them getting their funding from the province moving forward. So again, a bit more of a shell game exercise, but it was all explained to us a couple of times during that meeting, and then I'm going to follow-up email with details. So any questions? Or first of all, I need a mover and a seconder to get this on the floor. Councillor East, Deputy Mayor Prost. Any questions, comments, concerns before I call the question on it? Everyone's clarity good? Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Okie dokie. Now we get to the one that, because we haven't made any changes to the graphic, by the way, we're still sitting at 3.61 blended. I've got one to go on the floor here, that the service level change request for 2 firefighters in the amount of 196,683 be removed from the 2026 operating budget. I need a mover and seconder for that. Councillor Meredith. And Councillor Ball. And this one, if it succeeds, brings us down to 3.15, if my math serves me correctly. So, Councillor Meredith, I know you're moving this one, but I had a good long drive home chat with Chief yesterday about this request, because clearly these firefighters were in the budget that was published, which means the intention was to support those. However, in our drive to try and knock this tax increase down as low as responsibly possible, trying to find ways that didn't impair town safety and also is just fair across the board. And in my conversations with Chief, and I'm sure you'll get some questions about this, because I've also had some conversations with Councillor Meredith about this. This kind of feels like, well, we either pay for budgeted firefighters, and that's easy for you to manage, or we just pay for the overtime that's incurred by not having budgeted firefighters because of the callouts. And some of the questions I think you're about to get asked is, you know, we can accept that reality, but is the overtime that we're likely to incur, notwithstanding ice storms and other acts of God, is the general overtime that we would likely incur less or more than the cost of adding those firefighters this budget cycle? So perhaps I let you start off with talking about the request for the firefighters, why they're important, why they're on this budget, and then there'll be some questions to field. But ultimately, what's on the floor right now is that we remove those from this one purely to try and get the blended tax increase down to the low threes. And unfortunately, this is one of the quickest, easiest ways to do it that, in the opinion of some of us up here, wouldn't impair the community's safety, although it does prolong the agony of having to get the complement of the fire service up to the point where, you know, having to page out generals more often than not is not the norm anymore. So there's kind of the background for those that may be wondering what the heck's Gordon talking about. Chief, take it away.
Thank you, Your Worship, and members of council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this. In 2022, the mayor and council approved a fire master plan. Fire master plan was done by a third party that clearly identified gaps that we had in our municipality and brought forth a metered approach to improving safety. That metered approach showed 2 firefighters per year for 4 years. We missed the first year because of the timing of the presentation. That's why in 2024, there was an ask for 4 firefighters, and council was great and supported that. In 2025, we were asked not to bring forward the ask for these 2 firefighters to allow for other needs in the municipality, and we supported that, and we stayed back. Every single day of deliberations, when I walked in, councillors, plural, including those that are suggesting that we push this off again, asked me how come I didn't bring forth the firefighters. And it made it really difficult to turn around and say, I'm being part of this team. You know, I use this phrase all the time, one team, one dream. And I was supportive of that. But my concern was in 2026 that I'd be coming forth, and everyone knew that. Here we are in 2026, and I'm asking for it again. What it really comes down to is we just spent a lot of money on a feasibility study. We did not amalgamate our fire services with our neighbors because they are comfortable with a 10 to 14 minute response. We were not comfortable with that. When we don't have the 4 firefighters, and I flash the 4 every single time, when we don't have the 4 firefighters on the trucks, we are basically saying we are comfortable with what we weren't comfortable with our neighbors. I cannot have trucks running fire calls, motor vehicle collisions without 4 firefighters. When we're staffed at 4, as soon as you have training, vacations, courses of any sort, sick time, we're down to 3, and we're triggering general alarms. Thus far in 2025, we triggered 49 general alarms due to staffing. Council had asked when I was here a few months ago, with the addition of 4, how has that decreased our numbers? Prior to the 4, we had over 138 general alarms due to staffing. With the 4, it brought us down to the 49. So 49 times our firefighters sat on the tarmac waiting for people to show up so that we can run. So basically, this is a decision on, do we want to turn around and pay the money, which we are paying already? So far with the 49 calls, we spent just under $80,000. That's almost one full firefighter when we look at their base salary at the probationary rate for 3-hour increments for general alarms. The wear and tear on staff is another challenge that I have because people keep coming back. The volunteers that are business owners are shutting down their businesses in order to accommodate the need of this municipality. So instead of spreading the need and the cost for these members to respond to calls, we're asking few to do things, including shutting down their businesses, to come help the municipality. What I present to you today is an ask to increase our numbers so that when the tone goes out, when people that are having the worst day of their life, they know that 80 seconds the truck is rolling, 4 to 6 minutes, there's a firefighter there to provide the help. At the end of the day, we're going to get there. I have the unique opportunity that if I need staffing, I simply trigger a general alarm. It costs a lot of money. It's not efficient and it's not quick, but at the end of the day, we get our people. It wears people down. It doesn't seem like the right way to go. But as I've said to you before, I will work with the mayor and council, with the staff that's provided to me. There are several things that we've done. We've pushed off equipment so that we can decrease the demands to the community. We've done a lot of stuff, including certifying all of our firefighters and our officers. So now when it comes to our neighbors needing instructors, we send them there and offset those costs with revenue. Alone this year, we brought in $152,000 worth of revenue that we haven't done in the past. And we were able to do that because we have a full-time admin that can invoice for OPP false alarms. She can invoice for fire department false alarms. Burn permits are up because now if you don't have a burn permit and you're burning, you'll be charged. We have recoveries for hazmat, fire costs. So we're bringing in revenue, we're applying for grants, we're doing what we can to offset this cost. At the end of the day, without me wanting to go in too far into why, adding these members allows us to roll the truck within 80 seconds of that call. Without those members there, when we're down to 3 for specific calls, we have to sit on the tarmac and wait. And for those that have not been a volunteer, you have no idea how that feels to receive those calls and you're ready to go, but you sit and wait. We do proactive work, so Butter Tart Festival, weather events where we upstaff. And that's at a cost because we don't have the people there, because we can't wait. In a weather event with heavy snowfalls, and we've had them a lot last year and again this year already, we can't wait for people to show up, but we can't roll the truck until they show up. So it's a catch-22. At the end of the day, whatever mayor and council decides, we will make work. I could not stand in front of you and not fight for these 2 members, because my job is to provide the best level of service in the most cost-effective way. Unfortunately, it's like in buying your insurance for your house and your car. Nobody likes to pay for it until something goes pear-shaped. And then when that happens, they're darn happy that they have the right coverage. This is allowing us to turn around and keep with what the fire master plan says we should do, what we've laid out as a plan. It's identified in the community risk assessment. The town worked with the union and secured a 5th class probationary firefighter wage, which decreased the cost of those firefighters by 10%. There's not too many municipalities that have that, but that's what we've done to lessen the burden on the community. So we have a metered approach. The union has agreed through negotiations to decrease it by 10%. So everything is pointing us in that direction. At the end of the day, mayor and council have to decide, are we okay with an 80-second response out the door, wheels rolling, and a 4 to 6 minute to 90% of the community? Or are we okay with a 10 to 14-minute response? And that's basically the decision made today. One way or another, we're going to get those people there. They're there in 4 to 6 minutes plus the 80. So let's say 8 minutes or 10 to 14 minutes. And that truly is the decision there. I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Chief. And just for clarity, that number on our screen, the 195,683, that is the first class top rate number. And for budgeting purposes, even though you would start someone at fifth, which is significantly lower, is that the top rate, or is that the entry level?
Through your worship, I believe that the entry level salary for 2026 is 70,500 plus the 30% for your benefits. So you're sitting at 92,600 more or less per firefighter. So I believe this number is the 2 firefighters at the probationary rate for the first year. And just for clarity, to get the top rate first class firefighters, it's 5 years. That's what the additional year was. It gave us an additional year. So it's 5 years to get to the first.
All right, thanks. I just want to make sure we know the number we're looking at, what we're talking about. Councilor Emeritus and then Deputy Mayor.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. So you just mentioned the 80-second response time, and in the fire master plan, it's 90-second response time. So you're saying, you keep on saying 80, and then you're saying 10 to 14 response now, which is 8 minutes right now currently, to the scene on average, right? So a few different numbers that were thrown out there. So we had our meeting with you and Mr. Hebner, and went through the data and the justification of 2 firefighters and general alarms overtime. General alarms overtime in 2025, when we met, was about $90,000. I guesstimated it would be about 105,000 by the time 2025 ends up. 2024 general alarms overtime was 25,000. So there was a big difference in that number there, and I did ask you why that difference was, and we had some ice storms, we had snowbirds, and then we had to get everybody up to standard, a lot of training and so forth. So then I asked you the question, generally on average, let's say we have in 2026, because 2024 was 25,000 in overtime. 2026, I could guesstimate that, okay, let's go to 60,000 in overtime, right? And then if we look at that number, 195,683 at year 1 versus the 60,000, so it would cost us an extra $60,000 to meet, and I was being generous, going from the 2024, not really looking at the 2025 number, because that's kind of, I guess, inflated, because we have to get everybody to those standards for training. So I'm increasing that by over 100% of 2024 values at around $60,000 versus the 200 we're going to pay for 2 additional firefighters. And when I did an average of on the shoot times, so the shoot time is when firefighters are ready to get on that truck, right? Dressed, ready to get on that truck. And from the shoot time to the response time, that's the difference, is the transportation and getting to the scene. Whether some drivers are better than others, whether there's snow on the road, traffic, whatever it is. So the shoot time, if we're going to have our 4 firefighters, we're expected to get out that door in 90 seconds. So in an average of the 6 months that I did the shoot times in 2025, we were 146 seconds versus the 90 seconds out the door. So a difference of about 56 seconds. So that's what we're dealing here with. So we're average 56 seconds out the door. And I did explain, I did ask the question. I said, why are our shoot times so low? Like why? And it's great, like that we were able to get on the truck in that amount of time. So when we're looking at, if you look at Penetang, they're good with a 14 to 16-minute response time, right? And they're good with that. We've been getting out the door at a great number, and I asked you why. And basically, so we got lucky. There was a fourth guy here. Either someone was training in the gym, or Cal jumped on a truck, or so forth. But we got lucky. Like there's a lot of luck in the 9 months that I've seen. So the averages that I have, data that I have here, doesn't justify right now a $200,000 spend. When I'm happy with $60,000 in general alarm overtime, versus adding 2 more firefighters to the budgetary ask right now. So I'm strictly going on data, and the data tells me if I was in business, spending $200,000 to save $60,000 doesn't make sense. So, and the response time of 146 seconds, the difference from 90 seconds to 146, I'm okay with that. Thank you.
Sir,
Deputy Mayor or Chief, did you have any clarification or anything, or ready for the next one?
if I may, just because there was a lot kind of put out there, and I want to make sure that we're very clear, right? So thank you, Councilor Meredith, and you are correct. We did sit down and go over stuff. Response stats, when we talk about 80 or 90 seconds, NFPA 1710 clearly identifies 80-second shoot time out the door. Why the Fire Master Plan says 90 seconds? I'd have to talk to the creator of the Fire Master Plan. 80 seconds out the door, just for clarification. When we talk about the shoot time, you are correct. We have been lucky because Cal has stopped doing his job as a fire prevention officer, even though in the community risk assessment, it identifies that we need more fire prevention officers doing more of the proactive work. He stopped doing that to jump because there's an emergency, because we're down to 3. He stopped doing what his job is to turn around and deal with the emergency at the time. We have been lucky, and again, the mayor and council have been very supportive and allowed us to build a gym and an environment where people can train and exercise. So when that tone goes off, they go down the stairs and they're there. We have been lucky. And if the decision is to base it on the numbers, again, statistics, you can manipulate it to show whatever you want it to show. You are correct. If you look at it simply that way, without breaking it down, why did that happen? Kale happened to be available. A firefighter happened to be at the fire hall, happened to be on a Wednesday night when our firefighters were there at training. There's a lot of, if this happens, yes. We also, during our discussion, identified what a true call in the middle of the night when there's nobody there. And that's when we saw the significant numbers. When we look at simply with the staffing required, where we've triggered general alarms, because our staffing was at 3 and it requires 4, just that small pocket, there was 49 calls and we're sitting at $80,000. We're halfway there. It more or less pays for half of the demand that we have. And that's for small increments of 3 hours here and 3 hours there. What we're looking at, and our approach is more, we can justify the overtime, but it makes it very hard to stand in front of mayor and council and say, why is your overtime so high? And why are people on the sunshine list? It's because we need to get those 4 people there. What I'm trying to do is stop wearing them down, consistently have, without a doubt, that 80-second out the door response, and provide the level of service that we have decided we wanted here in the municipality. At the end of the day, the councillor is right. We might get lucky and have those people there. Kale might happen to continue doing his work and be available and not get that side of work done in order to jump on a fire truck. People will continue shutting their businesses down to come to respond to the needs of the community. We'll get it there. It's just, it's unknown. The other thing when it comes down to budgeting is overtime is unbudgeted, or it's budgeted to a point, and then after that, we're at the mercy of what happens. When we have the 4 people there, we can plan for that. We can budget out a cost. And that overtime number goes down. I was asked, when you add the firefighters, did it bring it down? I was able to prove it there. And again, with the general tones, there's 49 calls thus far that we would have not triggered a general alarm. Will one completely offset the others? Absolutely not. That's something that was asked of me in the past, and I was very clear that will never offset. You'll never hire enough firefighters to offset all the overtime. We just can't do that. What we can do is keep moving forward based on science, best practices, and the recommendations of our plans, so that when the bell goes off, 80 seconds out the door, the truck is rolling. Bad weather, good weather, traffic, the truck is rolling. It's not interfered by the staff coming here. Thank you for the opportunity to clarify or to speak to councilors.
No, it's a complicated topic. Did you have follow-up on that one, or Deputy Mayor? Okay. Yep, okay.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And thank you once again. So I've been sitting up here for 3 terms of 3 years now, 3 budgets. This is my 4th. Every budget that we've had, I've heard 90-second response times. 90 seconds I've heard. This is the first time I've ever heard of 80 seconds. So you have stipulated 90 seconds out the door. Now I'm hearing 80 seconds. When we're talking about numbers and manipulating, you can't manipulate the numbers. You can't, the numbers are here. This is why I wanted the numbers. This is why that data spreadsheet is so important on everything we do, right? We cannot continue writing a blank check to the fire department. That's why I wanted the data, to justify the asks. And if the ask is justified, which I don't think at this point it is, based on the data. When you talk about luck of all the data that's in there, we are consistently getting lucky. I don't think it's luck, right? So I'm throwing luck out of the equation based on the data. So data is very important. And again, it cannot be manipulated. And I didn't manipulate the numbers. Data's right in front of me. So, and then when you're talking about overtime, your general alarm overtime isn't that high. It's the other, it's the training. That is the category that is high. And in the future, I'd like to put a cap on that. You know, so that we understand on what we can spend, what our limits are. And then if there's something that basically is catastrophic, then you have to come back to council to ask for more overtime dollars. But we cannot continue to sit here and write blank checks, right? So it has to be justified, and you can't come to budget and say, oh, our overtime is $350,000 on the other category. So I am happy with where we stand today, and then next year, you know, the ask will be there. I'm not saying that we're never going to get to eight firefighters. I think right now it's just not justified. Thank you.
Thanks. We'll go to Deputy Mayor, but just on the way there, since we've clearly identified a misprint or a mistake, right? If the provincial standard is 80, but our master plan says 90, then is that a simple procedural edit, and you can bring back to council for us to, you know, fix that? Because clearly we can't have something that flies in the face of the standard.
Through you, your worship, we're talking about a 10-second difference. If that is a major stipulation or major concern, I can get the clarification done. I'm going by the NFPA standard for 1710. And the challenge we have with a fire department that's composite is, depending on who you talk to, they look at 1710 standards, 1720 standards. Why they use 90 seconds, I have the document here. I'll gladly share it. I repeated the information that was provided to me by the fire master plans. It's 10 seconds, Councillor. If that's what is a concern, then I'll concede to the 90 seconds. At the end of the day, there's several staffing issues that come into play when we look at the stats, right? We've
Okay,
upstaffed.
So I didn't want it to, sorry, I didn't mean for it to become back into a debate. I just was saying that if there's a standard, the standard, not a standard, but the standard that competes or, invalidates what we have in our master plan, then we should make our master plan comply with that standard. We can always go better, but we can't be worse, right? Because the standard is the standard. So I'm not telling you to do this, but if you think the master plan needs to be updated to reflect the current standard, then it's your master plan. Just propose a draft and get it to council, just so we don't have this, this confusion in the future. That's just my suggestion, if that makes sense. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Gordon. You answered all my questions, and I had quite a few of them, so there was a lot of information. I am completely in favor of hiring 2 more firefighters. Just in overtime alone, it pretty much pays for 1. And I do think the exhausting your firefighters is not the way to go, right? If you have more firefighters, then it just works better. And I trust you and your department. And I am concerned right now that this ask may be turned down. And I'm wondering if we reduced it to 1, if there may be more support from council. I don't know if I want to put that on the floor because I don't want to wreck anything. I'd rather it be 2. But I think we need to consider safety. Like the chief said, the worst day of your life. And it could be your wife, your husband, your kids. And I don't think we should nickel and dime safety. We just should not.
Was that a question like, would 1 be better than none? I can guess the answer of that, but it's a question, so it's all yours.
Of course, thank you, Your Worship, and to the Deputy Mayor. We have to also remember when we look at the stats, right? We're looking at responses and quick response. There are some proactive stuff that we've done, right? When we have the weather events, we upstaff. That's where your other costs of overtime keep going up, right? We do proactive work. When the Butter Tart Festival is here, we upstaff. That costs money. When the snowbirds come, we upstaff. That costs money. But it's to turn around and address the challenges that are in place, right? When the weather events happen, we can't sit and wait, right? So those numbers are there. So it's a bigger picture. I'm flinging things around. It's a bigger picture, right? And that's where when I say the stats or the information is really hard to turn around and just look at it from one end, because it's a big picture thing. To the Deputy Mayor's question, is 1 better than none? Absolutely. What 1 does is it allows me to put 1 firefighter on 1 of the 4 shifts, and that shift will always have 4 people. And that means that when the bell goes off, they're out the door 80, 90 seconds, whichever number we want to use, immediately. What it does is it'll bring the numbers down. And again, it's if those calls and where you'll see the benefit is when it falls on that, right? The other thing, and we've talked about this and in the past, is to offset some of the costs. What we've done in the past is we've hired halfway through the year. If that makes it more palatable for council, we're more than willing to do that. At the end of the day, the decision to hire both, 1 or none, as we've always done, will work with what the direction given by Mayor and Council. But yes, to answer your question, 1 is better than none, and we'll take whatever, or we'll work with whatever direction Council gives us.
Thank you. My question would be for the clerk. I don't want to, just in case council approved 2, I don't really want to put 1 on the floor. How would that work?
Through you, Mayor Gordon, to Deputy Mayor Prost. The motion that's on the floor is for 2. If you wanted to make an amendment to reduce it to 1, you would have to propose the amendment before the vote is called on 2. So either you vote for 2 or see if there's support for 1.
I think I have to gamble with the amendment down to 1. I'd rather one than none.
So perhaps before you throw the amendment on, because then it kind of stops the regular chain of conversation, if you're content with that. Counselor Ball, and then I got some more hands over here. So we're still talking about the current motion on the floor, which is the potential to remove 2 firefighters. And then we can deal with perhaps one after everyone's had a chance to talk about notion of removing firefighters, period, or not doing so. So Counselor Ball.
Thank you. I want to kind of offer, I don't want to offer an amendment at this point, but kind of a consideration to this topic, similar to Deputy Mayor, of reducing the numbers. I think that Councillor Meredith was giving us numbers that are, attested to luck. That luck seems a lot of the time to be Kale. So I agree that Kale putting aside his job to do you want to say something first?
Madam Clerk? Is it, could we set amendment?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, the only discussion that can take place right now is the amendment to reduce it to 1 firefighter. As soon as the amendment's on the floor, we have to just discuss the amendment, and then if that fails, then we go back to the main amendment.
Do we need a seconder for the amendment? Because it wasn't formally tabled and we don't have a seconder for it yet. So it's kind of like in the notion that there may be an impending amendment.
Okay, my apologies. I thought Deputy Mayor and Councillor Patel had seconded the amendment, but maybe they haven't. Just for clarification, do you have a mover and a seconder for? Yeah.
Okay, so now we formalize it. We have an amendment on the floor. The discussion can continue around the validity, but we're dealing with the amendment is for 1 firefighter. So if
That's
you're
the
arguing for,
discussion.
if you're
Sorry.
arguing for no firefighters, it's the same argument. If you're arguing now that you support 1 rather than 2, that's great too. So we got to deal with this because now we have this amendment on the floor. So Councillor Ball, back to you, and then we'll go to my right.
Yeah, thank you. This doesn't change anything from my point. So we're attesting Kale to being the one that's jumping on these calls, which puts his work aside, as well as your discussion that his job could be duplicated. He has enough work. In the fire master plan that is allocating more resources to go towards fire prevention officers. I would like to propose, I don't want to amend, just throwing it out for discussion, that I would rather see money go towards hiring somebody that does Kale's job, a fire prevention officer, and an opposite shift of Kale that jumps on fire calls, so that we always have 4 firefighters there and his workload isn't put together.
Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Amending motions are tricky, and procedurally, you can only be speaking about the amendment that's on the floor that is to reduce to 1 firefighter.
It's the same either. I'm proposing that we reduce to hire a fire prevention officer instead. So I'm in agreement that we do not hire a firefighter. I would rather hire a fire prevention officer, which is a different cost. And this cost of the firefighters is base level, and it's going to go up every year to get to the 5-year, for the first class. So I would rather see it go to a standard fire prevention officer position. So I don't know how we amend an amendment,
Your Worship, to Councillor Ball, you can't amend an amendment, but if that's the position that you're taking on this, then you would have to decline the amending motion, and then you can propose an additional motion later on for that position.
But then it would already be approved based off of not having this information. So then it would be a moot point.
But procedurally, the amendment that's on the floor is just to deal with the reduction to one firefighter. That's all council can vote on at this time, the one. And then we go back to the original motion of 2. And then if you wanted to amend that again, then that's where the amendment could come in.
And just to be clear, there's no ask for an additional fire prevention officer, and that's not our role to invent new roles or new hiring. Like this would have to be driven by the chief. So this is a completely backwards thing to suggest that we convert a firefighter ask into a fire prevention officer. Like that's not our department, like literally and figuratively. So I know where you're going with it, but that's conversations you should be having with the chief, completely outside of this process. And if, I'm sure he may even jump at that opportunity. That would be an ask that he would bring to council from his lens, not us creating this and putting it on him.
Yeah, we were just justifying that that's why we have been able to get out the door because of him. So
Kale is awesome. But anyway, we got to stick to what we're talking about here, which is the potential to hire one firefighter, because that's the amendment on the floor right now. So we're dealing with one or none is where we're at. So Councillor McDonald.
I don't know whether this is potential to the amendment, but has the mayor calculated what one firefighter would do to the tax rate? And I had another
We'll see that on the screen momentarily.
Thank you.
From your lips to the fingers of whoever's doing that, and we'll see it on the screen. With the removal of 2 firefighters, it's 3.15. So.
can we also have the 5-year? What that would be in 5 years, because that's what we're actually committing to.
All right, so it's been updated right now. So Councillor McDonald, with 1 firefighter, it drops to 3.38 blended. Any other question, or going over here? Good. Okay, Councillor
So I
Patel.
wanted to know what the 5-year increase is, because when we're voting for this, we're really voting for the top rate because they're getting there regardless. So I want to know what the tax rate is going to be at the top rate, because this is the lowest rate.
So, Madam CEO, and then we really got to get some more questions on this side. It's not balanced right now.
So through your worship, I was going to say we just need a few minutes to do some of the calculations on that.
Thank you. And of course, that question is not unique to firefighting. All of our staff have pay bands, right? So anyway, Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Your Worship. So my question to Chief is, since Officer Kale is not able to do his duty, by adding that 1 firefighter we're amending, we could be increasing our revenue because he'd be able to do his job to his full potential. Am I correct on that? Maybe you can clarify that for me. And to Councillor Ball, I think next year he might come with a couple extra asks. Thank you.
Through your worship to Councillor Patel. I'm not sure how to answer the question of increasing revenue. I believe that was your question. Just so that we're clear, we also have our training officer that works out of the fire hall as well. So he also jumps on the truck, right? So we're very lucky in this environment, and I'll tell you, this is very different than any of the environments I've been in 35 years, where your fire prevention officer and your training officer can stop what they're doing and jump onto a suppression truck. That never happens, at least in my world in the 35 years I've been there. So this is amazing. The addition of a firefighter means that on that shift, as long as there's the 4 there, because once we increase that number to 4, that's the minimum. They cannot go below that. Right now we have 4. You can go down to 3, and that's where the challenge becomes, right? Because these people need to have vacation time, attend courses, and so on. Once we have the 4th person or the 5th person on the shift, which means there's a minimum of 4, then that truck never needs to worry about needing someone to jump on, and it can go out the door immediately. And that's where we're at. And again, right, if we have 1, that means 1 or 25% of our shifts will have that coverage. If we have two, 50% of our shifts will have coverage. And then again, right, as I've said before, next year I'm going to come forward requesting another two so that we can meet what was identified in the fire master plan, which allows Kale, in his case, to do what the community risk assessment has said, where we have to do some more proactive work so that we don't end up reactively responding, right? But in the meanwhile, Kale, because he can do both, is able to jump on a truck. Training Officer Caldwell can do the same thing as well. If they're available, they're not tied up, and they happen to be there when this happens. Hope that answers your question.
So my question was, if Kale was able to do his job, then he could set up more fines because he's not stopping to attend fire calls. Is that correct?
So, sorry, through your worship, I'm hoping that we can just maybe rather than use a person, just use a position. Thank you.
My apologies.
I do apologize, Madam CEO. So yes, in theory, the fire prevention officer, his job, their job is to turn around and do proactive work, do inspections, and deal with complaint and requests. Sometimes that results in education. Most of the time, that's what happens. In other times, it involves fines if people don't want to follow the rules and regulation. The goal is always for compliance and improve safety. So yes, if the person in that position is doing more inspections, will improve safety. It's preventing a fire before it happens, preventing an emergency before it happens, and adhering to the code. If people choose not to, then our next step is to turn around and enforce it through our legal approach. I hope that answers your question, Councilor.
One more over here, Councillor Major, and then go back left here.
So I want to thank Councillor Meredith for all his work. He did a yeoman's job of kind of bringing it in easy for us to figure out, which I was struggling with it a bit on my own, but Councillor Meredith really stepped up the plate and got it. So before today, I was totally against two firemen. Like, that was my thought. And since today, I'm more siding with one, and then we'll just, the overtime will look after because after we got 18 full-time firemen, right? I mean, after a while, like, it's, you go around town and everyone's like, well, how many have you got? How many? Look at, and you are right with some of the overtime. Then they show up on the sunshine list. But then you have to explain to people, well, he takes courses, he does this, he does. I'm not naming any firemen, but they take courses, they do this, they do that, and they answer the call at all times. So it's, for me, it's back and forth, but I can't go with two, and reluctantly I go with one.
Councillor East.
Thank you, through your worship. Okay, so as a taxpayer, I don't have a problem in seeing an increase for safety. Almost 4 years ago, we all sat together as town council and made a commitment to our master plan for town safety. That doesn't just mean homeless and thefts and crime. That also means the safety of our homes in Midland. What we have here is an ability to forge a bulletproof fire service for Midland. We don't know what's going to happen in the next term of election, but we have the opportunity here to secure what our dreams was a properly run fire station. To me, even the two firemen, firewomen would be an added benefit and a huge value to not only our master plan, but to the town of Midland safety. You know, I appreciate what Councillor Meredith said about writing empty blank checks to the fire station, but with even the two or the firemen that we're asking to hire, we now know the values that are in front of us, which was 195. We're not signing empty blank checks. Even going back to overtime, that's an empty blank check that we don't know, but we do have the numbers in front of us that we can secure. Whether or not we get voted back in next term, we have left our table knowing that we provided a safe community for Midland for the next term of council who comes in, should we not be re-voted in. We've left something that's running strong, safely, and the way that it was meant to be in our master plan. This was a commitment that all of us said was our main priority and Midland's main priority. So to me, I have no problem even voting in two, because I know the value that we're leaving the legacy to Midland. That couple points on that, truthfully, is irrelevant and when it comes to safety. So I guess my question would be, is if we decided to kibosh the one hiring, could we reevaluate and go back to bringing back the two people, or is that completely quashed? Okay, so what I'm asking our council then is to really look at our commitment to our master plan, which we all committed to. We're leaving a legacy, and that's all I can say. Whether we get voted in or not, we've just left a legacy of safety in Midland. I want you all to think about that.
Sorry, I didn't have my mic on, but just for clarity for Councillor East, if this amendment on the floor for one fails, then we go back to the original motion, which is for two automatically. So there's no like revisiting or any of that stuff. Councillor Meredith? Yep.
I just want to touch on, and it's going to get repeated throughout the budgetary process, is we haven't had any growth, right? Pretty much zero growth this year. We have tons of plans, approved projects, with no shovels on the ground. So if we had growth, and we're going to have not only this ask, we have more asks for staffing. Our staffing costs are ballooning. Next year, you know, we increased to the 60th percentile. We were adding staff with no growth. Repeatedly in this term, we have added staff with no growth. So you show me the growth, I'll approve. But without growth, you're just going to put the burden on the taxpayer year after year after year. We need shovels in the ground. It's not we can't do that. But if you're asking us to approve staffing, which is our biggest, that's our biggest expense, right? Trying to compete for staff. We keep on COLAs, so forth. So show me the growth, and I'll give you your staff hands down, right? Because with the growth, we're going to need staff, but we don't have any growth. So it's bad business to be asking for these budgetary increase in staffing without any growth. So it just doesn't make sense. And the data that I just showed you proves it. We are doing just fine with what we have. As we grow, and we will, and we'll be at it, what the fire master plan says, we are going to get there. And we're going to have more asks from the fire when, you know, today, not just here. So I just, you know, the burden is you know, our taxpayers are, you know, this is one way we could reduce the tax rate to 3.15 right here on this decision. So I'd love for you to have a full staff, and I applaud Cal and whoever, all your staff, you know, not just the fire. You should be operating your job and your position going over and above, not looking at, you know, to the next guy next to you. Well, that's not my job, right? I don't pick up whether it's garbage off the street or whatever. No, you go over and above for your community, and that's what Cal does. So I'm not basing a decision on, oh, Cal's overworked or he's not doing his job. Cal likes to do his job. The firefighter that closes his business, right? He wants to come in and help the community. That's going over and above. And that's what I expect for every employee in the town of Midland. Thank you.
I know we said it before, but just for clarity, we can't be using staff names. We've got to talk about positions, right? It came up. We all knew what we're talking about, and we're lavishing praises on them, but still we're trying to make this person agnostic and just about positions. Councillor Ball.
Thanks. I just wanted to speak to the community safety. Apparently, I can't help you out and invent you a position here today, so um, I have to agree with Councilor Meredith because the 8 to 10 minute response time that we're hearing, that's not the case. It's actually far from it. So if our 9 months of data are showing that we're going to save like, what is it, 40 to 50 seconds? That's not, and this is an 11,600 increase each year to get to the top rate in 5 years. $58,600 after 5 years. That's what we're going to be paying. So that's over $100,000 on if we have two, 58,600 for one. That's what, and yes, every staff member has a raise, but not a raise to this extent. And I say the same thing at every staff ask, that we have to look at it from what we're actually approving. We're approving an increase every year. So I agree. Community safety is a huge initiative. I am very on board with it, but this is saving like 40 seconds of time for it's going to be almost $400,000 or so that doesn't justify it. If it was 8 to 10 minutes, that does, but this is the first time we're seeing the shoot times and actually what we're out the door in. We're not out the door in 8 to 10 minutes or 3 minutes. Like it's a matter of 40 to 50 seconds difference.
All right, so unless there's anybody else, council, the question that we're going to be asking is to reduce it's moved by Deputy Mayor Prost, seconded by Councilor Patel, that the service level change request for 2 firefighters be reduced to 1 firefighter in the amount of $97,841.50. If this one passes, Chief's getting a firefighter. If this fails, we go back to the original motion, which was for 2. If it passes, he's getting 2. If it fails, he's getting none. So just so we're clear on where we're at, this motion on the floor is for 1 right now. So we'll call in. Are we good to call the question, or is there any other discussion? Okay, so all in favor of the motion on the floor, which
Recorded
is
vote, please.
Okay, recorded vote for 1 firefighter.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. Council, you've heard the question. When I call your name, please say yes or no. Councillor Bald,
No.
Deputy Mayor Prost,
Yes.
Councillor McDonald,
No.
Councillor Patel,
Yes.
Councillor East,
Yes.
Councillor Meredith,
No.
Councillor Major,
Yes.
Councillor Ball,
No.
and Mayor Gordon.
No.
Motion.
Oh, that sounded kind of ominous. It's not my computer. Someone's got their speaker on. Or is it a mic? I must have hit the space bar because my mic unmuted. Sorry, I'm looking around blaming everybody else. My bad. Sorry for that. All right, so that motion failed. So now we're back to the original motion, which is for 2 firefighters. And a recorded vote is being requested by Councilor East. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. Just to clarify, the motion is to remove the 2 firefighters.
Yes, thank you. That is correct. That was the original motion on the floor. So the motion moved by Councilor Meredith, seconded by Councilor Ball, that the service level change request for 2 firefighters in the amount of $195,683 be removed from the 2026 operating budget. Therefore, if you want the 2 firefighters to remain in the budget, because they're in the budget right now, you vote against this. If you want to remove these 2, which gets us to 3.15, then you vote yes. And it's a recorded vote requested by Councilor East.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. Council, you've heard the question. When I call your name, please say yes or no. Counselor Meredith,
Yes.
Counselor McDonald,
Yes.
Counselor Bald. Oh, sorry. I was looking over. Counselor Bald,
No.
Counselor Major,
Yes.
Counselor Patel,
Yes.
Counselor East,
No.
Counselor Ball,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Prost,
No.
and Mayor Gordon.
Yes.
The motion is carried 6-3.
All right, thank you for the good wholesome debate, and thank you, Chief. I told you, we're gonna have a good conversation on this one. All right, so the new number on the screen, if we could. Do we need a little drum roll sound or something every time we do these things? Yep, and actually while you're doing that, why don't we take a quick bio break? And so we'll call it, I always say 5, but realistically it's 10, so we'll be back in 10 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. We are now at another motion, because that's the way this one works. And this is that Councillor Ball, second, and this is that there's no charge for the wristbands on Canada Day. Right now in our budget, there is a charge for wristbands on Canada Day. Last year we ate that, and it would seem to be quite widely well received. So this is a motion by Councillor Ball, seconded by Councillor East, that there is no charge for wristbands on Canada Day. It does have there is a financial impact, of course, to this change, but I wouldn't call it a material impact. Councillor Ball, did you have anything you wanted to share about this motion?
Yes, thank you. I thought that we justified the need to have it free last year, but I was surprised to see it come back. I would just like to state that Midland shows the highest percentage of population living at low income in Simcoe County based on the low income measure. So Simcoe County is 14.2%. So Simcoe County stats show that 8.1% if we're all over Simcoe County. Ours is at 14.2 and Ontario is 10.1. So we are 4% over the Ontario low income measure in Midland alone. We also have one of the highest unemployment rates in Simcoe County, the percentage 12.8%. Simcoe County as a whole is 11.8 and Ontario is 12.2. So we're over that as well. And 20.8% of tenant households in Midland live in subsidized housing. And 42% of Midland renters spend 30% or more of their income on shelter. So our numbers in Midland are very low. I don't think that this number is brought to us enough. I've been working with the health unit as well as Councillor McDonald to look at lowering our, I would say that other municipalities like Aurelia have implemented poverty reduction strategies. We have not, but we do need to start looking at things from a poverty reduction lens, especially with Midland being the highest of all of Simcoe County, being low income. So this is a direct opposite of that. This is making families pay for something that this is a mediocre cost. Like the cost for Canada Day, I got the number of like $40,000, I want to say. You can verify that. That's the number I was given. And I don't understand why we wouldn't look at something like adding like a liquor license to the park for revenue or look at adding other income sources than just straight from families' pockets. It doesn't make any sense to me. I thought that it was justified last year enough to not have it come back. So I was disappointed to see it come back and to have to justify it again. But those are the numbers of Midland. So I don't know if people are aware of that, but we are the lowest in Simcoe County. So we need to be looking at things for our residents from a poverty reduction lens.
Okay, and just so you know, we last year we didn't say for the rest of the term, so staff just have a duty to report back with revenue recommendations since we have very few. So I don't think they were doing that to undermine anything. It's just we didn't give direction to say for the rest of the term. So that's why it's back in there. It's
That's not what I was implying.
just wanted to make sure that in case anybody misinterpreted that, so that the request is that we continue that for the last budget. I think it was up on the screen or is on the screen. I got too many screens going here. $7,000 we're talking. So we'll update the budget summary to show that $7,000. I mean, it's probably not gonna, it's almost a rounding error at this point, but in council, any more discussion on doing this? Yep, so did anyone else want to discuss, or are we good to call the question on eliminating the fee for wristbands for Canada Day? We're good? Okay, call the question. So all those in favor? Any opposed? This is carried. And so we'll see what that new number looks like in a second, just because we'll try and we'll keep that, oh yeah, we need to have more decimal places. But, we committed to showing every change we make to the budget, whether it's additive or subtractive. We'll show what the impact is. Keep Jacqueline's screen share button worn out. So lo and behold, 3.16 is where we're at. So made up one dot. It went up by one. It was 3.12 it was. 1.4, sorry, and we're at 3.16 now. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. I'm I'm a little bewildered with the process. I should probably have digested what we're supposed to be doing by now. But in regards to if I want to address service level change request, I have to put forward the motion to you now, later, or I'm confused on the process because I haven't followed through on some of the places where I have questions.
Yeah, no problem. So we have a series of motions that have been submitted in advance to the clerk. So we're going to go through those. If what you want to talk about happens to be covered by one of these motions, then perfect. If it isn't, and it's the big glaring thing, and we're near the end about to approve the budget as it's amended, then that would be your chance to either just ask a question or to make a motion to make the change up or down.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, so moving along, then we have the capital council requests. So we're there. Perhaps it'll be here. So the first one that we're dealing with is a motion that says, oh.
Sorry, through your worship. It may be helpful to go through all the top operating, so any of the new investment and service level or county committee requests, if there are, or just to ask out if there are none on those, and going down to the capital is good, but I think I heard that there was a change to the operating.
Oh, so while we're still in operating land, yes. So can you make reference to one of the operating?
Do you have operating requests with you? Because I was told we were doing operating first, so we're jumping to capital.
What I've got right now is about the crosswalk, Diamond Sports Field, Museum of Water in Brookside. Those are all capital. All my other motions I've got here are already dealt with. Okay. Oh, we've got some ones that I do not have in my binder or my folder, so that is fine. So we will stay with, Council Emeritus, I believe you have some to introduce.
Yes, I'll start with the 10,000. So this is on page 56 of your binder under the capital. You're welcome. So that the 10,000 for a cultural program to be removed from the tax supported operating budget. So this is my I don't have anything. Sorry. Moved by Council Emeritus.
So throw that over here all
Oh.
Yeah. Perfect. Thank you. I know this is a whole new process for us. So folks, if we look like we're struggling, it's It's the process that's thrust upon us here. So a motion moved by Councilor Maris. This relates to cultural programming being removed. I need a seconder. Get that on the floor. Councilor Major. And that $10,000 from the cultural programming be removed from the tax supported operating budget. Take it away, Councilor Meredith.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. So this is my justification about budgeting. So I look at the cultural program. I look for the ask of $7,000 of the wristbands, but we denied it. So I wasn't sure where that was going to go. So if we're going to take something out of the budget, I got to replace it with something. So the $10,000 was in lieu of what the decision of the wristband was all about. So I don't have an appetite for this can go either way because we did take 7,000 out of the budget because we reinstated the because the 7,000 of revenue it was in the budget. It was added, so we added 7. So I'm taking this out to justify the addition of 7 to get us back to that 3.14. That's how I work with budgets. So give something, you got to take something away. That's why it's called budgeting. So this was my takeaway to stay on board with, getting down to 2.99%. That's my end goal. Thank you.
All right, and just for clarity, did you want to revise this so there's still $3,000 going in? So it is like a net neutral, or did you want to take 10 out in replacement for the 7?
Yep. I'm okay with the 10, right? Yeah. Thank you.
All right, I saw some hands. Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I'm not against this. I am against allocating this as an annual ask. We have the cultural and tourism study, the tourism study coming back. We have not received the results of that. We haven't received I guess, the appetite to how we want to engage people for tourism. So I think this is the cart before the horse type of situation. I'm okay with approving this as a pilot project. I would, I guess, like a little more clarification as to if we've started doing any of these processes or what. This is very generic, but I have no problem with it. I don't think it should be annual. This is like a pilot project as far as I'm concerned that comes back to us after we've received the tourism study results and what they believe we should be allocating our funds to.
Councillor Patel.
So to Councillor Meredith, I know we're talking budgeting and, you add something, remove something. There is a base cost to keep the online platform and the database. So I think there's a dollar value to that. If we get rid of that, all the data and the culture asset map that Midland has collected might be wiped off. And also there is an Indigenous Arts and Culture Week awareness there as well. And I think we're going to be alienating ourselves, by wiping off their culture week. I don't think it's a good idea for such a small ask, but it's up to council. But I just don't agree with removing it completely because it includes the Indigenous Art and Culture Week and the managing the online database. Thank you.
Councillor Ball.
Yeah, I just have a clarifying question about the sunrise ceremony, Indigenous Art and Culture Awareness Week. We were already involved in these. So was this in your operating budget prior to this ask?
Through to Councillor Ball, through Mayor Gordon. The sunrise ceremony and the Indigenous Arts and Cultural Awareness Week was started by the Cultural Alliance. So when the Cultural Alliance folded, we took that on. The Huronia Museum covered the cost of the sunrise ceremony this year, thankfully. But we've been working on cultural programming with absolutely no budget. So we are a culture and tourism division, and this is the budget that we're asking for cultural programming.
So we didn't have any funds in our operating budget once the Cultural Alliance folded. So did that money just disappear? Like, I just want a little clarification on the budget line because I found it a little confusing with the events. I know we talked about that last year about having a more like itemized list of where, and that will come. I'll have another question about kind of the reserve aspect of that. It doesn't necessarily say per event, so I have a hard time following it. So if you can just maybe clarify that for me.
Sure. Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Ball, I'm going to go back in history a little bit. First hired by the town, I had a culture budget of $28,000. Then we formed the Cultural Alliance a few years later. I wasn't using that budget line, so I actually turned it into the Mural Festival. I didn't expect the Cultural Alliance to start to dissolve at all. So I lost my cultural budget for the town of Midland exclusively because we were working on all the cultural programs with the other four partners. Now that the Cultural Alliance has dissolved, when I wrote my report to council earlier this year about the Cultural Alliance dissolving, I said I would come back with a nominal ask. This is the ask that I'm asking for. And it would be an annual budget for things like keeping the asset database going, supporting things like Arts and Cultural Awareness Week, doing some networking opportunities. Culture is separate than tourism as well. So what comes from the tourism strategy may touch a little bit on our cultural history and heritage, but it's not going to be cultural programming based.
Okay, and you touched on the Mural Fest. So the Cultural Alliance went to that, but now we're amalgamating the festivals. Sorry, I have a hard time following it because it's not based by event. So I know you came back after budget last year with it, but I was hoping to see that in budget this year because it is really hard to make decisions based off of events when we don't actually have the event total per event.
To clarify, there was a Culture Midland budget of $28,000, and then I turned that into the Mural Festival. The money that was allocated for the Cultural Alliance, we didn't allocate any of it in 2025. So there was no $10,000 allocation because the Cultural Alliance was dissolving and we were just using surplus funds, and then we allocated what was left to the other two because they hadn't contributed in 2020 to the same level. So there is no cultural funding within the town of Midland right now at all. Does that answer? Does that clarify?
Yeah, it clarifies that. Sorry, but I don't have it in front of me, so maybe you know off the top of your head or someone can pull it up. The Tugboat Fest and Mural Fest amalgamating, the total is it 56,000? That's just a number that I have in my brain from looking at it. I don't know if that's. $15, okay. So it's 15,000. So I was looking at your 100-year festival. Okay, so really you're not asking us for any more. I guess that's what I was trying to think about is that if it's $28,000 and now you're asking for 15 and 10, like it's a wash. It's the same ask. You're just allocating it to different things. That's just where I want to see it. I think that it's really important to be able to understand money going in, money going out, and where it's allocated. So you're not actually asking for an additional ask from years before. You're asking for it to be allocated into different places from what I see. So I just want to I guess understand where you're coming from because I think that looking at it like this, we're looking at it as a whole number, and I don't want to cut anything if you're not even asking for something more, which it doesn't sound like you are.
Thanks. Through to Councillor Ball, through Mayor Gordon. So I'm proposing taking the Mural Festival budget and the budget that we'd have annually for the Tugboat Festival and amalgamating those, but also asking for an additional $15,000. If we want the music to go into the evening, I do need to rent a stage with lights, and I'm going to need a little bit more money to pay the musicians into the evening. So those are those additional costs. So it's taking those two existing budgets. We'll also look for sponsorships and we'll have vendor fees as well. But that's, if we want to have the evening concert portion with the lights and the stage, I do need the extra money.
Okay, so it is additional. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so what we're talking about though is not that new festival. Maybe we can just put the screen back to the 10K. Although I appreciate that was part of this conversation, just to focus our discussion right now on the cultural programming reduction of $10,000. And Karen, what you didn't, it was alluded to, but if you don't get this 10,000, what happens to that cultural asset map database and the hosting for that solution? Does it truly vaporize? I'm typically, when you don't pay for service, that they wipe that data from your tenant and it's gone forever.
Yeah, essentially, if I don't have a culture budget, I would have to delete that map. We are paying for the use of the online platform.
Okay, and Councillor Ball?
I just want to know how much that is by itself then.
I haven't received the invoice for this year yet. It's about $1,400.
Okay, so that potentially leads me back to what my original question was. If we were to do a like for like replacement, that would still leave enough money. So if we reduce this, change this from 10,000 to 7,000, that would leave a bit of money in the kitty for us to maintain that online presence and all the data that's in there. So, Councillor Meredith?
Yeah, and thank you for the, through Mayor Gordon to Ms. Mealing. Thank you for the back and forth clarifications. I thought this was a new ask. I didn't think this programming was different. I would, to Mayor Gordon's, what would, if this was 3,000 to keep that data, and we took away the 7,000, what would be eliminated from this without the 7,000? It's very nominal, so, but it's worth asking the question.
Here to Councillor Meredith through Mayor Gordon. So what we're proposing with the $10,000 is keeping the subscription for the asset database, to take the hallway up in the lobby here and turn it into an exhibition space. That includes artist fees. So we'd be paying them an honorarium to show their work. We change the exhibition 4 times a year. Also having some cultural networking and learning opportunities where we might have a speaker come in for creatives in our community that are looking to turn their passion into a business. Or it might be something where we're bringing in somebody's talking about grants who might help our local organizations seek additional funds. So we'd be renting a hall, paying honorariums for someone to come and speak, having some refreshments. And then the Indigenous Art and Cultural Awareness Week, which includes the sunrise ceremony and marketing components. So with $3,000, I'd have to eliminate the artist exhibition opportunities and all the creative learning opportunities. So I'd have the Indigenous Arts and Cultural Awareness Week for the sunrise ceremony portion, probably very limited marketing, maybe a couple boosted social media posts, and the asset map.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ball?
Thank you. I know this has been brought up before, and I appreciate that you like paying artists. Like, I agree they should be paid, but there is an opportunity to still run this programming with volunteer artists who might want the opportunity without the payment.
Through to Councillor Ball, I believe best practice is to pay the artists. The City of Barrie runs an artist program within their rotunda, and they do pay the fees to their artists as well. We would be on par with what they're paying to their artists. There's something that was established in the 1970s called carfax fees. It's just a schedule of how you would pay artists. So as a municipality, I'm going to always put forward that we do best practice and lead by example.
Thank you, and I agree. But if we don't have the budget, we can still offer the opportunity, and it's up to that person if they want to take that opportunity or not. It still can be run.
Yeah, of course, if an artist chooses that they're content to display their art without any type of remuneration on the hope that someone may click the QR code or whatever and buy it or whatever, and it's always possible. So it wouldn't mean you couldn't run the program. It just mean you'd have to run it with the constraints that, sorry, artists, we don't have any funding to pay you, but if you'd still like to display your art, please do. And if they go, well, what do you mean you're not paying me? Well, that's council direction. There's no money in the budget for that. So that would mean an amendment to this to knock it from 10K to 7. Councillor Meredith?
Yeah, so I would leave a little bit more in the kitty, so I would knock this 10 in half to 5,000. That's what I would propose.
All right, poor Madam Clerk.
Amending motion.
Yeah, so right now it says the 10,000 for the cultural program be removed from the tax supported operating budget. We would make an amending motion, just a replacement, I guess, again, that 5,000 from the cultural programming be removed from the tax operating budget. Is that Is that kind of what we're talking about, council? Is it?
Yes, I just want to put with the direction that we're still running the program.
Well, I mean, yes. So the execution of how that budget is spent is with the staff. Like they have plans to do things and they'll do what they can with the money they have, right? We don't get into the operational direction, right? They do the best they can with the dough they got. It's kind of the way that works from governance. But they've heard the conversation and what our expectations are. So. Just can't handcuff them and give those kind of detailed directions. So we're just going to get an amending replacement swap out motion here for 5K, or do you want me just to handwrite it? I'll just handwrite it. Yes. Very good. We're saving trees here, folks. All right. So moved by Councillor Meredith, seconded by Councillor Major, that 5,000 for cultural programming be removed from the tax supported operating budget. Council, we've had our discussion. All those in favor? Any opposed? All right. That is carried. Any more, Councillor Meredith? Yeah. Yep. Very good. Yeah, just fire it over here. Budget by motion. Okay. Moved by Councillor Mayor. Oh, so I'll read what it is first so we can get a seconder. That the mobile devices be removed with $1,000 from tax supported operating budget and $10,000 from the capital plan. So Councillor Meredith is moving it. Seconder, get on the floor. Councillor Patel. And Councillor Meredith. And could we bring up the page? Page 66. And take it away.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. It basically, I don't think a second device, I'm not in favor of having a second device. I mean, we've gone, I know there's some risks, cybersecurity risks that you listed as a consequence. I think everything's going well now, and I just don't think me carrying two cell phones around is yeah, I don't think it's justified at all. So although it's 1,000 to the tax hit, 10,000 to the from a reserve, I still don't need a second cell phone. Thank you.
I can't think of anyone who would volunteer to carry two phones. It is annoying. Unless there's questions about their justification, I think it was pretty clearly articulated here, and Mr. Hattrick's explained that for security, what we don't probably all want to do is have our personal phones enrolled in the town's mobile device manager, which can track things, and it's a difficult sell in a bring your own device world to have employees or members of the board have tracking stuff put on their phones. So the rationale for this is we get around that whole ickiness and just issue you a phone. I have one issued by the town of Midland, deputy mayor does. That's just standard practice. And that's for my town business. And then I have my personal phone as well. Not fun, agreed. But the alternative is either we don't have security around the town emails and all the stuff that we do for town business on our personal devices. We don't have that security, or we consent to having our phones enrolled in the mobile device manager from the town, which, although I can assure you isn't super invasive, just it feels like it is. And IT will always tell you what they can and can't see when they enroll your phone, and then you have to hope you believe them. And I have this conversation with 300 staff that I have to deal with in my other life, and I still get pushback and people that are skeptical, and then people that are outright conspiracy theorists. But it takes all kinds of folks. They're good people. They just, they wander down some dark rabbit holes. So that we don't have to do any of that if there's a phone issued. So that's where the rationale is for this. Mr. Hattrick, have I mischaracterized any of this?
No, Mr. Mayor, I think you nailed it on the head. It's becoming best practice, even in our insurance questionnaire. They're starting to ask those questions. Are all our devices enrolled? So this is just one of those gaps. There is some risk there, and it's up to council if they choose to accept those risks.
So just for clarity, this isn't a hill I'm dying on. If council, I get why you wouldn't want to carry around two phones. I live that life. I'm in support of having this removed if it's council's will, but I just want you to be fully understanding of what the rationale is for this ask and that it wasn't just kind of a trivial IT spend thing, because is always a cost center in every budget. So Councillor Ball.
Thanks. I guess if you're going to force me to enroll my phone that I pay for into the town's program, then I would rather have a town paid for and issued device. I think this is just a weird ask in this year to me. We've had the same security measure this entire time, and this should be, I guess it's going into the 2026, if you're saying, is that it would be approved for the new council coming in? Okay, all right. So then I'm fine with it then.
Councillor McDonald. You're not broadcasting, sorry. I know the light's on, but nobody's home. Pull it out a bit more so they can see the roof. But pull that whole handset thing towards you.
Okay, here we go. Thank you, Mayor Gordon. Does the $11,000 just cover the cost of the phone? Or have you calculated the monthly costs of the program and would our numbers change and blah, blah, blah?
So as this is for incoming council, the operating, it's a very low hit in 2026, I think $1,000. And then $10,000 is for the actual devices themselves, protective cases, screen protectors, chargers, that sort of thing.
I'm inclined, if I may, Mayor Gordon, to, I can understand town issued devices would simplify support for the IT management. But we've been 3 years in and so far so good. There's the protection firewall to put on my personal phone. I would much prefer that for the emails coming from to me from the town. But money in the budget for microphones, no. So I'm leaning towards not supporting this request.
Councillor Emeritus, and then Councillor Patel, and back to Councillor Ball, I think. Is that the, oh, you're starting to use the same symbolism as Councillor Emeritus. Go ahead, Councillor Emeritus.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor Gordon. Thank you for the explanation. So if we do not get a second cell phone, you're saying that you're going to be putting some type of program on our phone for the town for cybersecurity, or is everything's going to stay status quo as it is these last 3 years? Because if that's the case, then maybe councilors would want that second phone. But I know for myself that second phone will probably be staying at home, and I won't be able to do downtown business or in the car. I won't be carrying it around with me. So I'd rather have the town business on my phone as status quo is now, unless something's going to change with this, you're going to download some type of thing on my phone. As clear as possible, because I'm not an IT expert. So by any means, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Councillor. Yes, the intention would be to install remote management on the phone. As the mayor mentioned earlier, this doesn't mean that we're watching what you do, where you are, that sort of thing. It's not intended as tracking. What it does is it tells us that the device is up to date and that there's proper security in place on the phone so that the town data is protected. In the event that your phone is lost, then we'd be able to remove the town data from your personal phone. I will say that that we can only do that if your personal phone is modern, up to date. Older phones can't be enrolled. We have struggled with getting some multi-factor authentication on some of the councillors' personal devices through this term. There's other mitigations we can put in place to help with that. But my intention would be to have any device connecting to the town, to the town's infrastructure, be protected in one form or the other. And I would always suggest carrying two phones. You get used to it.
Okay, just to follow up. So to be clear right now, so what you're proposing to put on our phones is not on our phones right now in this term. Okay, so then you talked about these are the costs of the phones. So what is the cost of the monthly subscription? Is it it's I'm sure it's combined into the whole network of the town's phones. So has there been a cost differential if we get these 10 phones? I'm probably nominal, but I thought I'd ask the question.
So the way we've laid it out here in the first year, we budgeted $1,000 on the operating costs for the phone. It's probably a little lower than that for the next year. The subscription runs on a tiered, so if you don't use the phone, it's very cost very little each month, all the way up to I think a maximum of around $60. So I'd anticipate that it would cost around $4,000 additional in 2027.
Thank you. And has that been embedded in this budget already somewhere down the line? Like we have the 10,000, 11,000 for the cost. So is the additional 4,000 in somewhere in this budget?
That would be in the 2027 budget, I believe. So the $1,000 operating hit for 2026 is what you see on the tax rate on the form in front of you.
Okay, thank you. So if this gets approved, you'll get the phones basically up and running just before election of 2026, and then they'll be on the 2027 budget because we'll be okay. Thank you.
Councillor Patel?
What kind of phone are they? 17 Pro Max is what we're expecting.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we'd identify the phone type later into the process. Probably not top of the line. We usually buy one model year back because there's some huge cost savings when we do that. But it would be a very modern phone.
Deputy Mayor?
I was just going to add that I do have a town phone and I didn't think I'd get used to it, but it's so much easier. It's just for town stuff. And my personal phone is my personal phone and I like to keep them separate, right? For me, I like it. And that's all. It's not that hard to start carrying too, especially if you have a purse.
All right, so we got to issue purses to all the male councillors. Councillor Patel, a follow-up, then Councillor Major.
So we're gonna need a purse and a case and a screen protector.
European carry-all, I think, is the preferred. Yes, yeah, exactly. Councillor Major.
So for me, I don't know how I'd handle this because I got a company phone that rings that I have to answer. My phone that depends who's calling if I answer it. And now the town phone, and then a couple of the staff that I have conversations with. So with the new town phone, they probably won't take my calls anymore.
Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I'm just going to jump to, I had a question about another phone plan that was I think it's in the operating for the harbor, page 33. So when you're giving me these numbers, we're approximating $4,000 per year. So that's $571.43 per the 7 councillors that don't have phones now. But the approval for these phones for the harbor master and the harbor master assistant is $600 per phone plan, which is not a yearly cost. I'm just trying to figure out where we're getting these numbers from because they don't seem to be the same per month.
I'll invite Karen to speak to that.
Yeah, it hasn't, it's different departments, but I had it flagged somewhere else. So we're talking about phones.
Yes, so the harbor operating budget already includes the phone for the harbor master. The extra $600 is to propose a phone for one of the summer students who works all the weekends. So that they would be able to give that phone number out to any of the boaters who needed to reach summer staff while they're there at the harbor. So we already have the budget for the harbor master. That's already covered. That's already in the budget already.
Yes, sorry, that's not my question. I understand the ask. My question is, that's not a yearly cost. So we're asking for the cost per year that we're quoting right now is $571.43 for the year, based off of $4,000 in 2027 divided by 7 people that are getting phones. Your ask for the harbor master is $600 per phone, so 2 phones, $1,200, which is not a yearly cost. So your cost is more than the yearly cost that we're quoting right now for 4 or 5 months of the year. I'm just trying to understand where this cost is coming from, and if we're getting a better deal on this end, why aren't we using it in this budget? Like, we should have the same phone costs.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Yeah, my apologies. So I just ran some quick math. Like I said, we always try to budget the cell phone costs at the maximum usage, even if they're used or not. So a quick calculation tells me it's about $528 annually for a phone. So when I said the 4,000, I was kind of running off memory. So that would be $3,700.
So that's less. So that makes me question even more. I don't understand. Like, I know these are just like tiny little numbers, but when we're adding tiny little numbers all together into every single line, it adds up to a lot. So if you can get a better deal for like $371 a year, but we're doing double that for half of the year at a harbor master's phone. Like, the harbor master doesn't have a phone for a whole year. So we're proving $600 per phone, so $1,200. This is not your department. I'm just wondering, when we're talking about phone plans, it doesn't add up to the same amount. Like, $371 a year is a much better deal than $600 for 6 months. So can we get that deal over here in the budget line in the operating costs? Because that.
Through the mayor to the councillor. So I do manage all the portfolio of the fleet. So while there may be a discrepancy in that number, we would not overpay for that phone. So there may have been some confusion when we were putting the document together. My apologies for that, but rest assured we would pay. We would not be paying a top tier rate for any phone if that person is on contract, for example.
Okay, that's perfect. I just want to make sure we're paying the exact same amount across departments. Otherwise, it makes no sense. So then that budget line should be halved. So we shouldn't have to approve an additional $600, because the way that we're seeing it is, for a phone plan, you're saying it's $371 a year. So the $600 in the budget existing would pay for both those phones without adding an additional $600 on the ask this year.
Through the mayor to councillor. So the harbor master position, I believe, has been transitioned to a year-round position. So while there could be some savings there, again, we would not pay for a phone we're not using. We would get the lowest tier, but being that a full-time position, that would be closer to the $400 or $500 range.
Right now, it's labeled as 600, and with an additional $600 ask for the assistant, which is double the amount that we are quoting here to approve for these devices.
Through the mayor to the councillor. Yeah, sorry, I haven't looked at that particular page, so I'm just a little bit lost.
we could.
And it
amend
makes no
that.
difference on the budget line. I just want to be like completely transparent. If we're asking for operating costs above and beyond what we're actually paying, we'll get that actuals that then will then be put into reserves. But if the actuals, which in 2024, the actuals were $294, so we already doubled that ask already. So we should just be reflecting that in the budget. We shouldn't be inflating it so that we have a surplus. Like, it's great to have a surplus, but if we know automatically that this isn't the right cost, then we should be reflective of that. It's kind of a tiny minor semantics, but it does show that a little more transparency that we said that we're going to do. So it's minor. It's not going to affect the budget. We're talking about it, and I would just wanted to draw light that it is an inflated number that we could bring down.
Okay, so back to what we're talking about here right now. The devices, we buy them on like bulk, we group buy these things. And then the licenses to do a lot of this mobile device managers baked into your Office 365 license. And we have unlimited plans, government plans for phones. So it's always all you can eat data. It's actually a really good plan, super cheap for the town. So there's a pool. So to your point, you know, if it's $600 on one person's slide, but it's 800 on the other, what's the discrepancy? It's probably those departments should, you know, perhaps this is a takeaway for next year. Anything to do with things you manage, just make sure that the minutia matches, because at the end of the day, it is a pool of airtime and data plans. So at any rate, so where we're at right now is this motion on the floor that the mobile devices would be removed for the $1,000 tax supported operating budget and $10,000 for the capital plan. Is there still an appetite, council, to remove these, or are we content that this is going to, like, I'm going to call the question anyway, but content that this is moving to the next term anyway? So that would mean you would defeat this motion if you're good with letting this slide through, or you would support it if you want it removed. So if there's no more discussion, I'll call the question. This is a removal. So defeat this if you're content with it to stay. So vote no if you're content with it to stay. Again, because it impacts the 2026. You want a second phone vote? Yes. Yeah, that's an easy way to summarize. All right. Seriously? Oh, okay. All right. Don't say those words. It's like saying defer and things. It triggers stuff. The motion is that the mobile devices be removed with $1,000 from the tax supported operating budget and $10,000 from the capital plan. This is a motion to remove something from the budget. So if you say yes, it's removed. If you say no, it stays in, and it only impacts the new term of council. So are we clear on how we're voting on this one? What the ask is? Okay. All those in favor, voting yes, in favor of removing this from the budget, in favor of removing it from the budget. So we have, okay, so by default, then this carries. All those opposed? All right, so this motion is defeated. Sorry, it's defeated. So it stays in. And you're not getting a phone. And until you're reelected, then you're getting a phone. Okay, so if you don't want a second phone, don't run again. The motion was to remove, and it was defeated, so it is staying in. Yeah. These reverse type questions are double negatives, and they're difficult sometimes. All right, so Council Emeritus, pass the duchy. Yeah. On the right-hand side, as it were. Okay. Moved by Council Emeritus, seconded by, well, you got to know what you're seconding, that the 2026 budget request by the Midland Public Library in the amount of $1,710,403 be reduced to $1,583,720. So it's a couple hundred grand, well, $300,000. Well, not quite. It's a couple two and change. I don't know what the logic is, but we're about to hear it. So is there a seconder for reducing the library budget? All right, seconded by Councillor East. So we'll pull up the library budget slide. We're page 87. We're just, Jamie's digging for it. It'll come up on the screen. So I'll just wait for that to appear on the screen. It'll be an ABC budget request page. All right, there we go. So Councilor Emeritus, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. And as I was sifting through this new process last night, I just, went through the library and on page 87, I saw the increase of 130,000, 8.2%. And going back to, actually, and before I continue with that thought, if we go to, and I want to amend this motion to actually reduce it on the salaries and benefits line is 1.3 million, up from 111,000 from last year. So in 2 years' time, those salaries are going to be giving an estimated 5% increase on those salaries. Will be 1.436 million in 2 years. So just taking that into account, I want to kind of stop the bleeding a little bit and change the percent and change the motion to cut that in half, the 9.4% ask to 4.7% on the salaries line. So that would reduce that 111,608 which is the ask this year. What is that number? Sorry, 111,608. Reduce it by 55,800, somewhere around there. And again, looking towards the next 2 years, and I'm not picking on the budget. I'm picking on the gross amount of salaries we're going to be paying out progressively in years to come. So without the growth, as I mentioned before, it all comes to affordability and what we can afford. So, and the tax rate is my main concern, and what I'm looking at is cutting that progressively large number, which is going to balloon, and it is ballooning, and by that amount, whether it's attributed to salaries or some other programming, it's not tied to salaries, it's tied to programming, so or salaries combined. So I have to be the bad guy, but I need to manage. I'm comfortable with managing as much as I can when it comes to this budget, and unfortunately, this is what we're in control of. We're in control of staffing, and that's what can reduce our numbers. And again, I go back to growth. Show me growth, no problem. This isn't even up for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Just for clarity, this is a different animal. We can't go into these lines and make edits to them. This is governed by a board and governed by the Library Act. All we can do is approve their budget or not and change their budget. How it gets applied is entirely up to the board and the Trish who's not here. So she would be telling us this. So I'm just doing that for her, doing her a solid. So if we wanted to reduce this, because they have their salaries and benefits are tied to town increases, which is out of their hands. And we just went through the whole pay equity exercise, which is why there's an increase this year. It's not because it was, making it rain cash. It's just that's what happens when you have these mandatory reviews. They don't really have a choice in this. So if we were to reduce their budget, you won't see this other than, she may have to lay someone off, which is what happened last time when we reduced their budget, right? Or they may have to consider service level changes. But all we can really deal with is that bottom number. We can't get into the weeds of changing the percentage. So I can understand the rationale for you wanting to change the bottom number, but just for everyone's expectation, we can't direct that level of granularity on the library budget. All we can do is a number, bottom line number, and they figure out what they're going to do with less money. Is that fair?
Yeah, and that's what I was alluding, through you, Mayor Gordon, and that's what I was alluding to. You know, that's how I'm getting the rationale of the 9.4%, 4.7%, however that is, which amounts to that $55,000, $60,000. However, they deem appropriate to find, you know, make do without, but it's not tied to anything. So just want to reconfirm that that's what if it wasn't clear, just want to make sure that it is clear now. Thank you.
All right. Councillor Major.
So I agree with Councillor Meredith, and it's up to the board or the staff there to figure out what cuts they're going to do. That has nothing to do with us, just as long as they make the cuts or get it under order.
Councillor Ball.
So last year we did cut their budget at council's discretion. They did have direct programming impacts. They did have direct staffing impacts. And they're, I'd say, one of the only organizations offering a multi-level community engagement. They're offering a programming space for poverty reduction. They're offering learning opportunities. Their staff have to deal with challenges on a daily basis that they almost puts them in the social service realm. They have been a huge engager in community service programs as well as collaboration. I don't think that this is the right place to make cuts. They are directly impacting our community in a positive way. And we saw last year they had to cut that impact because of our decisions last year.
Our library board rep.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. The cost of wages is not controlled. The increase in the cost of wages is because of the Pay Equity Act. To reduce the library, who I can start collaborate over 30 local groups, develop service provider community practices, provide more than 700 hours of programming, reaching roughly 10,000 people, 45,000 items in their collection, programming outreach for children, seniors, book clubs. It's unbelievable the pride we have I have personally in the library. It's an essential service for all our residents, whereas I can just compare it to the town dock. Not all our residences vote. All our residences can use the library. I cannot use the town dock facilities. So I think it's ludicrous to try and cut their budget by that amount. And I'm sorry that some of our councillors don't see the value in the service that the library provides. Just visit it occasionally and you'll be amazed of the positive atmosphere for everyone that participates. So I will definitely, the motion is to reduce. So I will be voting against that motion twofold, threefold. Thank you.
Councillor Meredith.
Can I see that reduction on the screen to see what impact that would make? And I want to add that, yeah, I'd like to add while we're doing that. So that's like $55,804. just to show it on the screen. One, I might add that I don't have anything against the library. I'm here representing the community and from the people who I talk to, you know, that cannot use the library. And I know that, you know, there has been strides made with the safety issues in the library. But I'm here representing constituents that, you know, in conversations. So I'm bringing them up here. You may not agree with me. May not like it. I don't like it. I don't feel great here doing this, right? I don't. Show me the growth and make my job easier. So, but unfortunately, sitting in this chair is not easy, especially at budget time. So the cuts have to come somewhere, and I bring them up. So I encourage other councillors to come and cut and slash at budget, and try to make these difficult you know, try to be in these difficult conversations. But I'll continue to, you know, I praised Trish at the library. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't use names. I praised the efforts of the library staff. So, but unfortunately, this is where I'm at in the budget process of 2026. Thank you.
All right, just for clarity, you said 55,000, but this motion sees a cut of $126,683. So right now we're at 1710403 to be reduced to 1583720, and that's 126,683. So that's what's on the floor. Are you proposing an amendment?
Yes. So last night, as I said, when I was doing this late at night, I just threw in the library to get it on the table. Okay. Or else I would have been right with this discussion would have happened like this without that motion coming in. So correct. I would, I think I did state it at the start that I wanted to amend this motion. So yeah, it was, did you get that number? 55,000, it's a 508 or something like that. 804.
So what is that new number, the reduced to that I'm going to put on this motion? Someone could, oh, you're going to make a new one? Or are you going to put it on the screen? I can just hand bomb it on here. Yeah. We'll just see what that number looks like, and then we'll carry on with our conversations. Well, actually, we can carry on conversations while we're doing the math. Yeah, Councillor McDonald and then Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I just, looking at the harbor budget, they're asking for a 17.3% increase change. That's for what, 8 months of the year? The library's 12 months of the year. There was reference made to Councillor Meredith's comment about some people can't use the library. I'd be interested in knowing why they can't use the library. But that doesn't have to be covered here. But the library is one of Midland's prize possessions, offers of community, poverty reduction, and I think it's a big mistake to reduce their budget at this time.
Councillor Ball?
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to go back to the poverty reduction numbers, that we are the highest population in Simcoe County is living at low income, 4% over in Midland alone. So that's 4% over the Ontario average. And the library is offering programming that directly is giving the ability for people that are living low income to learn new skills, to have additional job training, to access internet that they probably don't have at home, to apply for new jobs. All of those things are through the library. So cutting that actually probably pushes more people into poverty.
Councillor Major?
I recognize all the hard work the library goes, but is the library even the library anymore? They seem to be branching out into so many other things, and isn't there grants or something they could apply for? Because from what I listening to some of the other counselors, to me that the library isn't the library anymore. It's like I don't know what it is, something to do with running everything else, but what they're supposed to be doing is running a library.
Good thing Trish isn't here. Them's his fighting words. She's maybe gonna watch online later. Councillor McDonald.
I would just like to address that the library is a library and libraries have changed with times. So the Making Center, I think it's called the Maker Place, has a librarian. She's a science librarian. And these are amazing opportunities for us to provide, that we do provide. And so our library is a library, and library description of services provided has changed with the whole world. You can get your audiobooks through our library. So again, that's a poverty reduction thing, because I use audiobooks and I was paying for them, and I'm going, I don't have to do that anymore. I can go to the library and get them. So perhaps we could introduce you to more what the library means and how important it is to the community. And the more we can offer, the better we are, the stronger the community. And I just want to mention that the Culture Alliance, they're working on Culture Alliance things. So perhaps we can combine some of our efforts with our tourism and culture, because they're out there reaching in that line as well.
Everyone chimed in. I'm going to go last. So as I try to do, last year I approached our chief librarian and CEO, Trish. She's not our employee, so we can call her that. And I asked her that, you know, I needed the library to take one for the team last year in the budget, and that's what I told her. I also at the same time told her since then too that I wouldn't be doing that again this year. That wasn't like meant to be the slippery slope, and every year it's, you know, eviscerating the library budget. As long as she continues to make super tight budgets, which she does, like, you know, like trying to peel the skin off a grape. She's really, really good at her tight budgeting. And the assessed increase is thrust upon her through things she has no control over, which is, you know, like the staff increases are tied to town wage increases. Could that be renegotiated at some part? I don't know. Like, that'd be complicated and messy, but we probably could try and revisit that, but certainly not during budget cycle. And then regardless, there's the pay equity, which is an exercise that she did jointly with the town, because it would have been cheaper to do it together than to both do it independently. And that's mandated. So her increases, she's not expanding the scope of the library. Matter of fact, there's a request later we're going to be talking about, which is an expanded scope that, you know, I would wonder why isn't it in the library budget, but we'll talk about that after. But the reality is, this is just dealing with pay equity increases. Her hands are tied. She's not even proposing rehiring the person that they had to let go last year. So it's kind of unfortunate that we don't see the ABC asks again, because it would remind us on her slide deck just all the value that our library brings and amazing levels of participation. It's aggravating to the library as well that they have to become this sort of social safety net place partially because of their proximity to a homeless shelter, but also because they're located right in the core of downtown, and libraries in every municipality are suffering the same fate. So I committed to her that I wasn't revisiting or proposing to do anything to her budget this year. So just for clarity, I'm not in support of this reduction, although I understand the rationale, and it's not coming from a mean-spirited place with Councillor Meredith. I totally get it. But I gave my commitment to the library that last year, for the first time ever, their budget was cut, despite many attempts in my previous term by other members of council. And I don't know about before I was watching politics, but that was the first time last year. So this year I'm in support of their budget. I see why it's increasing. The increase is completely out of their hands. And consequently, I don't want to see services cut further at the library. I'd like to see them continue to grow and thrive. And That's, revisiting all the good feelings that we had after getting that ABC presentation. I just can't see the merit. The juice isn't worth the squeeze on this one, as much as I want to keep that tax increase as low as it is, and there it is at 3.01, which is awesome. I just can't do it at the expense of the library this year. So on this one, I won't be able to support it. So unless I've evoked more conversation, we'll call the question on this. So this amended budget in front of me here, the amended motion reads that it's moved by Councillor Meredith, seconded by Councillor East, that the 2026 budget request by the Midland Public Library in the amount of $1,710,403 be reduced by about that 55K to $1,654,599. So if you're voting for this, we're reducing the budget. If you vote against it, the budget remains intact as it's published right now. And a recorded vote's being requested by Councillor McDonald. So turn it over to Madam Clerk. To be clear, for this one, you're going to vote no if you don't want the reduction, and you're going to vote yes if you do want the reduction as proposed.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. Members of council, you've heard the question. When I call your name, please say yes or no. Councillor Patel,
No.
Councillor Major,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Prost,
No.
Councillor East,
No.
Councillor Meredith,
Yes.
Councillor Bald,
No.
Councillor Ball,
No.
Councillor McDonald,
No.
and Mayor Gordon.
No.
The motion is defeated.
You got any more for me? Not at this time? Okay. All right, so then we are going to move to capital. It's now 12:42. Yeah, feeling kind of lunchish. Everyone's kind of peckish. So it is 12:42. And Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. You could perhaps canvass council to see if they had any other motions with respect to the operating budget. And lunch has arrived, so if there are no other motions, we could handle the capital budget after lunch.
All right, operating budget questions going once.
I do have
Councillor
questions.
McDonald.
I would like the opportunity to review the harbor budget, operating budget, which is on page 33. I don't have a motion per se to reduce it. I would just like the opportunity for council to ask some questions on this page, because it's a 17.3% increase. Page 33 of 85 and under the blue tab.
And that's fine, because that honors our commitment to try and run this process as much like the old process as possible. So you could end up with a motion after this conversation, and that's absolutely permitted. So. You may just have questions about it in no motion. That's fine too. Just we weren't doing this for every single slide this way with the new world order. So.
If I may, Mayor Gordon, in regards to the fees and service charges and rentals under the revenue, I guess that was previously approved by our approval of the at a previous budget meeting, correct? We haven't increased the fees for a few years. Is that correct?
Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor McDonald, last year council voted to freeze the seasonal and transient rates of the 2024 rates for 2025. So 2025 rates were the same as 2024.
So if I may, Matt, how would we propose to increase those fees, let's say by inflation rate or 5% or 8%?
Through to Mayor Gordon to Councillor McDonald. The fees and charges show a 2% increase for harbor seasonal fees and transient fees. We've kept it at 2% because we're not at full capacity right now with the harbor. If we were at full capacity, I could see increasing them, 8 to 10%, but keeping them reasonable until we have full occupancy for seasonal rates.
That's page 29 of the fees and charges section, harbor and boat launch.
I'll put it more simpler. Is there any place where we can save some money on this budget?
Through to Councillor McDonald through Mayor Gordon to Councillor McDonald, we're allocating a certain amount to the reserves that could be reduced. The transfer to reserve is 14.5%. You'll notice there's also one that's like the security says 60% increase. That's per our agreement with Hero and Your Alarms for the alarm system there. It's going up by $300. So it does look like a huge percentage, but it's really only $300.
I can help you out there a bit too. I mean, as council knows this, and without getting into throwing of anybody under the bus, we didn't really collect all of the fees and charges for slips this term. There were some gaps in enforcement or collection or record keeping, any number of these things that were discovered. So our revenues for this past budget year, and quite likely previous budget years, were a lot lower than they could have been or should have been. So we've identified these issues, taken steps to remedy them. So that kind of the return on investment of running our harbor has been something this council has lamented over the past 3 budgets, scratching our head going, what's going on? Why are we losing so much money? We think we may now know why we're losing so much money, and we're trying to fix that. And of course, we have a new position, a full-time position dedicated to harbor, and in the off season, when the harbor phone doesn't ring as often, except for the big ships coming in and going, that new position is going to be working out of the Sports and Rec Center. So we're making some changes. So Councillor McDonald's point, trying to find ways to cut this budget right now, I would probably suggest that that's a bit premature. Let's see the fruits of our labor and some of the changes. And the next council, when they review, hopefully sees the budget approaching blackness rather than redness, as potentially a source of revenue for the town. Go figure, rather than a cost center. So I think that's ultimately the question you just asked of Karen is really, that's a question for us. Where can we cut? We just have to be prepared that we've made some changes in the way the harbor is being run, and the way we're trying a new system and a new way of making sure data is inputted properly and that fees are being collected in a timely manner, that may have this document looking very different next budget, and hopefully with smiley face different. So I don't know if that helps with some clarity, Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. I just have one more question in regards to the salary and benefits of the 144,183. For how many employees is that? Oh, I should see note 3.
So through Mayor Gordon to Councillor McDonald, we have the harbor master, and then we have 4 summer students. Oh, well, yes. So there's the harbor master, 3 summer students, and 1 harbor assistant, who's technically a summer student as well, but they have the responsibility of working on all the weekends and being responsible when the harbor master is not there.
Thank you.
Councillor Ball.
Thanks. I was just going to go back to my previous point about the phones. We can cut that $600. It's not going to move the tax rate, but it's good for transparency that both the harbor master at a half-year capacity and a full-time harbor master would receive a phone for the $600. $643.50 is my calculation. So $371 for a full year, as well as $185.50 for a half a year assistant. So it doesn't move the tax rate, but for transparency purposes and asking where we can cut, that is $600. That is an ask there. It should be able, both the harbor assistant and the regular assistant, based off the numbers we were presented, should have a phone without that $600 in there.
Hey, we're talking about rounding errors here now. This is not only at the weed level, I think we're down into the bugs and the weeds, but regardless.
That's on every line though, then that adds up to a lot. So it isn't. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying if we want to be transparent and we want to say where we can cut, that is somewhere that's visible, that is an inaccurate number. It's not going to move the tax rate, but it is transparent.
Yeah, we definitely need consistency for the cost of something that's used commonly through different departments. Councillor Emeritus.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon, through you to Ms. Mealing. And thank you, Councillor McDonald, for bringing up the harbor and boat launch. I had this on my list, but it was because it was after capital. I thought it was going to be discussed then. So I'm glad you brought it up. When I was looking through the fees and charges, the 2025 rate, there's a daily launch at Peterson Park. There's a daily launch of $20. So when I went on Hotspot last year and paid my daily rate, it was $10. So we have a $20 fee. So it actually went up, unless I'm mistaken, unless this is $10 is a typo. It's gone up to $10 this year. So now I'll be honest with you, when I was on the Hotspot app, I was using the launch, but I didn't launch a boat. Well, initially I did, but when I paid again another $10, I was actually loading a boat. So there isn't, loading a boat and then driving away. So not using parking. So using the dock space as a loading dock to load materials. You have cottagers coming in to load their boats. So there isn't, so I paid the daily rate of $10, but there isn't a specific line item for that in the Hotspot app. It says, basically, I think it says parking, right? So I just wanted to address that, maybe have a different line item on the fees and charges. I'm not sure if this is the time to do it, but another thing with the harbor is we don't have a line item here for a prorated line item. So if I was to come and wanted to dock, or if there was a slip available and I was there like middle August or late August, right now I'd have to pay the full fees of the whole season as on this chart, but there is no prorated rate. So this probably has to come through council. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that can deter people coming from having an experience and then getting full seasonal dockage the following year. So I think to be fair, we need to have a prorated rate. Thank you.
Through the mayor to Councilor Emeritus, I can answer the question in regards to the boat launch. So throughout this summer season, it was identified around the August time that the signage and the QR code that was down at the boat launch was not correct, was not bringing people to the correct area of Hotspot, which is the payment portal that we use for the boat launch. That was identified. New signs were purchased that now are installed. They were installed as of around early September, I believe, around Labor Day. That specifically outline exactly how people are to pay for the boat launch, whether they are launching and parking or if they're just launching. But that was an identifier that we had in some difficulty regarding enforcement, because the QR code was allowing people to pay hourly. That's probably where you got the $10 from, was the hourly, which, as far as I could tell, has not actually been a thing ever at the boat launch. So I'm not sure how there was a mix-up in between Hotspot and our fees and charges, or how it was operated down there, but that was identified and fixed this season. So going forward, there is a sign right at the launch as you pass through that gives you a step-by-step instruction on where you're supposed to go in the Hotspot app to do those payments. The payments are, again, either the launching only payment or the launching and parking payment. So there's only two options on Hotspot. It's not in the actual parking section. It's within the permit section on the Hotspot app. So that has been fixed. So going forward, hopefully we don't have any more issues, but that was identified this year and rectified by municipal law.
And through Mayor Gordon to Council Meredith about the question about the prorated rates in August. When we brought the report to council, that was not approved. It was only approved for prorated in May and June and September and October for prorated rates, not in July and August.
Thank you. And I do remember that. So if you came in September, is there, I don't see a prorated rate on this fees and schedule. Is there something here?
Sorry, I don't have it in front of me, but it should be on that page. It would be with the May and June and August, September and October would all be on the same line together. Oh, under the weekly and monthly rates.
I do see. Okay, let me just clarify. So I do see that if you came for a weekly stay, there isn't there isn't a discount or anything like that in those amounts. I think when the discussion happened, there was some confusion. But if I'm a boater, like if I go to Bayport in July or August, they don't charge me a full rate. So we have to put our marina business cap on here. And if they come in August of 2026 and they want to be, have a dock space, I would suggest that we alter that and give them a prorated rate for the season. And then if they come back again the next August and do it, you know who they are. No, that's not how we operate. But anyways, there has to be some, if you're going to boat at the marina and you're going to give them the service that we have with the security and the cost, you got to entice them to come and then experience the marina, and then hopefully you'll fill up spaces. So I don't see how we're going to continue to get boats down there, especially if you buy a boat in the middle of the season and you're charging for the full season. So I think that's something to look at. Maybe coming up in January at a council meeting, I'll put a motion through if that's the proper procedure. Thank you.
Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. Through to Councillor Meredith. As council has already made a decision on the fees when the report was presented, you would have to bring a motion to reconsider, and we would suspend the rules, which needs a 2/3 vote, and then a motion to reconsider to change the rates as you mentioned.
Yeah, and I could bring that up in a January council meeting. Correct. Thank you.
Councillor Patel.
I do agree with what Councilor Meredith is saying, but sorry.
Oh yeah, we don't even have a motion on the floor here. We're just kind of yik-yakking about questions. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. Just for clarification, because the fees and charges bylaw is coming up next, we could potentially have or you could present the motion at that time, and then the bylaw could be changed, so you wouldn't have to wait till January.
We'll get crafting. Thank you.
That will be after lunch though. Yes, very good. Any other questions about OpEx stuff? Councillor Ball.
Thanks. I just want to go through a few questions. I don't have a motion until I get answers, I guess, to these. So page 18, I'm just wondering what the social club is. Note 11.
Through your worship to Council Ball. The social club is a club that has been formed to run different things such as helping out with the all staff forum. Right now we have, and I'll do a plug for it, we are collecting food bank items, and the charity that we will be providing to is St. Vincent de Paul. The Councillor McDonald might be able to correct me on that one, but so they do things like collecting for charities for that. There are different social events such as Halloween events. So that is what the social club is. It's a club to help
Okay. I love the idea. I don't love that it's a tax supported budget amount. Can we justify why that is the case?
through your worship to council. So if sorry, I'm trying to get my bearings on the screen. Oh, so it is not the full 15,950. That is travel, training, meetings and conferences. So it's within that budget.
Yeah, I don't have those itemized, right? I just have what you're presenting, so I don't know how much it
Yeah.
is.
It is so that what we were hoping to earmark was 5,000 for that. And that would include for all staff throughout the year for any of the events that we end up running.
Okay, again, why is that tax supported? Why is that not in? We love our workplace. We want to do something fun at our workplace. Why is that tax supported?
Through your worship to Councillor Ball. So maybe I need clarification on that. So you're saying why do we not pay out of pocket, or are you saying why do we not take it from somewhere else?
Well, I'm confused as to what you're even paying for. Because if people are getting together to do a Halloween event or getting together to raise food bank funds, I just don't see a cost to that, I guess, initially.
Through your worship, to Councillor Ball, you're correct. So there are some events that are actually just free of charge, like we go and donate. So the ask is for donation. The other are maybe, and I'm trying to, so the so things like chili cook-off. So it's so this is sort of a max funds. So things like the chili cook-off, people bring in their own chili and people make it their prizes. So it might just be supplying some of the sour cream for that. When we did get some free ice cream from Chapman's, it would be, bringing in some root beer to be able to put in for float. So it's small things. This was just an upset limit.
Okay, so I would say that I don't think that should be included in a budget. I think that's 5,000 is a lot for that. Like I'm all for ice cream parties and everything. We can have people donate $2 to participate. That's what's done at most workplaces, but I'm willing to put 1,000 instead of 4 or instead of 5 towards good faith of being a good employer. But I think that people can donate to that cause themselves. And I think that if everyone participating is putting in $2 to $5, like it shouldn't be in the tax rate. I don't think I can justify that to taxpayers.
Okay, is there a motion to strip it or?
Yeah, 1,000 instead of 5.
All right, so I got a motion here. It says the amount allocated to the social club be reduced by $4,000 from the 2026 operating budget. Moved by Councillor Ball, seconded by Second by Councillor East. I'm just gonna throw in my 2 cents here, like, we're literally about to break for lunch. And the taxpayers are paying for our lunch like they paid for our breakfast. And we're gonna nickel and dime our social club over a couple of grand for, you know, a chili cook-off and things. Like, it just feels a little rich. We should almost go and dump our lunch in the garbage. So anyway, I don't support this. This is just almost vindictive. We're supposed to be employers of choice, and this is kind of embarrassing. Like, I'm just so not not aligned with you on this one, Councillor. But I respect democracy and will call the question. So all those in favor of the reduction, raise your hand. Any opposed? And it's defeated. Let's have lunch on the taxpayer. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. And we are going to carry on with, I think we're still on operational items. Look into my left, Councillor Ball. Do you have any new operational stuff to ask about and potentially motion?
Thank you. I just want to be clear, I'm not against Chili Club. If any of staff feel that, I'll happily donate chili cans to you. That's not the point. The point is, I want to go through this, and we're requesting everybody go really tight budget. So I'm just looking at doing the same. So if we can change some items, then that's my hope. I guess in that case, page 21, the dispatching fees raised by 16%. And I'm wondering if that's within our control, if there's a reason they raised, and if they have to, I guess.
Dispatch fees, Barrie Fire Control, I think.
I'll give you a second by also saying that on page 19, we have to symbolically approve the OPP because we don't have a choice, but I think the public should know that we don't have a choice and should be as outraged as us, and lobby to the provincial government that you do not want an 11% increase on your taxes for the same level of service that we are arguably getting.
Sorry, through you, your worship, to the councillor. I'm sorry, we had a few things going here. I believe the question was why our dispatching software has gone up.
The dispatching fees, I think it was separate to the software. That's why I flagged it.
So
there was an increase because Barrie has a dispatching equipment that was on a different line than this. This was just our fees.
So our dispatching fees is part of a contract that we agree, a multi-year contract, which is based on per capita and a rate as well. When it comes to the software, they're switching software, and that's where those fees are changing. So I'm just trying to, if you can clarify which one you want me to speak to, I can.
Note 4.
If I'm looking at this correctly, which is increased budget for dispatching fees, our dispatching agreement is a multi-year agreement that shows increases every year. So that's where that would have been.
Sorry, you're speaking to note 9, which is increased budget to the dispatch software as required by Barrie. That's why I'm asking about note 4, because I see that, but I'm wondering what this dispatch fee is then and if it's in our control.
So I'm looking here at note number 4, which states increasing budget for dispatching fees. We have an agreement with Barrie Dispatch, which is a multi-year agreement that identifies the amount that is increased per capita per year over the life of the agreement. So this is basically taking the per capita, taking the new rate and increase and putting in the new one which increases every year. And it's part of the multi-year agreement that I brought forward to council and was approved.
So it's service and software in 2 different lines. I just wanted to clarify that.
through you, your worship, to the council, that is correct. So one is the dispatching fee, that it's an agreement, multi-year one, based on per capita, X amount of dollars per capita. And the second one, which is number 9, is the number 9 is the software. So currently we're using dated software, which is not unsupported. Barrie Dispatch went out to RFQ. They were able to negotiate with a vendor. 21 municipalities are going that route, and this is the rate, but unfortunately, it's a lot more than what we had in the past.
Yeah, that's okay. I knew about that one, so that wasn't what my question was, just about that one. So they're the same, just noted differently. So unfortunately, we can't cut anything, so that's fine. Thank you for clarifying. My next one is page 27, increased membership and dues. I'm wondering whose fees are covered, what associations other than the economic are covered under this? I guess how many employees are covered under this? It just says increased amount due to staffing changes. So I'm wondering if you can clarify what that is and the staff that this is going to, not by name, obviously.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Ball. Thank you for that question. So there is, which note are we referring to? Are we at number 6? Sorry, number 6? No.
6 and 7.
6 and 7. So number 6, yes, we have $4,300 increase. This is a reflective to increase professional service memberships and subscriptions for our new planner. We also
the $4,000 is for one planner.
No, there's a little bit more there. So we also have new memberships to recognize professional accreditations with IAP2 Canada, which is a public participation and consultation certification. Then also the previously mentioned economic development membership. So altogether, that is $4,300 in total.
And the Economic Development Association membership is a new ask this year?
That's correct. No. Defer to Steve on that.
Through your worship, that we had that budgeted last year as part of the planning budget. So this year we're trying to do more economic development. We're pulling it separately from the planning conferences. So in the way we've been doing in our system is economic development has its own, but it's all rolled into planning. So it's not on its own because economic development does fall with me, which we put it under the planning budget. But when we track our expenses, conferences that are done by Thomas and his team, they're tracked under planning, and then economic development has its own budget line. But for the sake of this chart, it's rolled into one because it's under the planning budget.
Okay, yeah, you are speaking to the conference, which is 61.9% increase. I'm not really speaking to that. I believe that conferences are beneficial. I'm more speaking towards the 59.8% increase and just like how many staff is this? Like it doesn't really break down how much the fees have changed. Like this is a 58 or 59.8% and a 61.9% increase. Those are massive increases. So we hired one staff. I can't imagine that the fees went up that much unless the fees also were raised for each individual membership. It just is very vague, and that's just a really large increase.
Also through the mayor to Councillor Paul. So there is an increase in there for everybody. So every year our membership fees do go up a little bit for OPPI and CIP. So Ontario Professional Planners Institute and Canadian Institute of Planners. But the bulk of that is for the new member. It's about $1,000 for annual membership or an increase. And then we have the additional membership increases. So the IAP2 increase that covers our entire team. It's about $850. And that is a certification that I attained, but it's also expanded to the rest of the team. So that's just for number 6. And you also asked about number 7, which is a $13,000 increase. So that is for a new staff member for attending professional development conference. And that includes travel, accommodation, actual conference costs as well. And it's over a number of days. So we have $6,000 for OPPI and CIP. That's for everybody. And then we have, I think we have $2,500 for AMO and then $800 for OSUM as well. So that's all of the 13,000 there.
Okay, yeah, I'm for the conference attendance. I think it's beneficial for staff to attend. It's just two large increases in the same realm. It's more I was, I guess, confused about the Economic Development Association membership. That's $501.22 for the initial membership, and then it lowers with each additional employee added to it. It just seems like a large cost. That's what their website says.
Through your worship, so the membership with the Economic Development Ontario, it's a town membership. So it's not just the individual that'll be a member, it's a town-wide membership. Same with, there's also a membership that we had room last year that we purchased under the budget, but this year we're allocating it is for the BIA as well. So there's an association for BIAs that we've added in as well, which is also a town membership. It's not an individual membership. So OPPI memberships, those are individuals to the individual planners. But the economic development ones, they're town ones. They're not the individual ones.
Okay, thank you. I'm not going to make a motion because it's not going to be it's not going to go through anyways, but I just wanted clarification about like really large increases when it says just based off of one staffing. It doesn't offer, I guess, the level of information I was looking for. So I appreciate you clarifying.
Thank you. And just we're okay to go through like this, but I'll just remind everybody that departmental managers and executive directors decide how their funds for their department are spent. They're reported for transparency in this. They're not really meant to be there for council to go to a line and go, I want you to spend $2,000 less on memberships. I'm just using this as an example. I'm not picking on you. We approved the departmental budget and the managers and the executive director figure out how to deploy that and spend it. We don't have any we shouldn't have any operational say on how they do that. So, you know, if the totality, never mind the percentage increase per line, that's just them doing their accounting and what GL it maps against. The totality is what we look at. So while it's okay to make inquiries about these things, I just don't want anyone to think that we're going in there and saying, you know what, no more membership for you, or you got to pay it out of your own pocket. Like, we don't count, this board can't direct that. This is just like the library, other places. Whoever's in charge of this budget for the department, that's their job to figure out how it's doled out. If this was a new ask, came to us on a completely different form, and you're trying to make a case for new money for your departmental budget, that's when it's open season. But while it's in here, this is just the way it's being reported. So you won't see it blown out in nauseating detail. In this view, finance does have that when they blow it right out the GL. So just for clarity, you're not going to see that level of detail for each of these lines.
That's fine. But when somebody asks me to clarify 100% increase, now I can, where I couldn't before. So it may not be relevant to you, but it is relevant to me when I have to answer questions about it. And it has nothing to do with staff, and I don't feel like they feel like it does. I just want to be able to give the information to people asking me the questions. And I don't have it with this high level detail. So that's all I'm asking. Page 31, I know we spoke briefly about how the tourism reserves are going. So I just want clarification on that as well. Because we have 3 separate line items for reserves going into the tall ships. I'm wondering, I guess, how much of the MAT tax reserve is being taken towards the tall ships. Page 31 and 32. And if that 2% increase of the tax rate on note 11, is that specifically for the tall ships event, a 2% increase?
Okay, so transfer to a reserve, sorry, through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Ball. Transfer to reserve is our transfer to the IT reserve. It's also our tall ships reserve and the mat reserve. The mat reserve for 2024 has been allocated with the exception of one of the capital projects. All of the 2025 mat, with the exception that will go towards wages, is being held until we bring the tourism strategy to council, because there will be recommendations as part of that for how we spend some of those funds.
Okay, so it's not allocated already. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And then I guess for 11, the 2% increase of the tax rate, is that specifically going to fund the tall ships? Transfer to capital infrastructure reserve to increase by 2%. Tall ships reserve for 2028 event.
Through you, Mayor Gordon, to Councillor Ball. I would just need a few minutes to clarify this specific reserve, but yes, it is for capital infrastructure related to culture and tourism. So it's probably a facility reserve, but I would need a moment to clarify that.
Thank you. Okay, I guess I'm just a little confused why tall ships is listed as these are seeming like being answered as generic and not tall ships. So why is tall ships listed in here?
Through you, Mayor Gordon, to Councillor Ball. The note reflects a few different things that are going on in that one line. So we're trying to capture in a succinct way a few different things without getting too wordy. We are contributing to different reserves on that one line. So part of it is going to the tall ships reserve for the event in 2028, I believe, is the next year we're having it. And then another piece of that contribution is for other reserves like capital contributions, and a piece of it would be to the IT reserve as well, as Ms. Mealing mentioned.
Okay, thank you. I would just like to know how much is going to a tall ships reserve every year, because I think we've discussed tall ships a lot, and I'm not on the same boat as everybody on with the tall ships. So I just want to know what we're actually paying for.
The allocation, through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Ball, the allocation to tall ships is $40,000 a year. It was 35. Our costs have gone up. Some of our ships are American vessels and we pay them American fees. So knowing that the event's in 3 years, we want to be prepared so that we can have the appropriate budget. If you want to know what we spent this year, I can let you know what we spent on tall ships this year.
If you have that, I'm sure we were going to get a report later, but if you have it now, then that's great. So $40,000 for the next 3 years. Okay, thank you.
So it's an allocation of $40,000 a year for the next 3 years. When we did tall ships this year, we had 3 grants. We also had sponsorships. So we had $11,000 in sponsorships, ticket sales of $77,500, and we pulled $101,000 out of our reserves for tall ships. The rest was all funded by grants. And that matches all of our expenses. It's a balanced budget. So the total cost for the event was $225,000.
So it was $225,000 and you said 101,000 came off the tax base. Okay, thank you.
It came from the reserve.
Okay. Well, we need Lindsay here to yell at us about reserves versus it's the tax rate at the end of the day. Okay, thank you so much.
I don't know if everyone caught that little pun you said though, about not being on the same boat as everyone else. That was good. I meant to do that, but
that was my dad joke of the day.
Anyway, of course, because it happens every 4 years, we got to put reserves away so that the year that they show up isn't a punch in the face to the taxpayer. So we slide that money. What we haven't been doing for the sesquicentennial, which happens to also be the next time the tall ships come back. So, but yes, you're right. Reserves. Can't live without them.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon, through you, Ms. Mealing. So just that last, so when we pulled $100,000 out of reserves, so in 2028, we're putting 40,000 for the next 3 years. So that's 120,000. Is that what you would be pulling out of reserves, or is that 100,000 if we're talking today's terms? Did we pull an additional 100,000 out of reserves plus what we put away in prior years?
Sorry, through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Meredith, you're starting to confused me a little bit. So what we do is whatever we have that funds, if we don't use all the money that's in the reserves, we try to get as many grants as we possibly can. And ticket sales really helped out this year. So if we don't need to spend all of the money that we've got in the reserve, then that will carry forward to 2028 as well. Of course, with 2028 being our sesquicentennial, we might want a few extras at Tall Ships weekend. So we would have hopefully use whatever we've been carrying forward as well. Does that answer?
Sorta. So I just, so let's say you spent 200 and some odd thousand on the tall ships. That was the total price, right? So let's say in 2028, that total price is $300,000. We put away 140,000 in reserves, $40,000 a year. So we put that away. Let's say we got $100,000 in grants, right? Or maybe we would have got $200,000 in grants. So if we're short, right, that would be an additional coming out of the reserves, I imagine, right? So in this particular year, when we had the tall ships, was it this past year? Was this this past year? We took $100,000 reserves. Were they accounted for in previous years, or did we take extra, $100,000 extra out of what did we budget for in previous years? I guess that'll be the question. So that budgeted money, was that the $100,000, or did we take anything extra? Thank you.
Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Meredith, we're allocating $35,000 a year, so that's $105,000. We spent 102. So there's about $3,000 that will carry forward. When we're planning an event like this, and we're not sure if we're going to get the grants, we're very cautious as we start to plan and what we schedule for programming or the ships that we bring in, so we don't exceed our budget.
Perfect. I just wanted to make sure we didn't spend another $100,000 over what we put away. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would actually rather see this money that we're putting towards the tall ships go towards our 150-year event and not run the tall ships event in 2028.
So it's the same pot because we're going to run them both. It's not one, do we do one or the other? But, well, yeah, if you want to say that we reduce funding for that reserve for the sesquicentennial, then you'd put a motion forward to that effect. What we haven't factored in yet, because that'll happen as we get going, is the cost of bringing the snowbirds back. Because they don't charge you, but there's all the ancillary costs of transportation, ground transportation, lodging, food. None of it's, going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars, but there's a bunch of things leading up to the sesquicentennial and probably more things that your team hasn't even told us about that you're dreaming up that are going to have materiality. And so that's the reason why we've been encouraged, and we haven't been funneling away the 50 grand a year into the sesquicentennial reserves so that they have the capacity, so they don't come to us the year before needing $200,000 all of a sudden. So if we underfund the tall ships,
I don't want to
right
run
now.
the tall ships.
Yeah,
I would
so-
want to redirect that to this because we do have an ask of $54,000 this year. And I don't believe that we have approved the previous year's ask. Am I wrong in that? We didn't approve this, so you do not have a fund towards this right now.
Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Ball, Council approves the reserve annually. So for staff, that means that Council has put support behind this event. We need to start building up that reserve again to have tall ships in 2028. If Council decides not to have tall ships, then we're already actually in the planning stages for tall ships 2028. That's how long it takes to plan it. So if this Council decides not to, then if I were to bring it back to the next future Council, we would be behind in planning. We're one of 3 ports in the province that participate, which is quite prestigious for us, and it does have a huge economic impact. This year was $10 million of the economic impact for our community from this one event.
Sorry, I'm meaning we haven't funded your ask for the 150-year event. You brought it to us last year and we said no to it then as well as what? As far as I remember, we didn't approve.
Sorry, for the sesquicentennial, this is be the 5th year I'm asking and probably the last time. But I've been asking, I started 5 years ago asking for 20,000, trying to build up a budget. So if Council decides not to fund it, then we won't have sesquicentennial activities, or we'll just do a couple extra add-ons to some of our events because we'll have, if we have tall ships, we'll have Canada Day, we'll do a few things.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That's what I mean. So we can't run this 150-year event technically now. We don't have any money in. So I'm suggesting that we run the 150-year event and do not run the tall ships, and that our money that is already allocated in our budget and approved in our operating budget towards the tall ships goes into the 150-year event. And then if you want to also add this $54,000 request on, you can. It's there for us to talk about. But I suggest that the 150 year is more important, and I think that should be run over tall ships.
Yep, go ahead.
Through Mayor Gordon to council, if we don't run tall ships in 3 years, we will probably lose that event forever. It's a prestigious event to have. It'll go to another community. They'll have the economic impact from it. Just letting you know, I want everyone to be aware that if we do lose that event, that's what draws a lot of people here. And I know that has an impact for the downtown, the restaurants, the hotels. People come to that for that event. And I just want to caution that if we were to get rid of it, Sesquicentennial is a one-time event. Tall ships is every 3 years.
All right, Councillor, do you have a motion and we need a seconder, or is there more?
Yeah, that's my motion. That we direct that, and then I believe Karen can come up with another event in 6 years' time if we lose that event. But I'm willing to risk it. I've been vocal in the fact that I don't think it's an inclusive event. I think it is expensive on taxpayers, and it doesn't offer things to most of our residents. So I know that I know people are very supportive of it. They do like the inclusivity of it, or I guess the exclusivity of it. I would rather see a new festival be built, and I would rather have an 150-year anniversary festival that's open to everyone than have a tall ships return. That's just me. It's at council's discretion, but.
All right, Madam Clerk, you're working on it? Okay, so we'll keep our discussion going. Councillor Meredith?
Thank you, Mayor Gordon, and through you to, not really a question, but just my opinion. I really think the tall ships are a great event. Yeah, they are an expense. But in 2028, big year for Midland. If we can land the snowbirds as well, I mean, that event was just fantastic. I just, and I'm not sure if it's compiled into the same weekend, same week, same month. I'm not sure how you're going to plan that, because there is implications with traffic flow and so forth, and safety in the community. So I'll let you do that, but I'm hoping that plan is to add the snowbirds and in your plan. And we are here. Tourism is, I can account for, or I could speak for many of the businesses downtown that, and our whole community. It draws people to Midland. You need to put Midland on the map, and if we're going to look for growth and people to settle here, they have to have a great experience. So I'm all for it, and excited to see it all come together in 2028. Thank you.
Thanks. And I think the plan was, because we can't predict the date ahead of time for the tall ships, but we were asking for something for day 2 of Butter Tart. So I think the plan is, because we have we can pick the date for Butter Tart, that snowbirds could be like the Sunday bookend onto Butter Tart Festival. But it's up to the team, but they need to pick a date well in advance, because the snowbirds need at least a year booked in advance. So we can't make it wishy-washy with depending when the tall ships show up. So it would need to be probably another event from my conversations with Ms. Mealy. So we'll talk about this motion. I mean, I'm with Councilor Meredith. I wouldn't want to remove and lose the tall ships. This is a capital thing. I get our reserves are funded from yearly contributions from the tax rate, but tourism is a pillar. It's one of our few, and it's a big draw. And there's the draw to the community. There's a funny calculation that they have to try and figure out what that spin-off effect is, but it's in the millions of dollars. And to abandon that for the sake of a 50K or 20K contribution to a reserve was just like woefully short-sighted. So, but we'll have the vote and see how it goes, and then we'll move on, because there's lots more to cover here. Councillor Patel.
So I'm in agreement with Mayor and Councilor Meredith. If we lose this event, it's not gonna be replaced, and if we were to look for something to replace it, it will probably cost us double or triple, so let's stay status quo is what I'm recommending as well. Thank you.
Councillor East.
You through your worship, and as much as I appreciate your guidance as well on this, I can speak to the importance of the tall ships for not only this decade, but previous decades. I owned a store in Penetang, and this was almost what, 25, 26 years ago. And the impact of the tall ships 25, 26 years ago has carried on all of these years. And the truth is that the tourism that it brings and the draw that it brings, not only financially, but the joy that it brings to tons of tourists and tons of locals. I really believe that this is one of those anchors for Midland, and it is a huge draw. I appreciate, what you're saying. If anything, let's just put a little bit more money aside and let's bump it up to 55, 60 grand, knowing that we want to cater to the 150th anniversary. But losing the tall ships, truthfully, it is a huge draw to Midland. And before the Butter Tart Festival even happened, the tall ships is what put us on the map. But not only for Midland, but like Penetang and all the rest of the local areas, right? So it's hard to see that right now, but you remove the Butter Tart Festival, and the only real big draw that Midland had was the tall ships, and it's still extending the joy and the income coming in from that. So I'm sorry, as much as I appreciate you, I couldn't support it.
Councillor Ball is looking the wrong direction.
Okay, just what you're stating, like that we have to put an additional 50,000. That's what the case is, what we're committing to. If we feel that the 150-year anniversary and the tall ships, we're committing to putting double the amount in that we're currently. So I just want to clarify that we have not funded the 150-year event. So currently we are not hosting it. We're hosting tall ships only right now. So you are approving a 54,000, if not more, over top of the 40,000 we're already putting towards tall ships. So I just want to make that clear that the ask is double. So.
And through your worship, truthfully though, we haven't even looked at sponsorships for the 150th. Like we could have, big companies like Morton's and Bourgeois and Tom Smith's come on board and really help us support this. There are ways to do it, right? And going back to Mayor Gordon's comment about us being a tourism, truthfully, if we don't have tourism in Midland, the stores everywhere will suffer. And when the stores suffer, our employees suffer. And when their employees suffer, so does their families. It all trickles down. So we need tourism to boom. Putting aside a bit of extra money, I fully support it. But the thing is that I'm pretty sure that, Karen is going to reach out for sponsorship as well. Like this is still many years away, but I can guarantee you when some of the big players get a hold of the opportunity to sponsor such a huge event, they're going to jump on board. And little me in my little store, I might even jump on board with $10 or something. Just kidding. But I'm just saying that there's hope there, okay?
Thank you. I agree with that. I think people will be sponsored. So and by no means I'm clarifying, like I do not want to not have tourism in Midland or that this is based off a $20,000 ask. So I just want to clarify that's not the reasoning behind it.
Okay, so I've got the motion here moved by Councillor Ball, seconded by Councillor East again. That $40,000 reserve contribution in the 2026 operating budget for the 2028 Tall Ships event be redirected to the 2028 Sesquicentennial event. Council, we've had our debate on this one. If you vote yes, we're defunding that specific reserve and moving it to Sesquicentennial, which is chronically underfunded, to Councillor Ball's. And if you vote no, then we continue to fund that reserve, and we'll be talking about Sesquicentennial funding later if you want. So all those in favor of getting rid of the tall ships funding? And those opposed? And it is defeated. All right. Any other operational stuff before we move into capital? obviously if something comes up later, it's not like it's locked in stone. Previously, it would have been because we would have voted to approve the operating budget and then it was locked in stone. Everything's kind of open and wishy-washy and fluid here, so. Welcome to the new world order. So that being said, we're moving on to some capital requests. Pardon me, service level change requests. So I have the motion here that the Marina Park pedestrian crosswalk in the amount of $125,000 be removed from the 2026 council capital budget requests. This one is moved by Councillor Meredith, seconded by Deputy Mayor Prost. So Councillor Meredith, did you want to speak to this? Okay, you have the floor.
Thank you. So this one, I'd like to, I'm not in favor of putting a crosswalk. That's the bottom line here. I think when Caitlin Group came and presented their 12-story tower and so forth, that's going to go on the development of corner of Bayport Boulevard and Marina Park. To my knowledge, they would be paying for all the upgrades, whatever traffic studies and so forth, they'd be paying for these upgrades. So until then, because I'm not sure if it's good business to do that, if someone's going to pay for it, and that was my understanding for that. There are crosswalk, or there are lights just up the street from that to get safely across the road. So that's my main reason for not approving this ask at the expense of, I guess it'll be the taxpayer when Caitlin Group can pay for it. Thank you.
Councillor Bull.
Thank you. This is my ask, so I'll speak to it. It's not going to be funded by the taxpayer. I had it requested being directly funded by the camera revenue because our promise to taxpayers was that we are going to put this directly into community safety initiatives, and I don't agree with what we discussed earlier, putting it towards OPP. I think that if we had OPP patrolling there in the first place, we wouldn't even need the camera. So to then take the revenue from those cameras and put it towards OPP, I think is just honestly a slap in the face. They can take the $125,000 that this costs out of reserves and put it towards the OPP. And then when we have to, but those reserves are depleted, then people ask why, we can say because of OPP. This is a necessary thing right now, a necessary ask. Yes, Caitlin did stand up here and say that they are going to fund a light at that intersection. They currently have two 12-story buildings approved. There's no, that is aside from this one. They have not broke ground on this at all. This is their third request. They have not done the study to even see if the design that they brought forward to us can even be supported by the land. So this is like a 10 to 15 year probably like projection of when they're actually going to pay for this light cycle. It's not like they're putting this in now. They're not. This is right directly where our trail ends into the only existing pathway to downtown. It goes right into Pete Peterson Park. It goes right into our trail towards downtown. So everyone going from downtown to Penetanguishene using that trail has to cross at that, right at that spot, which is a direct pathway to Waypoint and the jail. So people are using that all the time. When shift change happens, the amount of traffic on that road is astronomical. We talked about it with Caitlin when they came. So to have nothing there going into from our trail to our trail through our park, it's honestly, it's a safety issue. And it is identified in our water park master plan that just came forward. But I don't know, anyone that came from our public to the meeting would have seen that. So yes, I agree that this is not an ask I want to have. I would rather Caitlin just builds it, but that's not happening. They're not going to have it in their sights to do it anytime soon. And right now we need that safety initiative there. And no one can cross there safely. And to suggest that people using the trail and go like 3 blocks up to go use a light cycle, I just don't think that's something we should ask for. And also, this isn't going to be paid from the taxpayer. It's paid from direct revenue that we promised the taxpayer that that revenue is going to community safety initiatives. And this directly impacts that.
Councillor Major and then Councillor McDonald.
So I think being on active transportation, before COVID, the crosswalks were 150,000. And right now they're between 180 and 200,000. So 125,000. If you want a crosswalk like that's down at Midland Avenue and Bayshore, 125,000 isn't going to do it.
This is staff brought back this number. So this is an accurate number.
Councillor McDonald. Mitch, did you want to chime in? This is your bag.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. Just to jump in on that comment, the cost isn't a number that we provided. It's accurate based on what we've installed. The crosswalks we installed on Yonge Street down at Bayshore and Midland Ave, at the time they were around 90,000 to 100. Our last ones were around 100 to 110. So we're anticipating a little bit of inflation in that, but we anticipate for a solar installation similar to what we've already done in town, 125,000 is an appropriate number.
No, Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. I'm in support of the initiative to use the camera dollars for safety, community safety. The Active Transportation Committee did discuss this at the recent meeting, and a point was made that when you turn off onto Bayshore Drive from 4th, you have your blinker on. There's a sign there, check your signal, which a lot of people, including myself at times, have neglected to check my signal that it's still on. I'm walking out of the Peterson Park to cross the road. Oh, that vehicle is turning. His right signal is on. I know you're not supposed to proceed without knowing that they're in the full turn, but that happens quite regularly. It's not only for pedestrians, it's for vehicles. And I think it's a well-merited request for the community safety. So I'm in support of it.
Councillor East.
I support this motion as well, but I just have a question. Because earlier we directed the funds from the cameras. We didn't direct it, suggest it. So how does this affect, how would this affect our situation?
I'm suggesting we take this reserve amount and put it towards the tax rate so that when people wonder why we have to refund these reserves, it's because of OPP. I don't want to use money that we stated was going towards community safety initiatives to offset OPP cost. OPP should have been patrolling that in the first place, or we wouldn't have needed the camera. So to then take the revenue that we promised that was going to community safety to go to OPP, no, it should be reflected as we had to deplete our reserves in order to fund OPP. And when people ask why, then they can be directed to the province where we have no control over how much the 11% increase was. So we have to pay that back to our reserves. We should not be using the revenue that we got. It should be going directly to community safety initiatives.
All right, so we got the motion here. I'll just share my thoughts on this. The funding source for me is Caitlin, not any of our reserves. This is in the site plan agreement. It's agreed upon that they're going to do this. There will be a lot more people in that community when they put this in. This is something that we shouldn't be spending tax money on. It's being covered by a developer's profit margins quite effectively, and he's agreed and negotiated this. If we were going to be doing things like this, then we would also put lights in over across from the OPP station, which is supposed to be Hanson. We would also punch through the road, which would be the second exit from Supercenter and from the Hanson development onto King. We would pay for all that just because they're dragging their feet we can't put this on the taxpayer. So, you know, this isn't a direct tax hit right now. This just means this is reserves, this is capital. You know, so it's not going to change that number, which by the way, we probably should show again since we came back from lunch. We haven't made any, I don't think we made any real material changes to it, but just, I can't support using tax money to pay for something that's already been negotiated and agreed upon with the developer who has already built and will resume building once things start to get better with the economy. Nobody's building right now. So this is a cart before the horse, and this doesn't make sense from my perspective to use tax money on something that's already committed to be paid for by the developer as that community grows. So I don't think it's a big burden to ask people who are already actively transporting themselves on their feet or their bicycle to drive down to the existing fully signalized intersection and cross there. Would it be nice to have this? Yes, it would. And I do look forward to there being one. However, it'll be paid for by the Caitlin Group, not by the Midland Taxpayer Group. So that's just my perspective on it. So folks, the question is simple. If you vote yes on this motion, we're going to effectively kill this project, and it will happen in due course with Caitlin. If you vote no on this motion, then we will install at our own expense, whether the funding source is reserves or otherwise, this crosswalk. That's pretty simple, right? But clarify something? Okay.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that Caitlin has agreed to, when 10 to 15 years, whenever they decide to, it's a light they're putting in. So this crosswalk can be redirected to another location. It's not a complete loss. It's a light they're putting in. And it's not the same as the Hanson development. This is directly identified in our waterfront master plan that we just paid to do. It's directly at our trail. It's not the same as a random light into Walmart. Just want to clarify that. I don't think that it's comparing apples to oranges.
Well, for clarity, I'm just talking about infrastructure that's committed to be paid for by development. That's the similarity. So at any rate,
It's different. It's a crosswalk versus a light.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. I think we got your point. Everybody knows. I'm just, we can't leave falsities in the air, and it is the I will say it again, since you continue to challenge it. We're talking about infrastructure that's paid for by developers, not by taxpayers. That's what this is about. So the motion on the floor is that the Marina Park pedestrian crosswalk in the amount of $125,000 be removed from the 2026 council capital budget request. All those in favor? Removed. Meaning there's not going to be a crosswalk paid for by taxpayers. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed? 3. Okay, it is carried. Removed. All right, next I have a motion here moved by Councillor Prost. I'll need a seconder that the $12,000 council request for a dock at Little Lake Park be removed from the 2026 capital budget. Do I have a seconder? This is a new one from Councillor Donald. Councillor. Remove. Yeah. Okay, so again, that the $12,000 council request for a dock at Little Lake Park be removed from the 2026 capital budget. Councillor McDonald. This is your baby, so I'd like you to speak to it if you'd like to.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. Actually, I'm surprised that someone wants to remove this $12,000 request to bring so much pleasure to not only the residents of the area, but visitors of the area who just want to launch their kayak in a more comfortable way, for the fishermen that want to stand at the dock. That is a public dock, and yeah, I don't know what to say. I'm just surprised that somebody wants to remove that $12,000, unless we can find it in the operating budget somewhere. At first, I thought maybe we could have used the docks that were replaced for boat launching. Again, I don't have a boat. I don't have a kayak either, but it doesn't matter. But apparently that wasn't a feasible option to reuse docks. So an aluminum dock, it's not a big expense, but it's worth a lot of pleasure. Thank you. Hopefully I'll get support not to remove it.
All right, so again, council, this is a capital request, so changing this is just about pulling money out of reserve. It's not going to impact the tax rate directly, but nonetheless, we're still parsing capital projects, whether they staff originate or council originate. Council Emeritus?
I just want to say I didn't have a problem with the dock at Little Lake. I think Councillor East actually proposed this maybe 2 cycles ago. Maybe it was last year. My memory's not that greatest, but and then I think you did pull it, did you not, off the shelf? Yeah. So because I think it was coming off the tax rate at that time. It wasn't coming out of capital. So I'm okay with this ask. Thank you.
Your worship, I would support actually keep, I don't believe that we're keeping it, though. We'd be building it, wouldn't we? Yeah, because there's no dock that's been built yet.
No.
But yeah, I would support keeping it in the budget. I would actually love to see 2 docks, one swimming and one specifically for fishing and launching boats and kayaks. But you're right, it would be great for Midland to have. I would have loved to have bring it forward last year, but it was just too expensive. But I can tell you that many of our residents would use it all of the time. The problem is that the dock right now that is in the lake park, they claim that it's the rowing club's dock, even though the public generally tend to use it. And they have this feeling that because was built by the Lions Club, nobody can use it. Truthfully, though, the minute it's in the water, they've lost all their liability for that. But I would love to see 2 docks, but I will fully support one for sure. So let's support one. The community can use it for, yes, kayaking, launching. Kayaks is great. Launching their little boats and fishing right off the corners would be great. The reason for the second dock original idea was so that we could separate the fishing from the swimming docks. So that was my original intent, but I support keeping it.
Councilor Patel?
Just a quick question to staff. It's a $12,000 dock. Is this like a 5-foot dock that's just going to be enough to stand on and launch the boat? Because I think what we could be imagining here is a 25-foot dock which extends further into the water. Thank you. Thank you. So that answers my question. That's a pretty good deal, but it just sounds a little too cheap. Thank you.
Councilor Patel's buying 2 of them too. Yeah. Deputy Mayor?
I put this forward because during this budget, we've been really concentrating on needs, absolute needs. We showed that with fire. We've showed that throughout. So I'm focusing on needs, not wants. And it's up to council.
All right, so our motion on the floor, unless there's further conversation, is that the $12,000 council request for a dock at Little Lake Park be removed from the 2026 capital budget. Voting yes removes it, voting no keeps it. So all those in favor removing it, in favor of removing it. 2, all right, well, I know how this is going. All those against keeping it, for this whole backwards reverse double negative stuff. It is defeated, which means we're keeping it. So start shopping. All right, up next. This motion is that the baseball diamond lighting at Little Lake Park in the amount of $250,000 be removed from the 2026 councillor budget request. Do I have a mover? Councilor Emeritus. And a seconder. It's baseball diamond lighting at Little Lake Park. All right, Councilor Patel. So this is to remove the funding. It doesn't mean that the installation will never happen, but the funding is to be removed. So, Councilor Emeritus, have you got? I know you and I talked about this, referring it to the Parks Master Plan, and then
yeah.
But anyway, you go ahead.
Oh, there it is. Just looking for all my notes here. Thank you. Yeah, so I did move it, but I'm not for it. The Parks Master Plan, as we discussed, is coming out, and with these master plans come grant opportunities. So that's what I'm looking for here. And which one are we doing here? The baseball diamond. Okay. So I won't speak to the other lights as of yet until that comes up. So that's basically why I'm opposed to this right now. Wait for that plan, and hopefully we get some good sized grants to help fund this project. Thank you.
Thanks. So yes, you're right. There are two requests. We're going to talk about the other one after that definitely play into our Parks Master Plan that's happening. And the way typically it happens is if it's something you'd like to see built in Midland, it goes into the plan. If you don't want to see it, then it doesn't. And I see no problem at all with including this or the next one we're going to talk about in the Parks Plan, which then gets it on the books. And that lets staff pursue funding like they've done already for the other capital projects, Trillium funding, what have you, and have this thing built. It doesn't mean there won't be some money coming out of our reserves at some point to build it, because it's never fully funded by grants. But right now, the way it's written is it's fully funded by our reserves. And I'd like to give staff a chance to, over the next course of the next few years, find funding opportunities to have this thing built, because I completely agree with adding it. It makes perfect sense. I just disagree with committing funding to it right now and putting it on the capital project list. So I would be voting in favor of this motion, which removes it, but expecting without direction per se that staff will move that project onto the draft for the Parks Master Plan, unless specific direction needs to happen. I don't think it does, because we're going to talk about it. Anyway, that's kind of what Councillor Meredith and I were discussing ahead of time about this. So Councillor Patel.
Just a quick question to staff. I think we have one baseball diamond with lights already, Tiffin Park, two? Okay, so we already have two parks. Adding third might be just a little bit too much. Thank you.
Through Mayor Gordon, just to comment on that, we have two that are lit, Peterson Park and Tiffin Park, but they're both bigger diamonds than what's at Little Lake.
So, Councillor Ball, I mean, this is your baby. Like, you've heard Councillor Meredith and I's position. What are your thoughts on this? Again, we're not opposing getting it built, just opposed to putting it into the reserve funding source right now.
It's fine. I'm 0 for 0 today, so I'd rather save my fight for the next one because I have a larger light request later. So I already see the path where this is going with the two funds. So I'd rather save my fight for that one. So it's there. You can see it. We use it. People want to use it later. Like, I'd rather talk about the other one where we don't have a lit field. So.
All right, well, if there's no, Councillor Major.
So both these lighting things, I think the mayor had the right idea at the Bourgeois Rec Center. So maybe we can go around town and get sponsors for lights at the ball diamond in the park and the soccer pitch. Just my suggestion on the whole thing. We've already got the Bourgeois Rec Center going, so we can look at doing something like that.
Well, Bourgeois, if you want to fund the baseball lighting, we're here.
I think we've uncapped the genie bottle on sponsorships now. So I think staff will be creatively looking for ways to fund all kinds of things where businesses would like to lend their name to the poles and to the lighting brought to you by, keeping in not in the dark. Like, there's all kinds of great punny advertising, paths I can see us to take. So council, if there's any, effectively, if this is supported right now, which means removing it, then staff will move this into the Parks Master Plan draft. And once the Parks Master Plan is adopted, or even before then, if somebody comes sniffing around looking for sponsorship opportunities, I'm sure staff will bring a report back to us as soon as possible. But so we're not denying the need. It's going to go into the Park Master Plan, and with any luck, we'll see it built in the next couple of years with some sponsorship money, and of course, we'll have to have some skin in the game. So again, voting yes on this is pulling it and moving it to Parks Master Plan. Voting no is leaving it in as it is. So all those in favor? In favor of leaving it or pulling it? All in favor of pulling it and moving it to the Parks Master Plan? Sorry, am I misstating something?
Through your worship, in the motion that you have in front of you, it doesn't have moving it to Parks Master Plan, so we should revise the motion.
Okay, that's what I was alluding to earlier. Do we actually need to give that direction, or is it enough that we've said that here and Mitch
So-
knows to put it in?
Thank you.
Received loud and clear by both Dana and Mitch. Okay. So that the baseball diamond lighting at Little Lake Park, the amount of $250,000 be removed from the 2026 council budget, and then in soft air quotes that it's not written, and moved to the Parks Master Plan. All in favor? And there we are. Unanimous. Beautiful. Let there be light at some point. All right, next I've got that the lights at the sports fields, meaning the soccer pitches, in the amount of $650,000 be removed from the 2026 council budget requests. This one's moved by Councillor East, seconded by Councillor Patel. I don't really have to say much on this because my previous comments are exactly the same for this. I'd love to see this. I just don't want to pay for it. Or don't want to pay that much for it. Councillor Ball, letter rep, this is yours.
Thank you. I have great news about that because we've been working closely with the soccer club who has ideas for advertising as well as a professional grant writer ready and willing to write grants for this. So this is obviously, I needed to ask this to get the exact cost of how much this is going to cost. So this is a scary number. We do currently need lights there, so there is a option 2 for the field, 300,000 for lighting one field. There is a need to have lights here. We currently have soccer clubs playing in different municipalities because ours are not lit up. We also are not able to expand programming that way for our youth in Midland because the adults that are playing on these teams out of town are the ones that are facilitating volunteer hours towards running children's programming. So having them in different municipalities playing on different fields limits the ability to expand programming for the youth in Midland. So I would state that I know that all 3 are not going to get approved, obviously, but I would say that we do need to allocate funds towards lighting one field at least and having that infrastructure in there. And if you want to do like a half and half where it only runs if half is directed and half is from grants or from sponsorships or fundraising from the people using the field, then I'm okay with that. I do think this is a need, and I do think that there is a professional grant writer ready to start writing grants for the soccer club, as well as there are other organizations that use the field, not just the soccer club, as well as Mayor Gordon and I did meet with them and discuss some maybe advertising revenue on the fences that would go towards a light fund. So there are opportunities for this one to at least be not an entire cost of the municipality. So.
Yeah, I concur. And we did have a great meeting with the soccer club. They're super engaged, really good team, a really good group of people. I completely believe that they're going to do their very best to try and find funding. We can do it in tandem. But again, I 100% support putting this on the plan. The fact that it will be on our plan means they can start writing grants and funding applications right away. So I'm not suggesting we say no to this in what the request is, like other than committing funding to it right now. Let's get it on the Parks Master Plan, release the hounds, staff will start to try and find funding. They can find funding. And if they find funding later this term, oh yeah, it might be more realistic to say that it'll be in a year or two, but nothing would preclude them from doing all that hard work. And I believe wholeheartedly after meeting with them, with you, that they're going to do it. They're going to do the best they can. So I'm supportive of the ask, just not the way this motion is right now. So I want to move it to the Parks Plan. Councillor Ball?
I would just like to amend the motion that we go with option 2 and that we fund half of that $300,000 with the other half looking for grant opportunities as well as sponsorship.
So sorry, Right now, it just
Option
says,
2 is $300,000. I would like to amend that we fund $150,000 of that 300,000, and the rest will be made up in sponsorship dollars as well as grants.
okay, so just while we're on this, if we just approve lights for the fields, we don't want to hobble the ability for groups or us to get lighting for all the fields. We may only be successful to get enough money to do one field. So if we just move this thing in its entirety, anticipating at some point we want to light all the fields, and then we light each field depending on how much money is successfully raised, either through grants or you know, sponsorships or what have you. I wouldn't want to see you limit. I know what you want to do is light the whole thing. So I would say let's keep that in its entirety.
Sorry, maybe Mitch can speak to this, but option 2 does put the infrastructure in for the other fields, correct?
Through you, Mayor Gordon, option 1 would set the tone for the rest of them as far as an electrical service upgrade, right? You would need the transformers and service upgrades required, and we would plan that according in preparation with lighting all fields. Option 2 would just be the actual poles and luminaires to light one field. You'd need additional poles and lights in the future to light the other fields, but the electrical service itself would be sized to do so.
Man, we have a loud HVAC. Anybody else want to chime in on this one? Councilor Meredith.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. Just to comment on the fields, and I think there was a big mishap when the fields were getting built way back when, that we should have put some infrastructure in the ground so we could easily put these lights in. But the bigger issue with me is parking. And I know that we do have it in the report. There's $100,000 going to be attributed to some parking. And if we light this field up, because it directly affects businesses, and it's been affecting businesses ever since those fields have been put in. I can attest to that. So I would like to see, you know, what this parking situation is going to be like when it comes out. I'd hate to light up all the fields and all of a sudden have not a you know, a parking issue throughout the evening too for these businesses. So that's my biggest fear right now, without seeing that parking lot. And how many cars does it have for 3 fields? I mean, especially with Remax pulling out of their agreement, and so we're not going to sure what's happening with that. But I'm sure if it's still vacant, people are going to still park there, but they could be towed too, right? So I'm sitting. I'm not in favor of this right now, solely on the parking issue. Thank you.
So can Mitch speak to the parking then? Because it is there, so.
Sure. Okay. So the parking proposal for $100,000 is in the budget. That is also a project that we would typically wait for a master plan outcome to be a part of it. But we already know there's an issue there, so we're in anticipation of that, and we feel strongly that we need to get ahead of it. We've been dealing with the neighboring business owners for a couple of years now. We know there's a problem, so we have to get in front of it. So that $100,000 is we're planning to hopefully open up some parking on the south side of the field. We need to work with the neighboring property owners. We need to get their permission, easements, maybe purchase some land. We don't know yet fully what we have to do, but that is the goal, is to try to that's the only location that we could free up additional parking. It's not currently land that we own though, so that's the problem. So there is a subdivision that will go in next to this field too eventually, which will also make the parking issue worse. We don't know the timing of that, as with most developments, but we do want to be ahead of that as well, so we don't have an issue to, you know, react to at that point. We have made some recent changes to the existing parking just this fall, after the field's closed, unfortunately. The stones that were on the edge that kind of demarked the parking area, over time, we've seen in the aerial imagery that they've creeped in to the point where you couldn't park 2 vehicles on either side with an appropriate drive aisle. So we've moved them back this fall to make it appropriate size parking. We hope that that will alleviate some immediate concerns in the spring, but it's not the final solution.
Okay, and thank you. And there's a lot of variables there to get ironed out, so that's why I'm holding back on this decision. Thank you.
All right, so in the absence of any other discussion, much like the other motion, voting in the affirmative or yes for this one, we'll see it effectively defunded right now, but moved to the Parks Master Plan for future funding opportunities.
Sorry, I amended it, so I'm just waiting for that amendment. It wasn't for the parks, I amended it to the option 2 of us funding.
Oh, okay, but it's the same outcome, but because we would be expecting grants for the 650 or grants for the 300. Either way, if it's in the Parks Master Plan, grants are expected to be part of the funding source. A future council could decide to fund it all themselves, I suppose. But the idea is that we're not going to commit funding to either option 1 or option 2 and move either one or both. I would say option 1 covers everything to the Parks Master Plan. And then when funding presents itself, or we have a desire, not we, I guess it'll be next council would have a desire to fully fund it, they can do it. But it's in the Parks Master Plan, which means it's like it will be like an approved capital project with no funding tied to it other than the expectation that grants come and sponsorships. So again, voting yes for this will see it move to the Parks Master Plan. Voting no will keep it as is in the current budget. But if, okay, we can amend it if you'd like to. Got a seconder for the
I did amend it, yeah.
How do we want to proceed with this one, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. The original motion was that $650,000 be removed. With Councillor Ball's amendment, it would be that 350,000 be removed, which would I just need a minute. Thank you.
May I ask a question? Okay. It's in regards to your discussion with the soccer clubs. If this is moved to the master plan, does that give them enough initiative to pursue their dreams and go for grants? I got a yes and a no.
Well,
Shaking
I don't know
here.
why they wouldn't. I mean, this doesn't even have to be approved by the town technically for them to pursue their own grant. But if it was approved and moved to a master plan process and the master plan's adopted, then they could cite that in the evidence for their ask of Trillium or whoever they're going for. This is real money. So these would be the big time grants.
Well, there are a lot of grants that rely on municipal funding to back it for matching, etc. That's why we see the Ascanonia come through asking for value for dollar instead of in kind, because their grants rely on municipal contributions. So yes, that is correct. There are grants you can apply for, but there are ones that we will no longer be able to go after and because of no municipal commitment.
Dana?
Through the mayor to Councillor Ball. So I do agree there are grants that are contingent. The Ascanonia one is different. That's provincial funding, not a grant. So we have to provide that we're regulated by that municipality. There are grants that are contingent on municipal funding. I would say in terms of infrastructure funding, generally the conversation about the support behind the master plan, which would schedule that based on the priority, would be enough to start down those conversations. You wouldn't be able to start tomorrow, but having it on a long-term plan is enough to meet that initial requirement.
Okay, that's good to know. So we don't need to have a matching per matching dollar amount like we do for some grants?
No, great question. Grants are all different. Some of them are 20%, some of them are 50. So yeah, in the long-term plan will get us to that step.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. So the master plan will give them enough support to pursue it. I just want to comment on the parking. I can't imagine having 3 fields well lit up and nobody could get to them because there's no place to park. So I think clarifying the parking situation. First, I'm certainly in support of lighting up a soccer field because the sport is growing and growing. But we've got to put the horse before the cart. Thank you.
Let's get too excited about that land because I can feel it going up in price already if the guy's watching right now. So anyway, we're dealing with just putting this capital project in. So then the revised motion, moved by Councillor Reese, seconded by Councillor Patel, that the capital budget amount for the lights at the sports fields, plural, no, it could be one, could be all, be reduced to $300,000. So if this one passes, if you vote yes to this, it stays in. If you vote no to this, it's going to the parks plan. Because this is committing funding. This is much like the last one, except the numbers have changed. But give us instruction on this one.
Thank you, Your Worship. Should council, if this motion, the amended motion is defeated, then the 650,000 stays.
So this is an amending motion. So if the intent is to have, as I've pitched, again, this is hardly few, the intent is to not proceed with this and commit funding right now and move it to the Parks Master Plan for future grant funding. This thing has to be defeated as the original motion has to be defeated. Both this one and the 650. Because this is now an amending one with a reduced number.
The reduced number is by 500,000. Just want to clarify that. That's by 300,000, but I wanted to only fund $150,000 of the 300,000. So it would be reduced by $500,000.
Yeah. You want me just to handwrite that, Madam Clerk? Because it's the same language. No? Okay.
Yeah, it was option 2 cut in half.
We can approve Mitch's parking and we'll have a party under the lights. So. New parking, new lights.
All right. Where we're at right now is this one that the capital budget amount for the lights of the sports field be reduced to $150,000. If you vote yes for this, then this is in and it's 150 grand coming from the reserves. If you vote no to this, we go back to the original motion. The original motion was to remove all of the funding entirely and refer the thing to the Parks Master Plan. So if that's where you want to end up, you vote no for this one and you vote yes for the next one. So we'll clarify before I call the next one, but I just want to explain this is where we're at and this is just how the logic of these motions are working. Okay? Is everyone clear as mud? Well, it depends on what outcome you wanted. So was everyone clear on what I just tried to make this? Okay, so all those in favor of that the capital budget amount for the lights of sports field be reduced to 150K. All those in favor? This is the yes one if you want to do this now. All those opposed? Okay, so that one's defeated. So now we go back to the original motion, which I don't have anymore, but Madam Clerk does. And that was the one that basically said, perhaps Madam Clerk, you could read it for me, because I did give it back to you with the stroke out on it. Oh, bring it back to me, okay. This is the one suggesting we remove it entirely and refer to the parks plan. Even though the words aren't there, they go into Mitch's ear and Dana's ear, so we know it's happening. Lovely. Okay, so this is back to the original here. Moved by Councillor East, seconded by Councillor Patel, that the lights at a sports field in the amount of $650,000 be removed from the 2026 council budget request and, in air quotes, referred to the Parks Master Plan. If you support this, it goes to the Parks Master Plan. If you vote against this, it stays in at 650. So all those in favor of removing? Any opposed? All right, that is carried. So it is going to the Parks Master Plan, and I look forward to seeing awesome funding opportunities. Okay. Next. This one's moved by Councillor Ball. And second, and I'll tell you what you're seconding, that $10,000 be given to the Canadian Museum of Water for a temporary public art installation located in Midland Harbor. So I need a seconder. Councillor Patel. Now, we've all read this, of course, but Councillor Ball, want to take it away? Well, we've talked about it, but you need to now pitch it.
I don't think that everyone has read or talked about it.
This is your chance.
Okay. So, in theme with our waterfront festival that's happening, the Museum of Water, as well as Quest Art, the Midland BIA, Huronia Museum, Huronia Players, they all are ready to do a waterfront festival, I guess, in conjunction with ours, around the same time as ours. That would have an art installation that was previously in the Toronto Harbor, as well as a art exhibit around water from Quest, a water-themed play for Huronia Players, and a water-themed musical for Brookside. Huronia Museum, as well as the Midland BIA, they are all on board with integrating water-themed initiatives this summer to get on board with a water-themed festival. In order to, and this is going to be in duplicate to my next ask as well, our community grants program does not go that high anymore. We changed it. We currently do not have a policy in place, which will come back to us in the new year, about event funding versus, I guess, other community grant initiatives for like poverty reduction strategies. They currently are all grouped together, so it's hard for these asks to go through in that regard. As well as our initiative to being collaborative with all other organizations. I think this is an important festival that highlights a community spirit that I think that Midland should be a part of. I also think that, or I know that if we discussing previously about grants that are required for municipal contribution, they need our municipal contribution in order to apply for those grants. And if this is approved through a community grants process, they will be too late to even apply for those grants, to even have this festival on the ground. I think that if we do not contribute and get on board with the festival where every other organization is on board with, I think that sends a message that we're not willing to support our community at this point.
Okay, through your worship. Is that me?
Mic check, mic check. So I would fully support this. I think it's a great new addition to tourism in Midland. I'm always one for supporting something that's new, that'll draw new tourism to want to come to Midland. I think that especially with us being a waterfront community, that we could capitalize on that and really run with it. And so I think that this would be a good thing to promote tourism in Midland.
Councillor Patel.
This is one initiative that I would fully support, and the price tag is not so high. It's 10,000, very minimal, and the level of exposure Midland will get from this display by all the people that visit Midland, and it goes on their social media, and it just it's going to pay for itself, just like how Tall Ship brings in $10 million of economic revenue. This 10,000 could bring in million. So thank you.
Mr. Parkinson?
Thank you, Worship. So the sign that is being proposed by the Water Museum, now there's a couple of components that we'd have to get confirmation from them on this. Is to, first of all, we need to see details of how it's going to be installed and who's installing. Is the $10,000 request going to include labor that they're going to have it installed? Are they looking for town staff to install it? As well as we need to see more detailed plans, because we haven't received anything. We've been in discussions with them to ensure that it does meet our public art policy as well. So if council is supportive of this request, we just request that as part of the motion, that there's some sort of verbiage in there that confirmation is provided to the town for staff to review compliance with the public art policy. Because if it doesn't meet it, then we need to come back to council with a possible amendment, or they would have to change the plan of their sign to be compliant. So just a couple of points there, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thanks. And I assume because we have this working harbor, this was already in Toronto, which was a busy commercial harbor too, that the approvals by Transport Canada or Fisheries and Oceans or whatever it needs are things that would we need to seek this, or do they come with the sign already approved? I'm just wondering logistically from the town, there's probably more to this than just approving the 10K, right?
Yeah, through Your Worship, we've requested that information and we have not received it. So we told the organizers for the sign that give us the information that you provided to the City of Toronto, because if it's good for Toronto, it's probably going to be good for us as well. And we're still awaiting that information to be provided to us.
Okay, so for clarity, this could be one of those conditional approval things based on logistics, and if there's 20 grand of unforeseen costs and licenses and things that are on top of this that we don't know about, we have a chance to throw the anchor out, unintended, if this gets away from us. So, because I don't know either, and talking to Dan, who was pitching this to me too. So unless Councillor Ball.
I'm just going to say my request was that we just give them $10,000 towards this event. That was his stipulation of his request when he was talking to us, because there was no policy in place for us to collaboratively work with third-party events. We either take over third-party events or we fund them through community grants. We don't currently have a partnership policy in place. We don't currently have a separate budget in our community grants that goes towards events. We only have council initiative, which is why I put this forward. His request was for a item for this sign because it's an amount that we can fund essentially. He has this approved in Toronto Harbor, so everything should be fine. So we can approve it in spirit, but I do think we should contribute to the event as a whole. So they're seeking $20,000, I think, from Simcoe County as well. And that is, I believe, the rest of the sign. So our contribution is $10,000 towards the sign, and then they're seeking $20,000. And that is essentially the artist fee, which I've been told that they will go lower because they want to see their art. So if they don't get that $30,000, that our $10,000 contribution might be enough towards the sign. But as we've already discussed, artists want to be paid, so it's always best practice to pay them. So taking a page out of Miss Mealing's book here is that it's always better to pay them than not. So if we have the ability, then that's great. They're seeking more money than what they're asking us from Simcoe County to pay the artist. They have that sign and it has had approval for Toronto Harbor, so I can't see it being a difference. But it is essentially going towards the artist fee, from my understanding. But my request was that we give them $10,000, not specifically towards a sign. That was put in because that was, I guess, in discussion with you or within staff about how we could get this event off the ground. Somebody can clarify that maybe.
Okay, so just in reality, it's just chipping in 10 grand towards this event that they're planning, and they've got a lot of moving parts, hoping to get funding from other sources. And this is just 10 grand towards this event, which could be partially towards the sign. It could be towards porta potties. It could be towards anything really. Okay.
That's my request. Yes, I would just like to contribute to the event as a whole. I don't want to like anchor us. Well, it's my next dad joke to a specific initiative, but I don't believe it would be a problem either way because this was in Toronto Harbor. So they're going to have, I'm assuming they're going to have a lot more red tape than we do in regards to putting this in the water. So.
Council Meredith.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. When Mr. Travers approached the BIA, we're full support of it, but there wasn't a monetary ask. It was basically, this is what we're doing, hop on board, and then we would kind of create our own water themed, whether it's, there was talk of boulder covers for the summer to be blue and water themed and so forth. So I'm all aboard for this, but I'm not in agreement with just cutting a blank check for $10,000 and not knowing where it's going, right? So if it's contingencies, if we have contingencies in place where we know exactly where our $10,000 is going, but I'm not just going to cut up. I'm not in agreement with just cutting a blank check and not knowing what's going on. So and the event might not take place, and we just give them $10,000. Not saying that's going to happen, but that's really not the way I would conduct any type of business. Just as we know before, cutting blind checks. If Mr. Travers were here, and specifically tell us where this $10,000 is going to go, but we could earmark it for sure. And if we're satisfied that town staff satisfied whether it goes towards that sign, and I'm sure it's costly to put that sign in the water, then we know. I think that sign would be if it happens, it would be a great tourist draw as well. So but that's my only concern with just cutting 10,000 and not knowing where it's going. So thank you.
Councilor Patel.
So as Councilor Meredith said, it has to go towards the sign. Otherwise, cutting a check and going towards an event, we have no control over. With signing an agreement saying the sign goes in the water, we write you the check. There's some tangibles there. So when I had my meeting with Mr. Travers, my understanding was they need the money for the sign to go in the water. Now things are changing. I don't agree with that. Let's stick to the original plan, sign in the water, check being written. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
I would really just be repeating what Councillor Meredith and Councillor Patel have said. I mean, anything, even when you apply for one of our community grants, there's a lot of information you need to provide, and we want to know where the money's going to go and what it's going to be used for. So at this point, I wouldn't be able to support this like this either with just a blank check for 10 grand. I think we need a lot more information.
Councilor Ball.
Thank you. I was just going to say that they would have to abide by the same accountability. We're not just handing over a blank check. They're going to have to be accountable for where the dollars were spent. And if they're not used, they have to return them. Or not, you can put it towards a sign or not. In general, me personally, I would rather see us fund an event in general, but it is towards the sign. that they would have to be accountable the same as any other amount of money is accountable.
Okay, just to follow up, I think they probably should have had all the information here so that we had everything to look at. We don't have that right now. So
It can be
Yeah.
forwarded to you. It has been given
anyway, I'm not
and they
finished.
tried to do a
We can't do
deputation.
this back talk. Point of order. I'm just saying that I think that what we need is more information, something solid. And I think that's what we came in thinking that was coming today. And it's kind of muddied. And I think it's certainly changed the way I'm looking at it. Thank you.
Well, if I can help with this, we've kind of tightened the wording up on this. That $10,000 be given to the Canadian Museum of Water for a temporary public art installation located in Midland Harbor, and that the amount be funded from the council initiatives policy reserve, conditional that the installation adheres to the town's public art policy. So what we could do with this is we could table this motion, because this is not material to our budget. And we could ask them to come back and give us a more presentation at one of our council meetings, and then revisit this at that council meeting. We can't do that? Because otherwise we're being asked to make a decision on effectively an oral presentation that doesn't have a lot of meat on the bone. So we're just conferring on procedure. We can or we can't. I think we can do almost anything we want, really, but it's just what's the right thing to do, because we don't have a formal presentation from them. Normally we don't accept deputations asking for money because that's not how it works. But if we were talking about it a budget and he's not here, voting against this when we may want to vote for it, if we knew all the details, might be good. Thoughts?
Through your worship, this is where actually with the strong mayor powers, you actually have the ability in year to change budget. So this makes this a little easier. Generally, you'd want to either pass it or not pass it rather than table it for a future. But so if you'd like it in the budget, you could put with the parameters around here, keep it in the budget, or at a future point in time, you can modify the ask in capital.
Well, I'm really trying awful hard not to use stronger powers. Although in this case, it wouldn't be against council. It would be kind of help the process along. But the way this is worded right now has to me enough sort of guardrails on it that aside from not just the town's public art policy, if staff come up with other concerns that might have dollar signs related to them, that could be communicated to us at some point. So if we agree with this in spirit, we think it's a neat idea and we're not completely opposed to the 10 grand, even though we're a little wishy-washy on where it's going, we could find that out in due course, because staff will be reaching out to them to try and get more details about this, and Transport Canada and Fisheries and Oceans, whatever other kind of stuff has to happen. And that'll come back to us as a report, in January or February. Is that realistic?
To your worship, I think once we have the information from them, we can review it, then we can report back to council, yes.
Okay, so then this amended motion, Councillor, if you're content with that, Councillor Ball?
I just wanted to say that they did try to come here to the last meeting and do a deputation, but they weren't allowed to because they've already been here. So that's why I'm presenting it. I don't want to be the one presenting it and muddling anyone's opinion. They're directing the funds to the sign. My personal opinion, unrelated to this, is that we should fund it anyways. They are asking for money for a sign. They wanted to do a deputation. They weren't able to. They weren't allowed to. So I'm not sure how that comes back now, because they did try to come back for the December 4th meeting in order to give you the information so that I'm not the one presenting this. So I'm not sure how they can come back and give us more information if they were told they're not allowed to. So can I clarify how that's happening?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Ball. I did speak with Mr. Travers, and They did provide a deputation. He mentioned the signs at the deputation. Our procedure bylaw states that you can only come before council once in a year. And also, we don't use deputations as an avenue to request funding from council, as most of the time, if someone were to just come up and ask for funds, you wouldn't have the background information. Therefore, we try and deal with the issue with staff and then perhaps provide a report to council so that you have the background information. And that's the reason that the deputation was denied.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want them to be aware that I'm not bringing this up. I did try to work with staff and so did he before, but our bylaws do not allow him to come back. So I don't know how we're getting that information. So maybe can we circulate what he circulated to you?
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Ball. I did correspond with Mr. Travers, explain the situation. I didn't receive any email back from him. I've also spoken to him on the phone, so he was well aware of why the deputation was denied.
Yeah, that's why I brought it forward for my own initiative, just because I think we should be a part of it.
Okay, so we've got this motion with the edited verbiage. The addition of that the amount be funded from the council initiatives reserve, which is one of our reserves, conditional that the installation adheres to the town's public art policy. And it kind of goes without saying it has to pass the muster of the people who have jurisdiction over the water in our bay and the bottom of it and stuff. So is that, or are you content with that amendment? Even if in principle you wanted to fund the whole event, but we've put some language around this one. It's still getting to the event. Okay. Councilor Meredith.
Thank you. And I've been listening to the back and forth here, and the longer I listen to it, you know what, it's not very professional the way this is happening without any, asking for 10,000 without knowing what's going on. I don't like it if it has to go into a staff report and brought up to council for an ask of $10,000 out of the councilor's budget reserve in January. Then I'm in favor of that. We have all the information and we could vote on it then. But right now, I'm against this. Thank you.
Okay, so procedurally, if you vote against this, it's not coming to us in January with anything else. So we'd have to approve this if we want to get that report back with information. If we vote against this, it's over. And we're not participating other than if we want to volunteer our time. There's no money going to them. Is that clear?
So just so that I'm clear what you're saying. So we approve it. The funds are earmarked for it. We wait for the report. And then we vote on it based on that information on the report. Is that correct? Okay. Then I will be okay with that.
Councilor McDonald, was I getting the eyebrows from you?
I do. Thank you. I was really baffled, I guess, with this request. And they can come with a report with or without. I'm not in favor of $10,000. We didn't give Questar $10,000 when they asked for it. And I think they're much more serviceable than the water museum theme, whatever. I really don't know what they're asking for the money to do. So I'm going to vote no, period. I don't want to set aside $10,000 for them.
All right. Have we beat this horse to death? So I will call the question. All those in favor that $10,000 be given to the Canadian Museum of Water for a temporary public art installation located in Midland Harbor, and that the amount be funded from the council initiatives reserve, conditional that the installation adheres to the town's public art policy, with a report coming back to council realistically in February, not January, with, making sure we got all our logistical T's crossed and I's dotted, and council can at that point choose to go or yes. So a vote to approve this today is not ironclad. It's just allowing staff to now continue to figure out what's going on with this request and come back to us with their views. Okay. And voting no is like it's no. So all those in favor? And opposed? Okay, that is carried. So we'll look forward to something from Mr. Farquharson in February. All righty then. Moving along. I got a motion here moved by Councillor Ball, needs a seconder, that $11,000 be given to Brookside to run Sunday evening cultural music nights. Seconder, please. Councillor East. Call me Councillor Seconder. All right, Councillor Ball, this is your baby.
Okay, I'm just getting sick of talking, so we heard from the tourism culture department that they wanted to move Sunday night music to Tuesdays based off of staff overtime costs and the inability to run it on Sundays. It's been a successful event. I would like to see it continue. It was talked about having somebody maybe take that over. I'm suggesting that we fund some of the artist fees towards having that event run, and that they run the event and they mix local as well as cultural acts on Sunday evenings, and that they have the ability to apply for grants as well towards this event, similar to the one that we're running on Tuesdays. This one would also have a cultural aspect, and it would allow Tuesday and Sunday nights to have programming run. And that we would also see a huge draw. They had a world music event. It was one of a really large draw for tourism. And it also fits into our strategic plan for culture and tourism. And it kind of, I guess, closes the gap on cultural programming as well. We know we did fund some of it today, but hoping to fund some more.
Councillor East.
Thank you, through your worship. All right, so I see the value in bringing this forward. The event, when we did support in-kind help for them, was a huge success. Now that we have kiboshed the Sunday nights, which was a huge success. The other thing that we can look at is on weekends, families are available. They're down at Little Lake Park. They're loving it. They're enjoying it. Sorry, what was the name of them again? Yeah, with Brookside, my understanding is that they would take over all jobs. So they would set themselves up type thing. They would tear down themselves, support themselves. Unfortunately, we don't have a third-party agreement capability right now. But this way, we could still continue to run music in Little Lake Park, and it wouldn't be on Midland's dime. Sorry?
Sorry, I'm just, the money is coming from Midland. It's similar to Tiny though. They have a outside organization that runs Bomb Beach Nights. They supply in kind as well as a financial contribution towards those acts. So it's the exact same model as Tiny is doing right now.
So it's not quite the same because Tiny's didn't sole source award this to an organization. Like, we need to be, and you and I were discussing this. So my concern around this ask is we're sole sourcing it to Brookside, which I've no axe to grind with Brookside, but there could be other organizations or individuals in our community who'd love to run some type of music night in the park. Wouldn't look for any tax money because they'd be doing it with volunteers. Or maybe they would look for tax money, but I would suggest that to adopt Brookside without any open competition could expose us some issues with well, a lot of people that are saying, what the heck, what's Brookside got? You know, whose pocket are they in? How are they getting preferential treatment? This should be open to everyone. And if Brookside were to apply to be that host and be successful through a regular procurement process, then more power to them. That's my concern, but I don't know, maybe Kim can help out here. If we were just to arbitrarily pick our pet organization, which is how it would be, I'm sure, characterized, and just give them 11 grand to run an event for us without any type of RFEI or anything, like, can we do that? It feels like we can't, but I could be wrong. Maybe I'm overthinking it.
You can if you want a lot of pushback. No, we can't. That's not fair. We have to be open and fair and transparent and give everybody the same opportunity. So we just can't randomly select one without giving everybody else the same opportunity.
Okay, so I didn't talk to you ahead of time about this because I figured you'd be here and I'd ask you today. So that was my sort of initial reaction to this. And the second part is, I know Ms. Mealing and her team would like to discontinue hosting music in the park Sunday night because we took it over from Rotary and resurrected it after COVID and move it to Tuesday. Although I would rather see the town continue to host Sunday night, which just makes an abundance of sense. That's like a social evening. Tuesdays is like, might as well be a Thursday, you know, like it's not really, doesn't lend itself to the same attractiveness as a Sunday night. So while I'm not on its face opposed to having cultural music nights, I would argue that we put 11 grand, if that's the magic number, into the budget for Ms. Mealing and her team to offset some of the, you know, on the side of your desk and donated free time, because we're not paying OT for these staffers, to help them keep that Sunday music that's town run alive in the park. And that if Brookside has artists that they'd like to put in the lineup, that those artists compete just as all the other artists do for stage time. So again, I'm not trying to cut Brookside off in the knees, but I mean, like, we got to be fair here. And I don't want to see us lose the Sunday night music in the park. And if there's an appetite to fund that initiative, then let's fund our staff who've been doing a great job at it, and involve Brookside and any other artists that are wanting to be part of this or have volunteers or anything. So that's not in the body of the motion. So on its face, I personally would reject this motion and prefer to see if Ms. Mealing and her team are willing, rather than telling you, to, you know, continue doing music in the park Sunday nights. And if you feel that there's any additional funding, although it wasn't in the body of your ask, you know, do we need any? So that's kind of where my heart is on this one. Again, I don't want to come out like I'm going out against Mr. French or any of the volunteers that are amazing at Brookside. It can't be perceived that they're somehow our pet project, and that we just award things to them without a process and give them cash. So that's my concern. And you and I had some good back and forths ahead of the meeting. So, and I told you I was going to talk about that. So if you have anything to respond, I'm sure you do. Hence your hand, Councillor Ball.
Thank you. So that procurement process would be true if we were having somebody run an event for us. This is not the case. We are giving money for them to run an event because they've asked, which is exactly what Tiny did. They had an organization come and ask to run an event. They chose to fund it. So that policy is not in place for not-for-profit events that come and ask for money. For a process where we are running an event and we are asking people to come, then we would have to go through a procurement process. Yes, that's not what I'm suggesting. I'm suggesting that we didn't have Sunday nights. Somebody is going to do music at the park. That is separate from our event. We have the music in the park event still running on Tuesdays. This is a not-for-profit organization. The money is directly going to artist fees. Everything else, they're applying for their own insurance. They're running the event. It's their event. We're just offering financial contribution towards artists. So it's not the same. It's exactly what Tiny's doing. They have an outside organization that requested to run music, and they have funded that.
Okay, so then this is exactly what community grants program was developed for. Applying to community grants, making a pitch like this, and having yourself sorted and weighed and measured against other requests that we get for community grants. So I would be 100% supportive of referring them to the early intake, which happens in like February, March for community grants. This feels like it's going around the community grants process then. If this is not a town initiative that we're sponsoring, this is purely sponsoring an outside organization. So anyway, I'll let other councillors speak, but thank you for clarity. Councillor Meredith?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gordon, and your comments, you beat me to it. I want to see the music in the park retain Sundays in our community. I thought for some reason it was in this budget, but it was in another agenda, I guess, that we be approved, which I just think Sundays is community. in our park, Little Lake Park. I mean, moving it to a Tuesday doesn't seem right at all. So I would hope that the Culture and Tourism Department could continue on doing it Sundays, see what they need, and honestly, if there's pushback on it, I mean, I'd bring it back up or use your strong mayor powers to get it on back on Sunday. But I think we're just making a mistake here, just for the community. I think everybody enjoyed that, and then most people aren't following the budget or our agenda meetings, and when they're looking for the lineup in the summer, I'm sure there's going to be some disappointed people. And not only that, the local musicians too that are in our community, right? So, and if Brookside wants to do something on another night through the community grants, then so be it. So, but I'd like to see. We'll see where this goes, but eventually we'll tackle the getting music back on Sunday afternoons in the park in the summer.
Thank you, Councillor East.
Thank you, through your worship. I just wanted to get some feedback from Karen. Karen, how do you feel about what we're suggesting about bringing back Sundays in the park? And could I also ask a question? How could we open it up to Brookside being involved with all of the rest of the artists? Is there a way to open that up?
Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor East, I just messaged my team to see, are you okay with bringing it back to Sunday nights? Some of them aren't online right now, so I don't have their sense, but one has already said, yeah, we're thinking if you want to give us an extra $10,000 in cultural money toward this event or cultural budget that we just had talked earlier, then I think certainly we'd probably consider Sunday evenings. When we do music in the park and all the music at all the events, we do a call for musicians and we vet them that way. So it's an internal process, just like we vet all the vendors for all of our events as well. So I haven't really thought about how we might include a third party event organizer or third party with that, because we've always done it internally. We could let Brookside know that we've put the call out, and they can let their contact list know that we've done this, and they would have the chance to apply that way.
Thank you. That would be great. Truthfully, I don't understand. I think that Brookside is a huge asset to culture, right? And the thing is, when they had their concerts live at the waterfront, we saw so many different heritages and cultures come together to witness it. And I feel that if we can find a way to open it up to them, I have no problem giving you the money to extend this, because there's huge value in Little Lake Park, right? And huge value into bringing our residents together. But I don't know how Brookside hasn't been involved with this over the last year or so, because when they did their original concert, it was phenomenal. And the best part is that if we invited them in, it's not something that could just run one Sunday at nighttime. This could be a whole day event for Brookside. And then we have other weekends, obviously, for other artists. But what I'm saying, I just don't feel that we should be clipping their wings, right, when they have a chance to fly. So whatever we have to do to open it up to artists, I think we should. And I hope, with your the employees that work under you, they would support Sundays, because truthfully, I'm with every one of our counselors. Sundays are family. It's the only day that you can really relax. And the truth is, Sundays and Saturdays, we have tons of tourists actually use Little Lake Park from out of town. So they're experiencing this. And when they experience all of this graciousness that Midland has, they move here. And when they move here, we have more money here, right? So I appreciate you hearing what I'm saying, but I just really feel that we should find a way to open up to third parties, okay?
Thank you, Ms. Millie. Like they are free to, they can apply on behalf of their artists to fill any of those stage vacancies the way it is now. And perhaps, if there's an appetite, I mean, we do have that one stage with the seating, but we also have the pavilion. And they're far enough away that, you wouldn't really hear the music from one over competing with the others. So perhaps, these events run in tandem. If Brookside wanted an in-kind donation for the rental of the pavilion on Sundays to run their artists there, I mean, who would get in the way of that? And then we'd have the town run music in the park happening either at the same time or different staggered times, like whatever. This is all just logistics, but the park's big. So it doesn't need to be mutually exclusive. And there's room for Brookside and other organizations in that park on the same day, either different times of the day or, in tandem. So were you saying that right now, because of the funding deficit created by earlier decisions, that you don't have the capacity to do music in the park on Sunday night? Like, is it tied to that, or would you just like to have that funding because it would be helpful?
I would like to have more money. Obviously, why not? I asked for it earlier, didn't decline. It was declined. I'd like to have it back if I could. If you're thinking about something that you'd like us, if you're giving it, instead of giving the Brookside the 10,000, you want to see more of a community event taking place in the park, we could consider doing the Sundays music in the park, but maybe allocate some of those funds to create an art in the park day where we use the stage, we bring in partners such as Brookside, we bring in, see if Quest Art might want to do an art activity, bring in the museum, the library, see if they want to do something and do that one Sunday and more of a community event that we could have in Little Lake Park. It's an option. If we have the budget, we could play around with it and bring an idea forward.
Councillor Patel.
Sounds like a great plan. Increase the budget. I say double it. Keep music on Tuesdays as well.
There goes the budget. Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I love that idea. I'm just a little confused about the logistics of it because we're not able to run the Sunday nights at all. But now we're going to run Sunday night art in the park with the same budget we're going to give Brookside to run 12 weeks of programming. It just doesn't seem like, I guess, a good spend. Like they're going to be able to run something for 12 weeks that we're going to run for one day while including them.
Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Ball, I would need the existing music in the park budget to run the Sunday evenings. I'm suggesting that if council wants to see something bigger, then we use that. We take the existing budget for the weekly ones. We could create an art in the park day with that $10,000.
So a one-day event and then one Tuesday night or Sunday night programming.
Because there's overtime associated with running music in the park on Sundays, we'd probably have to allocate some of that towards staff time and having the Sunday music in the park. I may not need the entire 10,000. This is just being thrown at me right now. So to create an art in the park budget, I would need a bit of time to put that together and cost it out properly. But if there's $10,000 sitting there and council wants me to create a new event with it, I can certainly do that. It might be less than 10,000.
Thank you. I apologize that this is coming to you now because I did talk to staff a lot about this prior to this ask. So I was under the assumption that you were aware of it. And just wanted to speak about the community grants. We capped that amount. So this actually is more than what you're able to ask for from the community grants. And as I alluded to earlier, we don't currently have a separate grant versus event type funding source. So most of our funding doesn't get allocated to events. So I have requested that come back to us in January for a motion to approve, looking at, like other municipalities have, the ability to kind of change where the funding is, opposed for events and for community grant initiatives that are more likely to get to the top of the list, such as charity that aren't related to events. But they are not able to apply for the community grants because this is more than what I think it was 7,500 we capped it at for the community grants, as well as by the time we go through the process of community grants, they're no longer able to apply for grants that would give them the ability to run this event in the summer. It's too late in the year.
Councillor East.
So even though this isn't my report that I pulled, can I make an amendment motion to defer the funds to Karen Mealing's team with the stipulation? No?
So this one either has to kind of pass or fail because it's specific to one organization. If you'd like to make another motion that basically adds money to the budget, to fund some initiatives, we already voted against funding some cultural money, then you could do that. We're still in the stream, so we could do that. But this one here, just to the community grants, I get that the 11K is more than the 7,500, but anybody that applies to our community grants needs more money than we're able to give. So all I would say to Brookside and anyone else interested who feels they need more than 7,500 is, well, wouldn't 7,500 help? So apply for 7,500, and you know, you got to find some other funding source for the missing money, which is what everyone else does. So I wouldn't no, I would expect that they would apply, and the community grants committee would do the heavy lifting of trying to sort, weigh, and measure all the asks. But again, as this stands right now, this should go through community grants in my view. And while I have no axe to grind Brookside, I think they're fantastic. I love their event. I've only been to one, or actually no, I've been to a couple, but they're great. It's just I'd like to see, and I think staff is hearing this, that we continue to do music on Sunday nights. So that's on here too. So that, you know, that's why I would need to vote against this, because I want staff to continue doing music in the park. And then if there's a way for Brookside to participate in that, or perhaps stand up their own event, either on Sundays or some other day, like they're just another organization wanting to rent the park, and they can come to us for a request for an in-kind. If there's, you know, if whatever it is, $200 for a pavilion is going to break them. So, you know, like there's lots of options to get what they want done to happen, and we can still support them in a sense that they're welcome to use our park like anybody else can. And I would hope that they would submit some of their artists, not the ones that got to fly in from another country, but they're localish artists to our music in the park lineup, because it just wouldn't make sense to pay the cost to bring those ones in. That's more for a special event. So anyway, I think this is great. It just, as it's written right now, I can't support it. So Councillor Ball, or Councillor McDonald. Unless you got something new, Councillor Ball.
I just had I thought I was hearing something different than you, because I thought Miss Mealing said they cannot rent it on Sundays. So you're suggesting they're going to rent it on Sundays, but she just said they're not going to rent it on Sundays. So I'm just want clarification about that.
Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Ball, the original when I came to on the November 5th meeting, the idea was to move it to Wednesday nights because it's staff time. It's a lot for us to work all those weekends. If council wants to see us run it on the Sunday evenings, we'll figure, and if we have the budget for the overtime, and if you want something supplemented, then we'd require the budget. My team will do it if we have to.
So we would be approving the same budget essentially to raise by 11,000 to get events on Sundays only, not Wednesdays and Sundays, correct?
Through the mayor to Councillor Ball, there's already a budget line out in my operating budget. There's a line for music in the park. Currently, right now, we would move that to Sundays. We would probably need a little extra for the overtime. And if council wants to see something bigger where we're including more community partners, I need additional funding for that type of an event. It's going to be larger.
So that means that if council wants to see music in the park continue on Sundays, there's no financial cost involved in that, because she's got a line item for it. If we want to see it expanded into something bigger, that's another conversation, and just add money. That's not what's before us right now. So what's before us is giving $11,000 to Brookside to run a Sunday evening music night, which would then need a new location because the stage is going to be used by our music in the park, and that amount be funded from the council initiative reserves. So, Councillor McDonald, did you have anything else to add before I call the question?
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. I've been doing a lot of listening. I can't support hiring Brookside. No matter which way you look at it, we're hiring them to run Sunday. But what I'm hearing is we want music in the park on Sundays. And we don't want to pay another $11,000 to the culture, and well, we can't. So I have faith in the ability of your department, Ms. Mealy, and where there's a will of ourselves and the community who are enjoying it. It's a successful event. you will find a way. And within your budget as it is now. So I won't be supporting Brookside. I'll encourage them by all means because they are very successful musical, cultural provision of what they present, but not in this manner.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, leaving Brookside out of this part right now, for you to run the event on Sunday evenings, you would require funds for overtime, right? Yeah.
Through you, your worship, to Deputy Mayor, there is collective agreement language we have to follow with regards to overtime. So they have the ability to flex some time within it, but there are maximums that they can work without us having to pay. So there is a cost to that. And that's, I think, what Ms. Mealing's trying to get across.
Okay, thank you. So I think if we decide, and I think we all want to have music in the park on Sundays, what we need to know today is, I guess the maximum you're going to need, because you're not going to know, right? So if you're saying $10,000 and you may or may not use it all, that's what we are really, we need, if we want music in the park on Sundays, that's what we have to agree to today. Is that correct?
Sorry, just to be clear, you already have money for music in the park. If we want to blow this into something bigger, you need more money. Music in the park, status quo, you've got funding for that.
So yes, I have money in the budget for music in the park. Moving it to Wednesdays allows our team to flex their hours on the weekdays. It's a lot easier than on the weekends because then we get into weekends and it's not just going there at 6 o'clock and sitting there for 2 hours. It's working with the bands ahead of time, being there ahead of time, wait until they close. We're leaving there at 10 o'clock at night some nights. So there is overtime associated with working on the weekends. I don't know that amount off the top of my head right now. I apologize.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to confirm. There would be a higher cost if we want it on Sundays. Okay, thank you.
My two hairs on my head are blowing in the wind here. Councillor Ball.
Thank you. That's why I'm bringing this forward, because we're getting 2 events for the same price as we're going to reallocate money going towards Sunday nights. So we can move back to Sunday nights and have 1 event, or we can have 2 events for the same cost of funding artists for Brookside to sit there instead of our staff. There's a required overtime cost for Sunday nights. We are going to pay it. We can have the music in the park on Wednesdays run as well as a Sunday night with this $11,000. So we'll have 2 events instead of upping our budget by 10, 11, whatever amount of money for overtime costs to run it only on Sundays. They'll run the event on Wednesdays still, but there's also going to be something in the park as well. So do we want to pay the same amount that I'm requesting now for 1, or do you want to have 2 of nights of music? It just doesn't make sense to me why we would up our own budget when we have a community organization that's willing to volunteer their time and do an event. It's mutually beneficial to our community. At the end of the day, the community gets 2 nights of music, whether we're running it or not. Why would we up our budget and make Karen's team sit there on Sundays when we have an event that is going to cost the same as an overtime cost to make them go on Sunday? Doesn't make any sense to me.
All right, I think we beat this one to death. Unless there's anything new? Anything new? Oh, okay, so the motion again is that $11,000 be given to Brookside to run Sunday evening cultural music nights and that the amount be funded from the council initiatives reserve. All those in favor? All those opposed? That is defeated. But good effort. I'm out of emotions here. Is there more? Got the motion lotion here. So maybe this is a good time for a little bio break, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. We are down to the last few motions that I know of, but that's how these things work. So I've got this motion here moved by Councilor Emeritus, who is here. He's just mixing his tea or his coffee. We need a seconder to get on the floor, and we'll go with Councilor Seconder here, Councilor East. That the new fire hall design and its site prep, the amount of $500,000 be removed from the 2026 reserve funded capital budget. That the new fire hall design and site prep, which is in the capital side of house, in the amount of $500,000 be removed from the 2026 reserve funded capital budget. So I've had conversations with Council Emeritus about this. You feeling ready to kick it off, or do you want me to? All right, well, you go for it then. It's your motion.
Thank you very much, Mayor Gordon. I'm not sure. What can we relinquish here?
I can dance around this eloquently. So we're shopping for a new location for a new fire hall, not in the near future, but in the mid future. And part of the new fire hall design is we're looking at co-locating with paramedics, which would be the county of Simcoe. They would participate in the capital cost of the build, so make sure that a new paramedic station that is attached to our new fire station, it helps us fund it, and it just makes sense to move them into a more central location. So council has acquired land for a new fire hall. We're not at liberty to discuss the location at this time, but suffice to say that as a result of that, there's very likely going to be some costs to prepare the site, and they're included in here, as well as to begin the process of negotiating with the county and getting designs and planning out servicing and infrastructure and all the kind of things around a major capital build. So, it'd be tens of millions of dollars to build this new facility when the time comes. So this is just the early stages out of, starting to put money in towards at some point building this design in the next year or two and getting the site prep done, which could be, dropping a building, could be bulldozing tree stumps, it could be removing garbage. There's a bunch of things on a site prep kind of work. So that's kind of like the high level, and we'll have more to say about that later in 2026. So does that kind of set the stage on what we can talk about? If anyone stepped in it, it was going to be me, so I did that for you. There you are.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. That clears the path for me to proceed, because I couldn't have said it better than you. That's for sure. So when I saw this ask in the budget, I was surprised, very surprised. In discussion prior to attaining this property, or when we attained this property, there wasn't any the conversations that were spoken at the time. There was no urgency for this type of ask. It was securing the land because there was an opportunity, and then when we saw fit down the line, and with me, when growth is actually coming here, then we can entertain expanding our fire services and our fire hall. So when this ask came in, and I specifically asked the question in the discussions with council and staff, that there will be no further progress on this site. Just being very careful here. And when I dive deeper into this $500,000 of what's going to be, whether it's planning, cleaning up the property and so forth, this is progress. So I'm opposed to this ask at this particular time, because it goes against everything that was said to me in those conversations. And I felt that those conversations that were happening, and this is my fear as well, that we'd acquire the land, and then next thing, we're going full steam ahead. And that's what it feels like here with this ask at this particular time, not even a year after the acquisition of this property. So, yeah, so I'll leave it to further comments for council. And then I may have some further comments. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
So my take on this, I think we should seriously consider this ask because truly it's a good year for us for budget. And if we keep pushing things back and say next year or the year after or the year after, we're going to find ourselves in an awful lot of trouble. It's better to put as much as we can away when we can and be ready. And like I said, this is a pretty decent year for our budget. It's not going to hurt us or the taxpayers to start to be better prepared.
Councillor East.
Thank you, through your worship. I would reflect what Beth is bringing forth. I think with the knowledge that we're looking at building over 5,000 homes within the next 5 years, we should also be prepared not only for the new residents, but the added weight and pressures that our fire system will be exposed to. Just being prepared and for this growth, I think is important. So planting the seeds to know where we're going to be going in the future with it, I don't see any hurt in that at all.
Just for some context on timing, again, got to be really careful what I'm saying here, but none of this, if it's approved to remain in the budget, none of this would be happening until deep into Q3, likely midway through Q4 2026. So, and in all honesty, if we push this to 2027's budget, the new council term is really going to be dealing with this more than us. So if we leave it on here just for transparency, it makes sense that it be on here because it's going to have to happen at some point. It's not really optional. But if we don't want to see it on this year's budget, we can kick it to the 2027 budget and it will just kind of magically appear on that budget for new council along with the justification and the rationale. It would just mean that if sometime late fall 2026 activities need to be taken by the town, since there'd be nothing in the budget, we would have to have a meeting where Mitch and his team would come to us, hat in hand, saying, council, you remember this thing? We got to do it now. And I need about 250 grand, for example, for site prep. And I need authorization to pull that from reserve. So clearly we have a reserve, but by putting this in the budget, it kind of earmarks that money and acknowledges that this is going to happen at some point. So I'm fine with moving this to 2027. It's not like it's not going to happen. I just expect Mitch to come to us sometime late in the fall or maybe even early winter saying we need to do some of this now. We didn't put it in the budget, but we need council authorization to proceed. Whereas if we do leave it in the budget now, he doesn't need to do that. And he just moves ahead and does it because he knows it's a funded project. So I'm of two minds. It doesn't matter to me whether we keep it in because there's no direct tax impact right now. It's going to happen anyway. Or we push it to 27. I'm in council's hands on that one. And either way, the timing, no money is going to be pulled out of this thing until deep into 2026 at any rate. And even then it would only be site prep. So that's kind of as ambiguous as I can make it, but still help you guys with understanding timing. Councillor Ball.
I think until an actual definitive decision can be talked about and decided in public forum, this shouldn't even be on here.
Well, is there anything else to add or call the question? Okay, Councillor Meredith.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. And this is, I'm still against this. I hear you guys. I hear Sheldon. We're not going to build 5,000 homes in 5 years. That's reality. We can't build 5,000 homes in 30 years. So we haven't been there. So that's not realistic. And in saying that, but there is growth, expected growth, and we need to be prepared for that, and I get it. And if I thought that growth was coming within 5 years, then we'd probably have to fast track this and get going, and hire the 4 more firefighters and so forth. So, because it all relates to growth in my eyes. It comes back to principle. When you ask the question, you're given an answer, right? And that's your word, right? That goes a long way. My father taught me, your word is your word, right? And when I asked the question, you know, and what I said earlier, that's the response I got. So to my surprise, this $500,000 ask shouldn't even been here. This is for the future, right? Just in the fire master plan does not say by 2029 you need a fire hall. It's when it's deemed fit, right? It's up to the discretion of staff and so forth. So at the time when I asked, this was just to secure the property so we don't lose it for the future, not for tomorrow, right? So I'm sticking to not approving this based on the word that was given to me, you know, at that time. And I base everything, you know, when staff gives me their word and in their reports or what their comments are, they should stick to that, right? Or correct themselves, but they shouldn't go back on their word. So I'm not approving this. Thank you.
So the way this is written right now, if it passes, it's removed from this budget. Does there need to be direction to put it on to 2027's budget, or is that something that's automatically assumed by staff? Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. With 2026 being an election year, I don't know that council has the authority to tie an amount to the 2027 budget. This, if this motion is passed, defeated tonight, then I would think that there would be another request come forward in 2027 for the new council to consider.
All right, that's neat and tidy then. So are we good to call the question? This is to remove it, and if this motion passes in a minute, then staff will bring it as a new ask surprise for 2027 council's consideration. The motion is that the new fire hall design and site prep in the amount of $500,000 be removed from the 2026 reserve funded capital budget. So it's gone, done and dusted, and it will resurrect itself in 2027 from staff to new council. If we say yes, it's gone. If we say no, then it stays in. This is all really just shell game, you know, like nothing's, like I say, nothing's going to be actioned on this till deep into the end of our term. But they're just budgeting for it, which is, that's what we do. We budget for sidewalks in the future, all kinds of things in the future. So, but on principle, I understand where Councilor Burgess is coming from. He doesn't want to see it on here. If council agrees that either they don't want to see it on here or it doesn't matter one way or the other, then you vote yes on this motion. Okay. All right.
So record a vote, please.
A recorded vote's been called.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council, you've heard the question. When I call your name, please say yes or no. Councilor Meredith. Just for council clarification, the motion is to remove the $500,000 from the budget.
I didn't have my mic on. Yes.
Councilor McDonald? Deputy Mayor Prost?
No.
Councilor Bald?
Yes.
Councilor Major?
Yes.
Councilor East?
Yes.
Councilor Patel?
Yeah, no.
Councilor Ball?
Yes.
And Mayor Gordon?
Yes.
The motion is carried.
All right, next, moved by Councillor Meredith. And I'll need a seconder for this one. I get someone other than Councillor Seconder here. Councillor Major. Yeah. That the economic development strategy in the amount of $60,000 be removed from the reserve funded capital budget. Councillor Meredith, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. I just need a little bit more clarification here because we do have our economic budget or economic development. We do have now through a redefined economic development here right in town, Route 93. So why wouldn't we be concentrating on funding that? I know we just approved funding for it, but why would we need to go outside of that scope and look for economic development elsewhere?
Through your worship, so we haven't had an economic development strategy since 1991. That's Midland, that focuses on Midland. So in discussions that I've had with Route 91, the BIA, the chamber, when we told them that we were thinking about bringing this forward to council, they were all very supportive to try and get a local economic development strategy. Like we can use the county for economic development, but they're looking at the whole county as a whole. We've applied to the province through the Rural Ontario Development Program to try and get a grant on that. And so we asked the county roughly how much would an economic development strategy cost. And they gave us an estimate of $60,000. So through this program with the province that we've applied for, the province, if we're successful, will cover 50% of that cost. So if we are successful, we would be saving $30,000. As part of that application, we did solicit the BIA, Route 93, and all those local agencies to provide some letter of support. And through that discussions with those various agencies, a total of about $25,000 has been committed from those various groups for in-kind support and support going through and getting an economic development strategy completed for Midland. Now, while we fund Route 93, they do provide, economic regional support for businesses outside Midland. So, this study will focus on Midland. It'll have some aspects of regional, but it is to look at Midland to see what short-term and long-term strategies that we can do from an economic development perspective. And the way the world is right now, I think it's important that we look for creative approaches for Midland to try and attract businesses, retain them here, but use those resources of the BIA, of Route 93, of the county, and the chamber as well. So, while the Route 93, like I said, does provide good support to Midland, they do look regionally. And I don't blame them for that, because if a business comes to one of our surrounding partners, we do benefit. There are spin-offs from that. But this study would focus on Midland's economy and what we can do to help strengthen it locally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so when I read the scope here, why the change is important, and I underlined the initiative focus on broader regional goals rather than specific Midland priorities. So that you explained it very well, a lot clearer picture right now, and then you're working with the partners around Midland, which is very important. So I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
Councillor Ball.
Sorry, can you just go over those numbers again? You said the overall cost is $60,000. The grant would cover half, which would be 30%, and then 25,000 has been allocated from economic development, etc. So then we are funding $5,000.
So through your worship, so as part of the application, you provide a quote of how much it would cost. So that's why we solicited the county saying, based on our size, and they gave us kind of a range of what larger municipalities would cost and the smaller ones. So they said 60 is a good number. As part of the application, the in-kind services. So they're not, so BIA, Route 93, they're not giving us money. They're just saying, hey, we will give you staff support. We'll let you rent our facility if you need that assistance. So, and they give a dollar amount based on what their resources are, and they come up to about $25,000 in-kind support. So that doesn't come off the 60. We just include that as part of the application. But if we are successful in this application with the province, they would fund 50%, up to 50% of it, which is what we've asked for. So if we were successful, we'd have 30 back there that we wouldn't spend as part of the project.
Okay, thank you. I missed the in kind. So yeah, you're asking for the full ask, even though I would be inclined to, I was not wanting to support this, so I'd be more inclined to support it out of $30,000 with the $30,000 from grants. And it doesn't happen if we don't get the grant.
So we can do that with a motion that approves this conditionally, that we get the grant money. So the 60,000 is earmarked in the budget with the understanding that we need that for them to, in good faith, make the application that there actually is that money set aside, and that they wouldn't spend the 60,000 if they were successful in getting the 30,000, and that money would just stay in the reserve, unspent. So that would be a material change to this motion. We need to either amend this motion or probably, yeah, we'd want to amend it, not defeat it. So just it's conversation to have around the floor, Madam Clerk. Is that right? We wouldn't want to defeat this because then we have to reconsider. So it'd be quite a change from what's on the face of it if Councillor Ball, you wanted to propose that amendment.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Meredith, as it's his motion. I believe if you withdraw this motion or it's defeated, then it would just stay status quo in the budget for $60,000. And then as far as direction to staff, I'll refer to Mr. Farquharson, and he might be able to provide some information about that.
So, Mr. Farquharson, effectively, if with this motion through consent was withdrawn, the 60,000 would be deemed to be approved. However, based on our discussions today, you would tell us whether you're successful or not in getting that funding. And if you weren't, you wouldn't just ha and spend it anyway. You'd come back to council and go, sad story, we didn't get the grant. How's council want to proceed? Do you want me to go ahead with the 60K or just leave it in the reserve and not touch it? Could you do that without us giving granular direction?
Through your worship, yeah, we can report to council once we hear back from the province if we were successful. And if we were successful, then we know what the funding would be provided. And if we're not successful, we can advise council of that, and then they can give direction if they want us to still proceed with the project at that amount or at an alternative amount.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gordon. Through you to Mr. Farquharson. Yeah, I'm okay with withdrawing this. As I said, your explanation that you're actually going out to our partners and listening, and which is very important. So we could, it's a win-win anyway. So if you get the grant, perfect. If you don't, I would still support it without the grant right now. Just because you're being, Route 93 is involved, BIA, and as I said, what you said before, that was your word, right? So, I'm okay with it, but if I'm okay either way with Councillor Ball's motion, if she wants to put that in, and then you come back to council, and if it.
Yes, there would be a motion.
You want me to amend my motion?
It would just be withdraw it.
Okay.
And then this is 60 grants deemed approved, and Steve and his team know exactly how to proceed.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I'm good with that.
Next one, moved by Councillor Meredith, Seconded by somebody, Councillor Patel. That the Community Vision Project in the amount of $201,581 be removed from the 2026 reserve funded capital budget. It's Councillor Meredith's. Oh. Well, we got a motion on the floor. So we're going to deal with this one first because we have to deal with these independently. No, we don't have to? Madam CEO?
Yeah, through your worship, this actually is not a strategy, so we will pull the strategies up, like you had asked, so we'll have that to be able to show this is something separate.
Okay. I believe that they are tied together. That's why I wanted to go with them all together. That we're approving a bunch of studies and this is it's in the same realm of that. It's a strategic plan for multi-years. Dana can speak to it.
Through the mayor to Councillor Ball, thank you. Yeah, so this is a little different in terms of the strategies are intended to create actions for staff specifically, whereas a community vision is intended to create a future state that we're all working toward in the community. So our residents, our businesses, our community organizations, we all engage on identifying what Midland might look like in 2050. So it would help to drive strategies going forward for sure. That's the intent of it, is to give us a common goal. But this itself is more of a community engagement activity than a strategy, if that helps.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess that still stands, that I think that if we're having this, that it makes sense to discuss the other ones, because without this, I think that changes my opinion about the other strategies coming forward and other, because without this end goal, I don't see the point of having the other requests. So I'd like us to see the full amount of all of the studies going forward through the budget.
Okay, this isn't a study, but Madam CEO.
Through your worship, we have the list, so we can pull it up right now, the full list, and we've added that to the list.
Okay, so this motion that's on the floor right now for pulling the Community Vision Project and its funding from the, what do we do with this motion?
You can still have it. I just want to have the visual of everything that's been asked that semi relates to a common vision or a strategic goal.
Excuse me, your worship.
Yeah.
Was there a seconder on this motion?
Yes, Councillor Patel.
So the motion is on the floor, so council should deal with this motion and then perhaps deal with the list.
Yeah, because they're all independent asks. I get that there's commonality to what they're trying to do for the town of Midland, much that like all snow clearing equipment and whatever has commonality, but we have to deal with these as independent asks. If you support one but not the other, then I don't have a motion yet, but you make a motion and then we discuss the other ones.
No, I just want to see them all grouped together so that when we're discussing our strategic plans for the future, we have what is in each department ask of their studies to work. Like it's the same as what we're doing, a waterfront master plan, a transit plan. Like we're doing all of these in conjunction with each other so that they speak to each other. I think that this is an end goal to all of these studies that we're approving. So I would like to see all of the asks that are there, because I do think it's relevant, because I think some of them might not be relevant if we don't have this plan, I guess, and for me personally.
Well, I don't know what to say. These are individual asks, and this is the motion on the floor. Each of these asks have their own independent funding. And, you can decide whether you want to support one or the other. There's no like a combo pack here. We have to deal with these things individually. But if the numbers you want to see on the screen, maybe we can do can we drag over a little corner of your Excel that showed the other numbers and have them both appearing on the screen at the same time? Because as long as that doesn't
Yeah, I'm not
confuse
suggesting
anybody.
we don't deal with them individually. I'm just suggesting we see them all together.
That's not the way this works. They're independent projects.
We're still approving or denying them based
Yeah,
off.
it'd
it's
be
just
like
in
if
front
there's
of us.
7 different cars being, or vehicles being asked to be purchased and you want to deal with them as a whole pack of vehicles. Like, no, we make independent decisions on a grader, a sander, a sidewalk plow. They're all vehicles. I get it, but they're independent asks. So I'm just using that as an analogy. We're not talking about vehicles, obviously. So right now we've got the Community Vision Project that the ask is for $201,581. And the motion on the floor is that it be pulled, and we're not doing it. And that would mean Dana needs to bring it up to new council and pitch it then. That's what's on the floor, to pull it. So Councillor Emeritus, take it away.
Thank you. I pulled this for clarity, for one. If there's any grants, contingency, or not contingencies, if there's any grants we can go after for basically any of these studies, but this one in particular. And just so that, you know, council has a conversation around this ask. So that's the reason I pulled it. I would have had the discussion, you know, as I said, rifling last night around midnight, you know, to get all my pulls in order. So regardless, I would have pulled this one out and discussed it anyways, and to see what it's all about and get council's appetite on the, you know, what they're feeling. So I guess first of all, I would ask Dana if there's any type of grant funding that you're going after for this particular community vision project. Thank you.
To the Mayor, to Councilor Emeritus. We did look for community engagement projects like this and we're unable to find them. The examples that we looked at, Guelph and a couple out west, they didn't have grant funding associated with them. Doesn't mean we'll stop looking, but we were unable to find a path for this type of grant at this time.
Thank you very much. So my next question would be, there's about, I think it was about $800,000 worth of studies on that page, including this one. So what's the difference? You know, is there overlap between these studies? Because right now I'm not on board with this study, and I'm trying. You know, and I don't know if council has made up their mind on this study. No one pulled it but me, so I'm gathering they are. Maybe they understand it better than me. Maybe go through it and kind of make me understand what's going on here in this ask.
Absolutely. Through the Mayor to Councilor Emeritus, thank you. So there are a number of technical, some of them are regulatory, some of them are good practices, best practices for managing things like our service delivery and infrastructure. What's different about this is a future-facing aspirational vision for the community of Midland. So it would engage stakeholders across different demographics. I did split it out into the 4 stages that generally go with a project like this, and also gave you a breakdown of the costs, which I'll run through. But basically, it would start with analyzing our data and identifying who we are today, so that we make sure that when we do our engagement activities, they're targeted to hear from all those groups that make up the community in Midland. So we start with the data. Some tactics that people have used in the past have been like a village of 100. If we were 100 people in Midland, what would that look like? And then we use that data to help drive effective public engagement activities so that we hear from a statistical representation of our community groups, whether it's residents, businesses, organizations. And then we would go into documenting, prioritizing the asks of those. The public engagement would focus on what the community wants to look like. So there's lots of ways that we look at strategies and master plans in terms of how we're going to deliver infrastructure. This would look beyond that. It would say, we're going to grow this way in 25 years, but this is who we want to become in 25 years. So it focuses less on the what and more on the who. And then all those strategies that we develop as best practices, not just us, but our community partners who also deal with action plans and long-term strategies, we would all be aiming towards the same future for Midland. That's the intent behind these. So Guelph, for example, has a $325 million plan. It started with this vision of what Guelph wanted to be in the future. So, and then the breakdown, I'll just tell you because it is, so we would need to bring in a consultant. This strategic foresight work is specialized work. We are proposing that we hire a temporary contract staff so that someone is dedicated to do this and so that they are managing not just this project, but public engagement activities in general. So we're out where we need to be to reach people where they are. And then we have money for public engagement. So for example, a best practice when you're consulting with low income groups is to provide a stipend because not everyone can volunteer their time like some of us. So that's why there's funding in there for that to do those events. And then, yeah, the purchases would be likely things like the software to create the Village of 100 or do a demographic study. So that's the breakdown. And that's how we got to a weird number, the 201. But that's the breakdown of activities. There's a number of things that come together in that.
Okay, thank you. We're thinking big and bold here, for our small community, which I don't mind. But I'm still having difficult with this ask. And I think to Councillor Ball's point, I think this ask, what she was sitting in, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, she wanted to probably go through the other ones prior to making a decision on this one. That would kind of make her decision on this one. So, because as I said, we have about 800, well, if you're not calling this a study, I guess it would be $600,000 around that in the other ones. So, and honestly, I think I did have a conversation with you with our waterfront master plan that I wasn't overly thrilled with, and so forth. But they were just in study overload, I think. I think it's just going to continue and continue with the next council and this council. We've done many a study and updates and master plans, and I'm sure we need to do them. It's a 10-year plan, but this is a 25-year vision now. So whether we're on board to do it, I guess it's up to the will of council. So I'll just wait for the vote. Thank you.
Councillor Major.
So I've gone to AMO, I've gone to Collingwood, I've gone every place. And the whole theory behind every place you go is, oh, we've got consultants working on it. Like I'm consultant I've had enough. Like, and then on here, like we got one of the best staffs in Ontario out of town. And now you look down as a consultant. I get a contract staff because they're coming, they're doing whatever they got to do and leaving. But 100,000, like it'd be interesting to see how much money we spend in consultants every year, because I look at the staff and I go like, why can't they do it on their, like, if you bring someone from out of town, they haven't got a clue what they're doing here. I've been to a couple of things and they're not, one, don't understand Midland, and two, to me, they don't have you could go out in the street and get better consultant from people that live here and around here all the time than some consultant that rolls into town and does whatever and doesn't have a feel of the town in the best interest. But it's like everything I go to now is all I hear is consultants. And I know businessmen can't run a business but if they have to wait for consultants.
Councillor Ball.
Thank you. Through you, Councillor Meredith, that is correct. I did want them all on the screen so we can see them all because we have approved a lot of consultants and a lot of studies. And I do want to see them all grouped together for my own thought process, whether it's beneficial to you or not. It's just for me. I am in support of this. I think that, speaking to Mayor Gordon's words, the North Star, like this gives us that North Star where we are spending money for all these consultants, 5-10-year plans. This gives us a 25-year plan. It actually gives us something to strive for. It allows us to, I guess, prioritize what's coming out of these master plans, what's coming out of these consultant studies, and prioritize what we want to go towards. I also think that, as Councillor Majors is saying, that consultants come for limited amounts of time. This has a contract position associated with it. It's staff directed. It's on the ground, boots on the ground, engaging in our community for a entire, I guess, 8 months, is it? 8 months. So you're getting that feedback from start to finish for the entire 8 months, almost a year. And this gives us something to actually use all of these consultants and all of the studies that we have and direct it to an end goal, which we don't have right now. So I'm for this. I did want to go through the other ones, because if the other ones get approved and this doesn't because of that, I don't want to see that. So I don't see the motions that you have in front of you prior. So I'm not suggesting we loop them all in together. I just wanted them up on the screen so we're aware of what's being asked of us.
I think you have an excellent grasp on this one. I think Dana's probably just beaming inside, because you're bang on. This is about collecting the data to make the data-driven decisions for our community's growth, rather than purely opinion, which everyone has. Of course, we have ours. We get a vote. The rest of the community has their opinions. They don't, specifically other than every 4 years. So this works outside of that kind of political process and just goes right to the grassroots and tries to build that digital government vision, which gets us out of the, the Rolodex and filing cabinet era that we're still in largely, feeding the cheese to the hamster every morning to keep that wastewater computer running. So there's a lot of things that, including our new ERP system that are coming. I'm glad you, really, I'm surprised actually, because this can be a really kind of ambiguous, weird, wishy-washy thing. It's got all kinds of words in there that, you really have to ask a lot of questions to make sense of. And most people who I've talked to about digital government, their eyes glaze over and their eyes roll back in their head. So I don't have much to add, Councillor Ball. You kicked it out of the park with this one.
Is that you admitting sometimes you should listen to me?
I always listen to you. So Councillor Ball made the case for this to stay in, which means, with this motion, you would need to vote to defeat it. So no, to keep this in and let staff, work this plan. And, we'll get to largely sit back and watch it, whether we're here or not next term. We'll get to watch the fruits of these labors over the next three or so years, and watch it get implemented, which will take funding, but we don't know what we don't know. So unless there's more discussion on it, I'll call this question. So no to keep it and yes to pull it. You vote no on this because the motion's to remove it, or yes to keep it? I know it's bass backwards. Okay, no to keep it, yes to I gotta make sure I'm saying it right. No to keep it, yes to remove it. Okay, so all those in favor, yes to remove it, put your hands up. Yes to remove it. Yes to remove this strategic vision. Yes. No, if you vote for this, you're removing the strategic vision. It's a dead thing. It ain't happening. No to keep. Yes to remove. So all those who vote yes to remove. Yes. Yes to remove. Hands up to remove. All those voting yes. Jazz, are you voting yes? What? To remove it? Okay, because your green thing's up. Put your hands up if you're voting to remove it, please. All those in favor of this motion to remove it. 1, 2, 3. All right. Those opposed to removing it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, this is defeated and it's staying in. God, this is such a bizarre way of doing
Can
things.
we deal with all the other ones now, though? Because I do want to pull those.
We don't have motions for them, so.
I know. I was told I didn't have to make motions in advance and that I could discuss
Madam
this.
Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Ball is correct. She would like to have discussion about some of the studies that, or the list of studies that finance has put on the screen. And also, if anybody wants to make changes as in removing any of those, then I will need a motion.
Can I go down my list of stuff after this before Mayor Gordon jumps to the end? I know he's excited to go home, but well, we can deal with this first, but I do have things I want to pull. I don't have a motion in front of you though, because I was told that that didn't
It's
have to
okay. We
happen.
can whip one together here, but you're asking questions about projects. So which one do you want to ask to speak to next?
Okay, so I wanted to remove the transportation master plan, but I was told that we have to do that. Is that correct?
Mitch?
Somebody
transportation
speak
master-
to how much of this we actually have to do and what the amount we actually have to do is.
Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Ball. So master plans they should be done approximately every 5 years or so. Our current transportation master plan is 2018, so we're already at 7 years beyond that. And they tie closely to the planning department and growth and where our roads are going to go, active transportation, all these kinds of things. They're also the backbone of any grant application. You remember the use of money that we received recently? We got that partially because it was in the water and wastewater master plans. We had planned ahead for it. So they guide us into where we should grow, what our infrastructure needs to look like. So from the transportation standpoint, the road network, crosswalks at certain locations, we get the public's input. The engineering specific ones like transportation, water and wastewater, we are legislated by the Ministry of Environment of a process that we must follow for those when we go to do them. Best practices every 5 years, but when we go to do them, we have to do it a specific way, and it's not something that we have the resources internally to do.
So the wastewater and water master plan we have to do?
Same situation with those ones. The timing, they are 2020 and 2021, Mr. Treppan, I believe. There are some things up in the air on the water side right now with our system that we believe it's best to go out to consultation with for a few reasons. But it's also important that they're all in a line from in terms of a growth perspective, numbers, right? So you have to do that projected long-term horizon for population and where that growth is going to go. And when your transportation and your servicing master plans are aligned, it's much easier to deliver a capital program.
Okay, but we are still able to get grants with the plans we have in place now.
Provided you only use the projects that are in that master plan. If we've determined that there's an additional need for a project, consultation sends us in a different direction or our needs have changed, that may not be able to be considered.
Okay, I just I was feeling a little frustrated looking at this one after we did Young Street. I feel like this one would have made more sense to come before we did Young Street.
So the Young Street was in the last one, the 2018 Transportation Master Plan. That's where the recommendation for the bike lanes came from. So it would review the situation and verify if the conditions have changed and if anything would need to be different. But it may not have changed the outcome.
Yeah, okay. I would have liked a more updated plan if this came the year after we're doing it. But I hear what you're saying. And I guess I had for the wastewater and water, I had Andre is the best employee ever who wins awards. So I was wondering if he could speak to why his expertise. Okay, you're all the best employees, but you haven't won awards yet. Okay, something to strive for. Why does Andre? Can you please speak to why we can't use your award-winning initiatives? And sorry, he won awards. Okay, put us on the map. I'm sorry.
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Ball. So the plans are, so to kind of use your example from Young Street, so it was identified in the plan, so that would be an example of why these plans are important. Same with, as Mitch mentioned, all the USIF grant funding. These were all projects that were listed in the previous master plans. We're excitedly nearing the end of those plans with respects to that near term. Obviously, huge boost with the grant funding we received. There are some growth expectations that's being accelerated based on those grant applications and successes. So that's accelerating the need for future planning. So it's kind of a paradox where had we not had the master plan 5 years ago, we would likely wouldn't have gotten that grant funding, and we likely wouldn't have needed another plan at this time. But because we were successful in that, we're now at the end of the plan. We're at that end of the projects because weren't necessarily expecting to see this type of funding at that time. Hopefully that answers your question.
Yes, thank you. See, I just have complete faith in you guys, and I don't think we need any of these.
Thank you.
So thank you for clarifying.
I just wanted to know, was it best employee ever? Is that what?
Well,
Sorry?
judging by the looks I got, no, there's not going to be a trophy, just saying.
So Counselor, are you content with these staying in the budget, or do we, any motions?
I wouldn't use the word content, but they are justified.
Reluctantly content then. All right. Well, Council, we are at the end of this process. It is 5:12 p.m. and we got to talk about our fees and charges. And that is, so we've gone through the capital, the operating.
No, you're jumping to it
Oh,
again.
hang on, there's what's
I
more
have
coming
a
here.
lot.
Are these more Council Emeritus's? God bless them. Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. So the fees and charges. So now we're getting down to the nitty-gritty. So we need to suspend the rules of procedure because of this reason that I'm about to read. So this is going to be Councillor Emeritus' motion. Seconded by Councillor Thurder, Councillor Patel, that the rules of procedure be suspended in order for council to reconsider a motion regarding staff report CSR 2025-068 in the fees and charges bylaw update, and more particularly regarding the prorated slip fees that was passed at the regular meeting of council held June 11th, 2025. So council, in order for us to talk about the next motion, we need to pass this one. So all those in favor? Reconsidering? Need 2/3? Well, there, yeah, okay, beautiful. Passed. Any opposed? Okay. So this one will be moved by Councillor Emeritus again. This is a bit of a do-over. Because right now it's only shoulder seasons that are contemplated. Seconded by Councillor East. Well, back to you. That the harbor and boat launch fees as set out in Schedule A to bylaw 2025-72 be amended to include prorated rates for the months of July and August. We kind of wandered around this earlier, but Councillor Emeritus, let her rip, because last time this was suggested, we didn't pass it only to shoulder seasons, so now we're including the summer.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. And I'm trying to recall the last time because when it did get passed, and then there was some issues regarding dockage in the shoulder season, or not dockage, but slips. I guess there was some confusion on what I thought we passed and what was actually passed. So the point is, and I already mentioned this earlier, I'm not going to repeat myself unless someone really needs an update or a refresher. But if someone's coming, as I said, if we're competing with other marinas around here, our level of service, I think, has increased, especially with security. And actually, I was out at a Christmas party on the weekend, and there was a bowler that just moved to the area recently, and he said he boated and he kept his boat at Midland Town Dock, right? So, and he had nothing but praise for the service that Midland provides, and the security. I mentioned about the security is that was wonderful and so forth. Has had no issues. So if we want to attract that, and if July's here or August, and we say, hey, no, there's no prorated rates here, and then they just go across the way to Bayport, we lost that customer, right? So because they prorate, that's where I keep my boat, And so I think we're at a disadvantage if we don't prorate. Now, people may abuse that system, right? But I think when we could have parameters in place, staff can figure that one out if you're doing this repeatedly over season over season. But there is a risk of them not getting a slip if they continue to do that. And it's up to us, our staff, our marketing, you know, when we have these festivals and tall ships and so forth, sometimes, you know, we can fill those slips at a premium for the day, the night, couple, 2-3 nights. Those slips are there. And we just need a market that, you know, we have slips somehow. So we need to, I think, take every advantage we can at our marina. How do we get those boaters to come up and you know, attract them here? Because right now, you go to there's nothing in Honey Harbor anymore, really. Everything's closing down. So people want a destination spot on the water. So, so I think by, you know, whether we have empty slips, I'd rather see a full marina. But we're definitely need to do some work here. But I don't want to, you know, disappoint people where they can't get a prorated rate. And if we're losing I don't know what the data is on that, if we ever kept data on that, but if we're losing those customers, then we need to do something about it. So I think it's important that we lift that that category, and we do offer prorated rates. And then, you know, it'll come back next year or 2027 budget, and we could look at it again if it's a problem. So I'll end it there. And see what if there's any other comments. Thank you.
I do recall our harbor master pitching this to us and telling us how much he really needed it, and it didn't resonate with council. So kudos to our harbor master for making the valiant attempt. And you know, we see sometimes things come into focus later. So although we missed the benefit of this season, you know, it'll work for next season if this passes. So as a former Georgian Bay boater, I can agree with Councillor Meredith that offering these incentives make an abundance of sense, especially as in a tourism economy such as we are. And you know, with the updates to our booking system and you know, new processes and things that we're doing, and all the enhancements like security, which goes a long way, I think we're going to see some growth at the harbor in the coming years. So I fully support this. I think it's great. I'm glad we're revisiting it. And worst case scenario is we try it and it's a huge failure and no one takes us up on it. But I find that hard to believe. Councillor Major.
Yeah, I want to thank the staff for having security down there, because I'm out walking around at 6 a.m. So I'm probably, it was good that the security was there and for the boaters. I totally agree with Councillor Meredith. And I think now with the upgraded, the way we do paperwork and that, a guy might try the second year to get a cheap rate, but I think our staff will pretty well put the kibosh to that. So good on the security and good on Councillor Meredith. I support him 100%.
Anything to add?
Yeah. So my second part to this, and I don't know if we need another line item for the boat launch. There is about launching boats, but it says nothing about actually loading a boat up. Now I'm not sure if that's frowned upon by town standards to use the ramp to load your boat with materials of whether it's a grocery pickup or something. Is there anything that we need to do for Peterson Park boat launch? Is there a fee that we need, or is that just kind of we're not going to charge for that? If you see a trailer and a boat go in, is that what we're charging for? Because if bylaws there and you're backing up your F-150 and you're loading your boat, is there a fee for that? So right now it doesn't seem to be one here. I would, as I said, I paid for daily boat launch, because I'd rather spend $10 at the time it was a deal instead of, was it $90 or $100 for the fine, whatever it was, or I'm not sure what the fine was, but so I didn't want to take the chance, and being a counselor, that probably would have been, sometimes I don't pay just to see if I could get caught and say, where's the bylaw? They should be tagging me right now. But anyways, and I do that at times too. So, but hopefully that'll change this year. I had a chat with our bylaw manager, Rob. So I think we're all on the same page. But anyways, getting back to that point, I'm not sure if we have to put something in there. Can staff just make a comment on that, or see what direction we can go? Thank you.
Sure. And just for clarity, are you talking about occupying the ramp with a truck, loading your groceries or your materials, or are you tied up to the loading dock, the staging dock, and walking your stuff down our new dock and loading your boat?
Yeah. So you're back in your truck as if you had a trailer on your truck, but with a boat, you're backing it up, and you flip the tailgate down and you load your. Most of that would be with materials, right? For cottagers and so forth, whether could be a propane tank if you have propane heat, right? The big, instead of carrying it, how do you get that down to the dock? So you back up your truck, load your boat, and go, right? Some people that don't have, I don't know, it's come into play. So I've done it in the summer. So I just wasn't sure if there was a fee or if there should be a line item here for it. Thank you.
Dana, maybe you can speak to that, and then we got some other council questions.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, to Councillor Meredith. Just in consultation with Ms. Mealing, today the fee is to launch your boat, so putting your boat into the water. The incidental use, like you're mentioning, we don't have a current charge for that. If they pulled into the marina to the shopper docks, they could do that for free anyway, up to 2 hours.
And that's great. So, but I'm specifically talking about Peterson Park boat launch. So you're bringing down, you're actually taking up space from another boater. If there's a lineup, you don't pay anything. You just go down and then leave. So basically, I would have paid my $10, which I shouldn't have. So, but at the end of the day, if we have to put a line item, if we see it's a problem, I guess we could visit this in the future. I'm just bringing it up today because I didn't see it in here, and I questioned that last year when I was doing it. So thank you.
So sorry, are you saying that we should have a fee? Because I mean, I'm just envisioning contractors and all kinds of people occupying what's normally a chargeable dock, and all kinds of people honk, honk, honk. They want to splash their fishing boat, and there's some guy loading up 2x4s for 45 minutes. There should be some kind of fee for that, I would say. Or are you suggesting that we don't have a fee and we should have one?
No, nothing's for free. So I think there should be a fee. So that's what I'm trying to get across here, that you're using the dock. So that there should be a fee. I don't see a lot of people doing it. I know I've done it quite a bit in the past. So, and sometimes I could go to my marina and walk it down the dock, but other times you get a heavier load and it's easier just to back your truck up, right? So, but yeah, I'm all for a fee. We just put beautiful docks down there. We need maintenance. The more revenues we have, and I don't mind paying for that. So, other boaters might, but where else, if it's convenient for them, then it comes with the cost. Thank you.
Okay, so that means that could come back to us with some suggested fees for a fee schedule update for the fees and charges bylaw, and sometime in the near future before the season gets going, to accommodate or to capture that kind of use of the ramp rather than traditional use of the ramp. Is that reasonable? So I know you're coming back to us with parking updates so people can actually leave their truck and trailer overnight while they go and enjoy, Georgian Bay, which right now they get a ticket, potentially a tow for doing. So I know you have some updates. Maybe this could be part of it.
Through the chair, I think maybe if I am understanding what Councillor Meredith is saying, where the municipality I came from in Muskoka Lakes, we had a public docks bylaw up there that regulated how long someone could be at a said dock, like if they were leaving materials there or loading and unloading. We had regulations in regards to that. A little bit different up there because a lot of the docks up there had one side for residential use and another side for commercial use. Because it's obviously a lot of island properties that are being developed up that way. But I could certainly, that is on my list for a future project is a docks bylaw. We unfortunately did have a situation this year where someone actually, this is kind of unrelated, but we had a person that kept their boat at our dock for, I think it was a day and a half, just roped on the dock and actually blocked one of the lanes of the launch. And there's nothing in our bylaws that regulate that at this point. So that is a future project to come forward. I can certainly investigate looking into fees in regards to, doing what Councillor Meredith is talking about. I haven't necessarily seen fees related to if you're just simply backing up a truck, putting a couple groceries in a boat, and then on you go. I've never really seen that myself, but we can certainly investigate to see if there's any other municipalities that do that kind of thing.
Okay.
Or Councillor McDonald has been waiting so
Yeah.
patiently.
Oh, does she have a question? Okay. You want to go ahead? Go ahead.
Here we go. Just a question of clarification in regards to the town dock. There a what they call a shopping slip where people can come in, run up and do their shopping and pay, or do they pay or is it free? 2 hours. Okay, that's what I thought you said, but I wanted to really be confirmed because someone told me it didn't exist. So I can tell them they're wrong. Thank you. But not necessarily at Pete Peterson.
And just a last comment through you, Mayor Gordon. And I'm not really, groceries is a bad example, but if you're buying a couch, if you have to bring a couch up to your furniture to your cottage, right? You can't use the dock where you're docked at the marina. So you want to back up and load up and go. So you're talking maybe 10 minutes. It's quicker for me because I can't really back up a trailer very well. So by me loading up a boat, putting a boat in the water might take me 20 minutes before I get straightened out. But, backing up with a truck, it's like 7 minutes, I'm in and out, gone, right? So it's not like you're tying up the dock space, but I just thought maybe if there's a fee. So it's not really groceries, it's the larger items that, you don't want to be handling down a dock and then all of a sudden your couch is in the water. So, so the launch is a perfect place to go. So, but I'll just wait for your report and, if you do some research on it, then fine. If other municipalities it's pro bono, then it is what it is. But I thought I'd bring it to your attention because I didn't know, as I said, in my situation, to know what to pay on the app at the time. So thank you.
All right. So safe to call the question on this bad boy? All right. So that the harbor and boat launch fees as set out in Schedule A to bylaw 2025-72 be amended to include prorated rates for the months of July and August. All those in favor? Any opposed? It is carried. All right. Councillor Ball.
Hey, you haven't said, is this your final answer to any of the actual operating capital? So we're just skipping along to what's in your hand. When we talked about this process yesterday, I was told that I can just bring stuff up. So I do have a list of things I want to bring up. So I don't know if you want me to do the entire list and then. Nice.
Is the list asking questions or do you want to make changes to the budget?
Changes.
Okay. And there are things we haven't covered yet?
Correct.
All right. So start with the first one and let staff know so they can pull up the appropriate page.
I let Sherry know.
All righty then.
I don't want to approve a bylaw officer. And I want the records position to be contract, not a full-time. One at
one at a time. Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to get them in before Mayor Gordon signs it all off.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Ball. For the bylaw positions, there are 2.
Yes, the full-time, sorry. That's the full time.
Okay. Councillor Bell, take it away unless you have questions for our bylaw manager. The ask is pretty clear. Or if it's not, then please ask questions.
No, it's clear. I don't want to approve a bylaw officer this year. That's
All right, so Madam Clerk will prepare a motion. And while that's happening, I guess we can have discussion on that. Anybody got an opinion on it? You have an announcement? Okay, Councillor Patel. There's no announcements in this agenda. No.
Anyways, I think you're doing a good job. So I just
So-
want to highlight that.
Councillor Emeritus.
Thank you, and I should probably speak to this because probably people are wondering why didn't I pull this? And I did have a pulled at one point, and then I thought about it. So I had initially put my request in for my P. Peterson Park office ticket booth kind of you know, and to have that, you know, eyes on the launch for revenues, because I think, you know, because as I said, I've been there quite a bit using the boat launch, and you're seeing a lot of boats, and I don't know, you know, whether they've paid or not, and so I think there's a lot of lost revenue there, and a lot of money that we spent on the new docks, so it has to come from somewhere. So, and going back, talking to boaters who actually paid their $100, their fee, they're happy to pay the $100. They're in and out. They think it's reasonable. But again and again, they say people that aren't paying, that are in front of them, they have a problem with. So either you monitor it, police it, or don't. So I try to put this hot thing, ticket booth with bylaw students there, but the pricing didn't make sense. So, and I was assured that, you know, and I did talk to our manager in bylaw about enforcement down at P. Peterson Park to make the paying customers happy, and also to get some revenue for the maintenance and repairs for our harbor areas. So our officer would be about 111,000 as you see. Revenues have been pretty good at the dock right now. We've been keeping track, and I expect, you know, to double those revenues with proper continual policing with our bylaw officers down there. So I'm confident that we'll be able to get there. So by approving this staff member, we're ahead of the game. If I were to put my request in for two student bylaw officers and the hut right now, so and everything else that goes through it. So I've had that kind of council requests. I think this is the third time now, and I pulled it the third time because the numbers just don't make sense. So at least here, you know, I'm hoping that I'm assured that there'll be proper policing down there, because on those beautiful days, the boaters are going out there. So, and it's not about ticketing, it's about having a presence for them to pay. So, and if you have to ticket, you have to ticket, but that's not my intention here. It's about, you know, paying for the use of P. Peterson Park. So that's why I opted to not pull this or take this one off the table. Just so that if anybody's wondering what's going on with Councilor Emeritus, that's my reasoning. Thank you.
Perfectly reasoned approach. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. My question is in regards to, I understand the motion is on the floor to make it a contract position as opposed to full-time. No,
I should read the motion. Actually, I need a seconder to get it on the floor. Counselor East, my default seconder. That would be a whole other conversation because we did this last year too. We can't tell you to make it a contract and stuff. That's staff. We already covered that last year. So that the service level change request in the amount of $111,035 for a full-time municipal law enforcement officer be removed from the 2026 operating budget. So that's what's on the floor. We're pulling the full-time if this passes. So please carry on.
I can appreciate the fact that we can provide better enforcement of our bylaws if there's more than one person, because you're the only one in the bylaw department now. No, there's two more.
Through the chair, currently we have one full-time, well, we have myself as the manager. I don't typically go out on service calls at all. I'm dealing with the day-to-day stuff at the office. We have one full-time, two part-times, and one summer student.
Okay. So what if consideration is splitting this cost in half and making one of the part-times full-time, or just hiring another part-time? I'm thinking seasonal, because we don't have to worry about people abusing the bylaw at Pete Peterson Park or the town dock in the winter.
Through the chair, I don't think the intention of this full-time is to be seasonal. As it says in the changes, we have a major gap in enforcement capabilities, especially through regular business hours. So currently, obviously, with the one full-time, Officer Downing, he is tasked with essentially doing every single call that comes in through the business hour day. Sometimes we have one of our part-times that are here through the day. But for example, in November, I can only count maybe about 3 or 4 days that we had a part-time officer on shift through a day on top of our full-time person. And that really delays a lot of enforcement capabilities for us. We aren't able to action files for 4, 5, 6, 7 days sometimes. If a part-time staff has taken on a file and they are not in for, say, 7, 8, 9 days, then that really delays. That starts to create a bit of an issue with, returning calls, returning emails, doing follow-up inspections. So there's a major gap in the larger files like property standards and zoning that I'm trying to mitigate by asking for this full-time officer so that there is some sort of daytime help for our single full-time officer at this point.
Thank you.
Councilor Patel, not an announcement.
Thank you, Your Worship. So to Councilor Meredith's point, yes, there is a major gap at the boat launch. 2 years ago, there was a minivan there broken, and the person would come in, try to do some repairs, and this happened for probably a month. The car never got towed or never got ticketed, but regardless, we need enforcement in that region to increase the fines and penalties for people who abuse the system. So I'm in for support for the municipal law enforcement officer, full-time and part-time, because there's a shortage in that space. Thank you.
Councilor Major.
And the other thing too is in the winter with our operations department, and if your guys are working days, and like we still need the guys out at night ticketing or having the vehicles towed when the snow's on. And there's enough around town that even at Pete Peterson Park in off season, like 2203, how many calls do you get? I hand out like you got a problem, there's bylaw, like, so you might take the call, but you're right. It's like how many days later, and then you get them back to you. Well, he hasn't called me, or it's been a week or what. Well, you can't do anything if you haven't got anyone to work. So between ticketing at night or getting vehicles off when there's snow plowing and all the other stuff, I'm pretty well good to go with it.
Councillor Bull.
Thank you. Sorry, we're speaking to Pete Peterson Park and the boat launch, et cetera. That's why I pulled this, because this is for Monday to Friday. So you're identifying gaps on weekends, mostly when people are using the boat launch, holidays. Those are when this person would not be working. So I was told time and time again, I'm not allowed to invent positions and say that 2 part-time would be better, 1 during the day, 1 at night. I'm not allowed to do that. So I only say yes or no. So that's the only reason. I'm not against adding to bylaw. I do believe you're doing a fantastic job and I want to give you more staff. I just would have liked to see this ask come in for a part-time day as well as a part-time evening and weekend staff to make up for a full-time position. I have a hard time adding a lot of full-time positions that then we have forever and ever, and we don't have the ability to change after we've added, and there's a lot of benefit packages and stipulations that go along with hiring a full-time staff, unfortunately. So that's the only reason. I don't want you to think I don't believe in your department and want you to have staff. I do. I just wish that this was identifying the weekend as well as the weekday.
So I'll share with council the rationale as to why this is in the budget. Obviously, not every staff request that was being cooked up around the table early on when this was being drafted made it to the budget, but the few that did are really, really important. So the municipal law enforcement officer role, especially with, we look at the complexities that we're dealing with in our downtown area and around town, that necessitated that nuisance bylaw. The fact that this will allow our officers to have more proactive patrol time, to actually like walk the beat. And, even though they lack the ability to arrest or thump people in the head for doing bad stuff, that's police business. The fact that they're walking around in full uniform makes people feel safer downtown. And it allows them to deter bylaw offenses and maybe even criminal offenses from happening when you see uniforms and boots walking around. So as we ramp up the expectations of our bylaw department and give them more tools and more bylaws like this one, and the forthcoming one that we're expected to see in the spring about short-term rentals, that takes time and effort and expertise. Something you can't just throw a part-timer at. To expect that. We need to have full-time staff that are trained, certified for property standards specifically, because that's a specialty, and that can really understand the big picture. And this will move us to only having 2 frontline full-time officers if this ask is approved. And then we have our part-timers, which we need to fill in the gaps and to do weekends and one day eventually nights. So, this is I think a really responsible ask. What we're not talking about is the part-timer that is being asked in tandem. It's immaterial, the funding for it, and it's a great opportunity to get people interested in working for the town. But this is a very important role, which is why it made it through the multiple rounds of draft budgets. So I really believe that if council is going to continue expecting our municipal laws to be enforced, for us to have a proactive role rather than just a reactive role, sitting waiting for the service act ticket to come in complaining about something, for us to actually find things, self-initiate, we got to staff this department. And yeah, I see the 111.35, but that isn't the person's salary, that's the salary and benefits. That's one of the reasons why people work for municipalities, because you actually get decent benefits and you can contribute to OMERS. You could spend your whole career here and retire with a nice pension. So this is, in my mind, we'd be very short-sighted to not approve this position, because we keep asking bylaw to do more and more, and we can't expect that and not give them the staff they need. And having 2 full-timers in a town of 18,000, 3 including our manager, but he's tasked managing, I think is still quite underwhelming for that department, and I could see it growing in the years coming. But to Councillor Meredith's point, it's got to grow responsibly, and it has to be growing pace with our community. So for all of those reasons, I didn't have any problem putting this in front of you all today in this budget, and I still support it.
Okay, I will remove it. I appreciate the discussion around it. I feel like you've justified it, and so has Rob, so I will withdraw it.
Great, thanks. Yep, it's always worthy having the conversations. All right, next
Next is I can't invent contract positions, so withdrawing that as well. Not allowed to invent anything.
Just
So.
driving the clerk bananas. Okay, so this one hasn't even hit the floor.
Hey, this is how we did it every year until last night at 9 p.m. So
Yeah,
I apologize.
No big deal. I can't remember what it was last year that we lamented about contract switching to a contract, but there was something that we ended up having like an hour-long discussion about. I can't remember what it was, but anyway.
Yeah, it just makes it seem meaner because now I have to pull things out like I hate them instead of just wanting to talk about them.
No, as we said
so-
at lunchtime, this is your job, and don't ever feel like you can't do this. We are here to do this. You were elected to do this, and you know, we may not always agree, but the right to have the conversation is unequivocally yours. So never feel like that's you're doing something wrong.
So in that note, I want to say no to council moderation. I do not want to put $300,000 towards council chambers modernization, sorry, late in the day.
Okay, so that's a capital. So we'll find that in the PDFs and bring it up in a couple minutes. And then Dana, is that yours? Whose is that one? That's yours, Mitch. Oh man, bad guy. Oh, I guess because it's structural and engineering and things like that. Yeah. All right, so Councillor Ball, we know that the motion's forthcoming. We'll read it in once Madam Clerk's got it ready. But in the meantime, if you want to either ask your questions or express your reason for wanting to pull it, or both, feel free.
Thank you. I think we voted no to this every year in the budget. So I'm surprised that no one else pulled it before now until me. Oh, Councillor Meredith pulled it and then decided, no, he wanted to get home for dinner, I guess. I agree that these need to be updated. I have a little bit, I guess, Mr. Sobel, you can tell me what you're meaning by hybrid work environment, reconfiguration. Why do we need a new layout for $300,000?
Through you, Mayor Gordon, to Councillor Ball. This one's a bit of an interesting one. It's a joint effort. Falls under me because it's in the facilities group, but it's shared by IT, clerks and CAO as well, because it's council chambers. But my understanding of it is nearly half of this, if not right, 150,000, Mr. Hart, 110,000 is the IT audio visual side of it. The other side is the reconfiguring of the desks that you referred to. Some up there, the layout works. It needs to be updated. Down here for staff, it doesn't necessarily work. It has some drawbacks. I welcome the opportunity for anybody else on the team to jump in and further justify this project for me.
Poor Mitch, he just has to do it, right? Someone else has to sell it now.
I liked this. It was like we're all together, kumbaya. So yeah, please to let me know.
Thanks, Mitch, and through the mayor to the councillor. We talked about AV issues over the years. We've had some AV issues today, things like that. This type of modernization, so we've looked at a lot of other municipalities with their more modern council chambers, cameras that are auto zooming in on people with their microphones, so we don't have to have the laptops connected to Zoom, that type of thing. So that's what we're talking about when we're talking about the hybrid participation. Makes it a lot easier, flows a lot easier for people in the room. The reason we kind of put this all together as part of a reconfigure at the same time as doing the AV is because if we're doing the AV, we're ripping open the walls, we're changing out screens, so we're already taking the room apart. So working with Mitch's team on the facilities side, we came up with this number based on both what other municipalities have done and the past experience with some of the facility upgrades that we've done around the town over the years.
Okay, that answers the AV, which I'm for. I don't understand the reconfiguration, I guess, what that other $200,000 is for. I understand you're gonna have the walls open, so maybe we have some drywall and some paint after that. maybe somebody can speak to the layout and what needs to change with that.
Definitely through you, Mayor Gordon. Yeah, it's a lot more than just paint and carpet. It would be refiguring the staff space, how we use this area that we're sitting in right now. We can make it more user friendly for staff. Also, we can allow for more space for the public. As we know, some of our public meetings, it gets pretty tight in here at times, and we run out of chairs sometimes too. So it'll allow for that. There'll be I guess, a pretty extensive internal consultation process with everybody involved and even council as well. We can get your input on what we'd like to see the space. As Mr. Hartrick mentioned, we've all spent some time in some other municipalities' council chambers, and some of them just quite honestly work better than others the way they're laid out. So it would be a full reconfiguration of everything.
Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon, and wonderful idea to have more environment where we're more productive because everybody has it easier. I'm not thrilled about increasing it now because I don't even know if I'm going to be here next time. It's a very selfish thought, but that we're spending money for the future councils. And I would prefer that this be brought forward to the next council for them to spend the money. We're doing fine, even though I don't know how to work the mic and some things, but we're managing, and I think we can struggle for the last part of our term. Thank you.
Councilor Meredith.
Just a quick question here. So let's say this passes. What's the game plan? Like, so this is going to be torn apart. Is this going to be through summer session? Because now we have council meetings. Are we going to fit all in the Dominion room? Like, what's the plan? Have we thought about that?
Through you, Mayor Gordon, there will have to be a plan. Is the short answer. That'll have to be considered, right? If we're able to capitalize on a summer break, that would be obviously ideal. That's the largest break in the calendar season of when we can do it. Obviously, these things take time. Procurement takes time. Design consultation takes some time as well. So we would have to get to work on it quickly and then understand our constraints before we pull the trigger.
Thank you. I imagine we're just going to, hybrid is that other option, right? Where we all go hybrid. So it'll allow us for another probably month of meetings or so forth. But I'm sure we'll figure it out. Thank you.
I've got a question, Madam CEO. The money we approved for the door replacement that hasn't been done, is that factored in? Is that capital factored into this $300,000, or is it over and above? Because if we're going to redesign the space, then clearly the door needs to be part of it, because the case was already made for that.
So through your worship, it is separate, so it's still held in the capital budget. The thought was depending on council's decision today, it would be incorporated into this entire project. So that would be dependent, but it is a separate account.
Thank you. And my other question is, we upgraded these projectors at some significant expense, and they are amazing projectors, and the screens are in fantastic condition. The old ones were so dim you couldn't see it. I'm assuming we're not, getting rid of these projectors, because anything that is still of really good, useful quality, I would hate to see them replaced just for the sake of replacing. I'm not suggesting you would, but I mean, these things are amazing.
To you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm not personally designing the space. I would, they are in great shape, so I wouldn't expect that we'd be replacing them. If we were, we could potentially find other uses for them in other spaces as well. But you're right. We're not going to throw away good hardware for new.
Okay, so again, council, this is on here because, in our meetings, like I can see the compelling case for it. Doing things at the end of your term for the next term of council is kind of normal. That's what we do. In January, February, you're going to be asked to vote on compensation for the next council too. That doesn't get pushed off to the new term because then you're voting for it for yourself. So this is kind of the time in the last year of office that typically these decisions get made, because no one can argue we're self-serving. We're doing it for staff and for the future government that sits here. So that's why it's in this budget, our last budget, if you're wondering what the rationale is. So I support this and because it's like we're giving it forward, we're paying it forward. Councillor Patel.
Yeah, I do support this initiative of, reconfiguring, because I see it there. It's crammed, not much space. And here we got like real estate. I sleep overnight. So I'm hoping Mr. Sobel brings in, multiple designs like he did for 8th Street and Yonge Street. So we all have something to, I guess, fight over or or win over, whatever it is. But yeah, it's definitely needed. That's for sure. Thank you. Red velvet curtains is my suggestion. Thank you.
Councillor Ball.
Thank you. There is a lot of sleepover space back here. You're right. I guess my question for approving this is, do we even have the capacity to do this before the next council comes in over the summer? Because this seems like a huge project and we clearly don't even have a design yet. So I guess I'm wondering the justification of having it on the 2026 budget, because is it going to even be completed then?
So it would need to be, sorry, through Mayor Gordon, Councillor Ball, it would need to be completed definitely before the election, or avoided the election. The approving the funds now doesn't necessarily mean that we have to do it in 2026, but what it does allow us to do is start that expenditure to design it, prepare. This may be a multiple contractor thing. It could be a single contractor. There's a couple different ways it could go. So we could essentially start the process, get your buy-in, direction on layouts potentially, and then proceed afterwards when we have a window. If we can get it done sooner and we're a high level of confidence, then we'll do so. It all depends on the level of priority that we put to the project.
Okay, thank you. Too bad council can't get paid overtime for drywalling and painting.
Oh man. All right. I'm terrible at that. You wouldn't want me involved anything to do with mudding or taping. Ugh. Anyway, so we had this motion on that needs to get on the floor since we've already been yakking about it. Moved by Councillor Ball, seconded by Councillor Patel again. The council chambers modernization in the amount of 300,000 be removed from the 2026 reserve funded capital. So when I call the question, if you say yes, it's getting removed. If you say no, then it will go into the project plan with no guarantee it's happening this summer, because we're not going to pay top dollar for last minute Louis contracting. But staff can get going on the plans, and maybe it happens while we're still here, maybe it doesn't. So yes to remove it, no to keep it in. So council, all in favor? Yes to approve it. To remove it. Yes to remove it. And all those opposed, which means keeping it in. All right, that is carried. All right, well, once again, more good discussion. A little conveyor belt in that grand design there, Mitch, for the have the motions come over. Yeah. All right, this next one is that the Quota Park Playground project in the amount of $150,000 be removed from the 2026 capital budget. Moved by Councillor Ball, seconded by Councillor Major. And kick it off, Councillor Ball. And meanwhile, there it is. It's already on the screen. Staff are getting faster as the night goes on. And Madam Clerk, when do we have to pass the motion to go overtime? Oh, geez. Well, let's know. We're not going to be doing that one. That's not happening. Go ahead, Councillor Ball.
Thank you. So we just have this as a replacement value only. Are we not able to fix some things to remain compliant? Because the park seems fine. Obviously, the regulations are very strict, which I know from our school playground and how much of a pain in the butt that is to try and get that fixed every year. And remain compliant. They really don't want you to be compliant with any of these playgrounds. They have strict safety measures. So I was just wondering, do we have to have a full replacement of this, or is there some minor things that we can do to stay in compliance without a total replacement?
Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Ball. I mean, the short answer is you kind of answered it yourself in the question, that the requirements are very strict when it comes to playgrounds and what's acceptable and what's not. This playground is at that point. It was identified in our previous Parks Master Plan on a replacement schedule to be replaced approximately about this timeline as well. So we're at the point that this playground needs to be replaced, and simple one-off maintenance here and there isn't going to prolong it in the long term.
Okay, I'll withdraw it. I'm not as good as fixing playgrounds as I am at drywalling, so.
Okay, and just by way of background, I remember the dark, dark day that last term when council was told that whatever it was, 8 of our playgrounds had failed inspection and they all needed to be closed and torn down and thrown away, and all new ones had to be bought. And, you know, we quite rightly all freaked on that term council going, what do you mean we're not doing preventative maintenance? We didn't know about this until the inspections shut us down. Like what the actual, and we spent a ton of money replacing all those. So staff is now on that, different staff, of course. And we're on this thing with, so now we're getting, these things are in the plan, and we're budgeting, as this is, to replace them so that we don't get the shutdown order and the tear down order, which was absolutely heartbreaking. That was like a winter. Remember that one, Beth? Or Deputy Mayor? Yeah, that was, anyway. So I get this is withdrawn, but just for context, for everybody following along, we're being responsible with our playground assets.
I was just hopeful we could do some patch fixing because they're very, very particular. And a lot of it doesn't make too much sense, unfortunately.
All right, is there another one trotting over? There is.
You should just let me bring it up
The
without
motion
making her do
trot.
the work.
Okay, so this is oh, we're almost out. I'm sensing that we're almost out of them. Okay. So this one moved by Councillor Ball, seconded by Councillor. Oh, well, you know what? We'll do Deputy Mayor Prost. Remember, just because you second it doesn't mean you got to support it. Just lets us talk about it. That the digital sign on King Street project in the amount of $35,000 be removed from the 2026 capital budget. So, digital sign project. Councillor Ball, questions, comments, concerns?
Yeah, and yeah, I just want to bring these up to talk about it. It sounds so ominous, like I want to remove everything, but I was just a little confused on this one because when we discussed the naming rights, I thought that they were going to take care of the sign. So I'm confused now that I saw this. So maybe you can, I guess, tell me we're getting a sign, we're putting it up, we have a little more control over it. We're allowed to advertise on it our own events, or how is that going to work?
Oh, you're answering your own question. That's awesome. Because you're right. That was part of the thing we sent staff back with to negotiate. If they would put the sign in, then it doesn't cost us anything, but what kind of control we have over content on this if we don't have it? So take it away, Dana. Who wants it? Oh, okay. So we have this digital signage. So as part of our wonderful new rec center, right, which is now rebranded as the Bourgeois Community Center. Fill us in. And I don't have to step on any landmines.
Through you, Mayor Gordon, to Councillor Ball. Yeah, I'm going to try to avoid those landmines as well. Yes, staff was given direction to come back with a request to do the sign. We do have a partner in Bourgeois who's willing to rebrand the existing sign should we keep that one. As you know, that one doesn't work. So we would like to rather put that money in. We can't identify it in here yet because we don't know what that is. We also plan to sell advertising on it. So we would intend to recoup that there. We just don't have what that will be yet. So right now, this is the cost of the sign and installation.
So have we currently discussed with them? I'm seeing this as we're getting the revenue from the advertising, so they are not. So they're just paying to put their name on a sign that we're paying for. Okay, I withdraw. I just wanted to know what was happening with that because this was conflicting to what we were talking about prior.
So it could be withdrawn, but it's a good thing to talk about. So is the plan for the existing sign bollard, whatever you call that thing, you know, that the existing rectangular signage on, are they going to be designing something snazzy and cool? And there's going to be an insert where we're going to put our digital sign that we own into that? Or are we creating that whole masthead thing and they're just slapping their sign in it and we own the whole steel construction post with the digital signage in it? Which one of those, or is it something else?
Yes, we would be replacing the sign with a brand new one. We would have full ownership of it. It would be branded with the naming rights, so it would say the Bourgeois Community Center.
All right, cool. Yes, this one's all on us. Lovely. All right. So I'm led to believe there's one more, but it's not typed out. So take it away, Councillor Ball.
Yeah, I saved the best for last, or the most expensive for last. This is to do with I'm hoping they're putting it up. Yes. The tax billing solution that is coming. It's no longer supported after 2029. So we are suggesting that we pay for it right now. I'm wondering if this is something that can be allocated money towards a reserve for this closer to 2029, because I feel like from 2026 to 2029 in the way of IT, there could be a lot of changes. So my concern is we're going to implement something before 2029 when there's something better in 2029.
Through the mayor to the councillor. So this type of system is very large. So I've been in consultation with a lot of other municipalities, a lot of vendors. This is sort of number one on every IT manager's mind, not just in Ontario, but really in North America and across the world with the sunsetting of this particular product. This particular project is we expect to be a multi-year project. So this isn't something where we can really afford to wait. We are literally in line. So other municipalities in our area and across Canada are starting along with us. If I would love to wait. Unfortunately, we just don't have the ability to wait.
A follow-up to that is we're fronting the entirety of the cost before 2029 now. So how does that work when you're not obviously going to spend the entire budget in 2026? Is that just getting pushed forward as an allocation that we're going to see as a specific line, not just a surplus reserve? Like I would like to see this project carried over the multiple years if it's a multi-year project, because the way that it gets brought back to us as a surplus, and then we vote on this again, like especially if a new council's coming in, I would like to see this a little bit broken down a little bit. And so I'm assuming with the fact that we're going to start consulting, et cetera, we're going to know if we are putting the best system in place in 2029. We're not buying the system now, correct?
Through the mayor to Councillor Ball. Yeah, so in these multi-year projects, we would start the design and start the staff working on it, and we only spend as we expend. So the money doesn't come out, it's just allocated from capital over the period of the project. So it wouldn't go into a surplus until we're done the project, and then if we have money left, then it would go into surplus and it would come back to you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So just to add some context, I had no problems with bringing this in. I manage an ERP system, an SAP solution in my other job. And I was there for the design spec go live and all the angst, and much of my hair vanished in those 3 years. And I now manage that SAP system along with a team of support folks through EMS contracts. So this, just to prepare you, It's not the end cost of going with whatever they end up with, Sage, SAP. There's a bunch of different things you can go with. This is just to get you there. The ongoing care and feeding of whatever ERP we end up on could be anywhere between 250 to 550 a year, thousand, just in license and hosting and everything like that. And depending on which system we go with, there's a bit of an ecosystem behind it that helps support it that you couldn't afford to staff, functional specialists in your world to know all of those things. So you outsource that and you have consultants. These big ERP systems are look, and that's just to get you there. And then because we have to plan a migration path off of Great Plains, and it's not actually going to import directly into the new system. So there's a whole process of cutover after you've designed all your GL structure and all of it. It's very complicated. And then there's interfaces between different cloud systems. This thing is going to end up costing more than this. So I just to be totally clear, this is just the project plan to get us there to a point where we can pick the vendor, do the work, and potentially get to the go live level. And then there's going to be the ongoing costs, which a future council will, they'll kind of have to accept because, we picked a solution. We didn't, but they will have picked and settled on a vendor and a solution. So this is if there was any one thing where Dana's here to do for digital government, this enterprise resource planning system and migrating it with our water, wastewater, tax billing, the whole customer public facing portal, that's a whole other complexity with more licensing, the HR components. So everything's not it won't be in, their existing HR platform anywhere. Probably it's probably all going to come under one roof. This is probably the single biggest technological step forward that the municipality of Midland's ever taken. And this is the baby steps, beginning of it all now, kicking it off. And we could kick this down the road if it wasn't for the fact that Great Plains is going to be, Councilor Meredith loves this term, end of life, no more support. And, when they ship you the floppy disks for the updates, you don't even have one of those to load in. So it's, this is really cool and a big deal. It's very technical and propeller headish. But I commend staff for be willing to take this on because most would just try to make do with the duct tape and binder twine and just keep Great Plains going for as long as they possibly can. So this, although the number is staggeringly huge, I hate to say it, this is only the beginning. But that's just what these things cost. And the end result will be amazing digital service for the community once this thing goes live. But it has to be planned out properly, sandboxed, plan a migration path. There is a lot of heavy lifting, and it isn't fair to expect our small but mighty IT team in-house to be able to really manage much, if any of that, other than connectivity to whatever cloud solution we end up with. So it's a very technical, functional, scary, expensive thing. So I'm glad you pulled it to talk about it because I wouldn't want people to think we just rubber stamp these kind of things. But it's a super, super big deal, and I can only speak passionately about it because I have the missing hair to prove it. But this is a really big step for the municipality to move to this, and it'll be awesome to see it happen. It'd be even cooler if I was around still, but that's up to the people, right? But it'll be awesome to see this happen in Midland over the next 3-4 years. So thank you for bringing this up and giving me a chance to talk about and trigger my PTSD about having to go from QuickBooks, which is what our company did use, to SAP, which just blows my mind that we even did that. But so thanks for that.
No, thank you. I was just hoping to see it a little bit, on the 10-year plan a little bit every year. So this wasn't as depressing, but not the case. So, but hey, end of life. He didn't pull any of the end of life vehicles, so he should get the trophy for best counselor.
Councilor Emeritus. I know we're still talking about something that we pulled off, but it's just such a big number that there's no harm in talking about this here.
No, and yeah, and thank you, Mayor Gordon. And I did have a pre-budget meeting with CAO Bunn, and I did question this big time, and she went through it and about the necessity of this and the rationale, like you said, but she didn't tell me about the ongoing commitments. So next time you do that, I'd appreciate you tell me to leave the room so I don't have to hear that kind of stuff. But being transparent, obviously, what we're all about up here. And I'm glad that we know what's coming you know, in the future, after 2029 and so on the cost of this. So, importance of growth is, on the way, and hopefully, you know, well, somehow whoever's on council then will, that makes, you know, I hope we're in a better position. That's why those cameras could have came in handy, possibly. You never know. But thank you.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I withdraw it. I was just hoping for a little bit of a little bouncing line that's a little more consistent, but I just wanted, before you approve everything, I just had a quick question after this.
All right, so it's we approving everything. I know it's me, but
Here's budget.
it's like we are. I'm doing it on your behalf because we spent this whole day pounding through this stuff. We can't do anything with the strong mayor stuff, but anyway, hopefully no counselors or the community feels like we're using it. We're only doing what we have to by law, where I have to sign things. We're still doing everything the old school way to the best of our ability. So am I at that time? Not there. Where am I at now? I'm out of motions other than the ones that say budget approval be received and stuff. Oh, this. Yeah, why we haven't put this back on the screen? Oh, look, we're right back. So 3.15, as we started off in my brain as 3.12 blended. We did make some changes, none of which I regret. I believe I supported everything we changed, and I remain supportive of the changes we've made. So we are looking at 3.15% blended, of which 1.87 is OPP. Thank you, Province of Ontario. A little old 0.59% is the ABCs. And the town-based budget is well below the rate of inflation. I think we've really nailed that on things that we have control over. Arguably, some of it's one-time injection of funds, but we'll take it where we can get it. And I do agree, Councilor Meredith, that it is disheartening that you know, the community safety programming and the cameras for our, you know, elementary schools are gone. But at least there is some revenue to show. We did slow people down, and I guess we're going to find out when we put up our new cameras and new traffic calming sensors whether speeding has resumed. I suspect it has, or if people have learned their lesson from their sting in the wallet and are now driving slower in front of at least our William Street School. So, Council, we're at 3.15%. How are you feeling? There's not a motion on that one. That's just a question. You feeling good about this in today's economy? All right.
I'm satisfied. I was hoping to get to 299, and I was scrolling through here. What can I go after to get that? And there's nothing left for the tax support supported area. So yeah, 3.15 is our lowest since we've been on this council. I think we were both at 399 for the last 3 years, and around there, 398. So and again, it's good job on staff on really cutting back, and hopefully next year it's not all thrown at us, and we're at 8%. So that's for the next council to handle, and some of us may be here, some of us may not, and again, as I said earlier, I'm glad this is done before Christmas, and this is not hanging over at least my head, you know, going into January. This is, you know, in the past 3 budgets, it was always looming, and almost can't relax that over the Christmas holidays, because you know you just have to get the budget, and it's looming. So I'm glad that this is the you know, the format this year, and you know, for today. Although there's confusion in the or last night, and you know, we kind of scrambled a bit, I think we made it all right. So thanks for everybody. Thanks for everybody's commitment to buckling down, and we'll hopefully our residents are happy with this 3.15. We may be the lowest out of the 4 municipalities in our area. We'll wait and see what they come out at. So. But we're right in line. I think we're we needed to be. So thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. Just in respect to the 3.15, I think it's a major accomplishment, and the fact that we're going to be running even better with some of the improvements we've made, even though I was second guessing them. But I do want to mention a special thank you to the financial department who did this without a CFO. That's incredible. And kudos to you. Thank you very much.
Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Worship. So just want to thank all the staff that's, made some difficult decisions to bring in the budget down to what it is. My apologies to some of the asks that didn't make it through, but want to just thank everyone for all the teamwork, one team, one dream, like the chief says, and I'm proud of that, especially. And to Councillor Meredith's point, when you clear cut a forest, there will be nothing left. So 3.15, we're great. Thank you.
Councillor Major.
So to light things up, since I was a kid, there's always a saying in Midland, you might not get out of Midland, you might not get in Midland, but there's never a day you can't get around in Midland. And Mitch's gang does really good with the snow removal. And I got to look back this summer. We got Yonge Street done. We got Allen Street done. We got the ditches done in Smith. We got new sidewalks on Midland Avenue, First Street. And just being around town and seeing how good our staff are. And we come in at 3.15, but we still did stuff in this town last year. And I think some of the council gets out of town, probably not as much as me, or around town as much as me, but it's awesome that when you explain to people in Midland, well, it's construction. Well, we're doing something. We're not going to wake up in 10 years in Yonge Streets, your water mains are breaking, or, the stuff that happened in L Street, or having all new sidewalks and that. So kudos to the staff, especially, and the council that I'm lucky to be part of. And it's nice to see Midland moving forward in a progressive way.
Well, all I can say, council, is thank you. And the fact that I can do this, not to you, but with you, notwithstanding these new things from the province. We tried to run this process as close to the old way as possible. And we're super proud of the discussion, the debate, all the things that were brought up, all the passionate arguments for and against things. They're all well reasoned, and it's democracy. So I'm super happy with this number and how we got here, and what a great team. And I just hope everyone recognizes that despite notwithstanding the strong mayor power and the mayor's budget and all that stuff that it is, that's not how Midland's rolling. And I got a really great team. I wouldn't replace any of you in a heartbeat. So it's been super good so far, and look forward to the remainder of the year. We have some big stuff ahead of us. Our waterfront, right? Midland Bay Landing is a big deal. We have more growth coming in front of us to consider. And then we set the stage for what happens in the next term, and hopefully the economy picks up and some of that growth gets realized and turns into revenue for the town. So that'll help fund our ongoing activities and our infrastructure. So thank you, staff, and thanks, council. And I guess we got a Councillor East, and if anyone else.
Just a quick one. Just wanted to wish everybody a Merry Christmas.
Right on. I was wearing my Christmas tie today. Probably can't see it on the camera. There it is with the tree. No Grinch involved in that one. Oops, I think it just broke my camera. So I have a set of motions, Madam Clerk. Are these ones good, or you got replacements for me? Here, I'll just give you the pile. Tell me which one's got to swap out. All right, so I've got a couple motions moved here, or to move. And one of them relates to the strong mayor framework that this whole budget works under, and we'll have Madam Clerk explain it to all of us, because, you know, this is my first time too. So to get this on the floor, I got a motion here moved by Councillor East, seconded by Councillor McDonald, that the December 9th, 2025 be deemed as the, oh yeah, I should just read it, it'll make more sense. That December 9th, 2025 be deemed as the last date for amendments to be put forward by council resolution for the proposed 2026 operating and capital budget for the town of Midland. And that's today, which starts an egg timer for 10 days, I think. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Under the strong mayor powers legislation, this motion is required for council to pass if they're satisfied with everything that's been discussed and deliberated today for the budget. It's part of the process with the budget being under the mayor this year. And what that does is we technically had 30, or you had technically 30 days from November 14th to provide amendments. By passing this motion, you've shortened the period so that as of today, instead of December 14th, the cutoff date would be today. And then that way I can send out notification tomorrow, should the mayor sign a mayoral decision, that the budget is adopted. And that's how the budget gets adopted now with the new legislation.
Thank you, and I'll make the pledge right now publicly that I have no intention of vetoing or making any changes to what council has ratified today. So I will sign that mayoral direction that'll finalize this as soon as it's presented to me. So council will call the question on this, which is shortening the date, so effectively ending it today rather than the 14th. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Next, moved by Councillor Meredith, seconded by Councillor McDonald, that bylaw 2025-72 being a bylaw to establish and approve the fees and charges of the town of Midland, and to repeal bylaw 2025-13 and bylaw 2025-37 be passed and enacted as amended. That relates to the fees and charge change we did today. Council, all those in favor? Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Next, moved by Councillor Meredith, seconded by Councillor McDonald, that bylaw 2025-72 being a bylaw to establish and approve the fees and charges for the town of Midland, and to did I just read that? I feel like I'm repeating myself. Yes, yep, that's a double. One looks like a copy because it's black and white. Moved by Councillor Balt, seconded by Councillor McDonald, that this special meeting of council regarding the 2026 budget adjourn at 6:27 PM. Nobody, I'm not calling the question. This one? Oh, this is the confirmatory. All right, so. All right, I'm walking that back. Moved by Councillor Ball, seconded by Councillor Patel, that bylaw 2025-73 being a bylaw to adopt the proceedings of the special meeting of council regarding the 2026 budget being held December 9th, 10th, and 11th. Not really, December 9th. Be passed and enacted. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously. The first time ever Midland has ever done a budget in one day, ever. So now, last but not least, moved by Councillor Bald, seconded by Councillor McDonald, that the special meeting of council regarding 2026 budget adjourn at 6:27, still 6:27 PM. All those in favor? Thank you very much. We are adjourned, everybody. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.